Why don't you watch where you're going? The woman's voice was soft and gentle, completely lacking any authority, which left Shi Yuan on the other side momentarily stunned.
A person from Jiangnan.
Although Shi Yuan never bullies the weak or fears the strong, he also won't let others get away with blaming him for something he didn't do, even if the other party is a woman. Just as Shi Yuan was about to speak, his thin lips slightly parted, the woman across from him suddenly raised her head. In the past, Shi Yuan often heard his friends say that people tend to favor those who are good-looking, and he always scoffed at this. In his view, no matter how beautiful a face is, it's just a shell. But today he realized that he simply hadn't met someone who could make him biased before, let alone now. Looking at the young woman in front of him, the words of rebuttal were already on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back down. You bumped into me and it hurt. Even if you're good-looking, you still need to apologize when you run into someone. You can't just rely on your looks and not have any shame. This
is certainly something new. Sorry.
I forgive you. But be more careful when you walk next time. You might not always run into someone as good-tempered as me.
Thank you for the reminder, miss. I'll definitely be more careful from now on.
This man looks really handsome when he smiles. Jiang Mingye was completely entranced.
Do you need to go to the clinic?
Oh, that's not necessary. Waving her hands repeatedly, Jiang Mingyue hurried on her way again. She didn't dare walk with her head down anymore. Xiaohong, have you eaten? Are you feeling any better? Jiang Mingyue quietly watched the sister in front of her. Even now, she still felt a sense of nervousness as she neared home. She was afraid this was all just a dream, a beautiful dream, and that when she woke up, her sister would disappear. Are you still not feeling well? As soon as she finished speaking, her younger brother suddenly threw himself into her arms and hugged her tightly. In fact, as early as when her younger brother first fell ill, Jiang Mingyue had already noticed that something was off about him. Although they were siblings by blood, their personalities were completely opposite. Whether in her past life or this one, Jiang Mingyue had always been pampered by her family so long as she was happy. Nothing else really mattered. Everything in the family was always arranged for her, so she never had to worry about a thing. That's why for so many years, Jiang Mingye lived an extremely comfortable life, which made her personality simple, a bit soft and lively, unable to endure hardship, and just a little spoiled. But her younger brother, Jiang Minghong, was completely different from her. He began his education at the age of 3, and by 6, he was already accompanying their father in dealing with people and affairs. Though younger, her brother was even more steady and independent than she was. Sensible Jiang Mingyue lowered her gaze and looked at the small boy in her arms. Thinking of the delirious words her brother had muttered on and off during those days of recurring high fever, her lively eyes flickered slightly.
Sister, I'm sorry for making you worry during this time.
Getting sick is something you can't control. As long as you're better now, that's all that matters. Let me help you drink it.
Okay.
Jiang Minghong lowered his head and looked at the blister on his sister's thumb.
When you got burned, it must have hurt a lot, right?
Sister had never done hard labor before. After leaving home, she was forced to take on so much just to take care of her. She has to get better soon.
Where are we now?
Wamping County. A month ago, a sudden misfortune befell Jiang Mingyu's family. Her parents hurriedly sent the siblings out of the city overnight, entrusting them to an escort agency heading north, so they could seek refuge with their aunt living in the capital. Just as the siblings were about to arrive in the capital, the 11-year-old Jiang Minghong suddenly fell ill. She suffered from recurring high fevers, with only occasional moments of lucidity. He repeatedly urged his sister not to enter the capital and not to seek refuge with their aunt. Jiang Mingye listened to her brother mainly because she herself didn't want to go to an aunt and uncle she had never met. She didn't want to live a life dependent on others.
Wamping.
Yes, when I parted ways with the people from the escort agency, I specifically asked them about the situation in the counties around the capital. What's wrong?
I didn't expect you to be so thorough in your considerations, sister.
In the past, I was just too lazy to think about it, that's all. Actually, you're quite smart, sister.
Yes, sister is very smart.
My younger brother, Minair, is eager to learn, so of course we can't let his studies fall behind just because we've come to the capital. Besides, our parents' greatest wish is for you to pass the imperial examination. Naturally, when choosing a place to settle down, it has to be Wamping County, a place full of talented people and bustling with activity. Speaking of a place full of talented people, Jiang Minghong thought of someone.
That person is from Wamping County. At this moment, he probably hasn't entered the capital yet. If we could become friends with him.
What are you thinking about?
Aji made a great choice. Let's settle down here.
We should go pay our respects to Auntie.
There's no need to wait until I pass the exam to talk about it, I'm afraid.
I'm just worried that after Father and Mother correspond with Auntie, they might not let us stay here anymore. Should we write a letter to Father and Mother to let them know we're safe, and also tell them about settling down in Wamping County? We left in such a hurry that day, we don't even know what happened at home. I'm really worried about Father and Mother, and we have no idea what the situation at home is like now.
Don't worry, Father and Mother will be fine.
Do you know something? Zhang Minghong nodded. She didn't want her sister to be worried all the time, and she was even more afraid that her sister would secretly write a letter to their parents behind her back. Maybe other sisters wouldn't do such a thing, but her sister definitely would, so she had to make sure her sister wouldn't dare to write to their parents.
You should have mentioned something to me when you were assigned to the Xinjiang prefecture. Last year, because of a batch of porcelain, Father offended an important figure. He was afraid that this person would harm us, so he sent us to the capital to avoid trouble. Since we're not by our parents' side, they no longer have a weakness that can be used against them by that important figure. They can handle things and maneuver well.
Oh, Jiangmi also knows that things are definitely not as simple as her younger brother said. Otherwise, their parents wouldn't have sent them out of the city in such a hurry, nor would they have given them half of the family assets. But since their parents are both safe and sound, she feels much more at ease.
For our safety, we won't be communicating with Aunt and the others for a while this year. For the sake of our parents, we also can't write to them for the time being.
I understand. Without your permission, I absolutely won't write to our parents.
After a year or two, when those important people are no longer watching our parents, we can get in touch with them again.
Thank you, sister. Jiang Minghong looked at his sleeping younger brother, his expression somewhat complicated. If before he was only guessing, now he could be certain that his younger brother had been reborn. What exactly happened in the previous life? Why has my younger brother suddenly become so dependent on me? And why does he dislike our aunt so much? Dr. Luan, could you take a look at my younger brother? Has he recovered from his illness, and does he still need to continue taking medicine? The man, who was surrounded by several young ladies and was in the middle of writing a prescription, suddenly heard a soft Wu dialect that was both unfamiliar and somewhat familiar. He instinctively looked up. And as he looked up, he met a face gazing at him with infatuation. Shi Yuan steadied himself, lowered his head, and wrote down the last medicine name.
Could everyone please line up and come one by one? I'll be here all day today, so there's no need to rush.
While he was taking a patient's pulse, he turned his face to the right, and naturally caught sight of that young girl he hadn't seen in a year. Even though all he could see was her back, he was already certain it was her the one who had asked, "How is my younger brother's illness? Has he recovered?"
Other than the basics, it's just that the serious illness from before has weakened his vitality a bit. Fortunately, your younger brother has a strong constitution. With just half a month of recuperation, he'll be fine. However, the medicine to restore vitality is a bit expensive. Would you like me to prescribe it, miss?
Go ahead and prescribe it. I can afford it.
I've prescribed 7 days worth of medicine. Take it for 7 days, then come back for a follow-up.
Alright, thank you, Dr. Luan.
Jiang Minghong, holding her younger brother's hand, glanced at the consultation area on the left as they walked out. When his gaze landed on the doctor, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he stopped in his tracks. Jiang Mingyue noticed her younger brother had stopped, and turned back. He was the doctor. Only now did Jiang Mingyue finally understand why so many young women came to see the doctor. They weren't here for treatment at all. Obviously, they're here to see Dr. Shi. Am I seriously ill? This question forced Shi Yuan to reluctantly avert his gaze. He looked up and cast a calm glance at the somewhat nervous patient in front of him. Only then did he belatedly realize that he had been taking her pulse for quite a while.
Don't worry, it's just a bit of internal heat. I'll prescribe you some medicine to clear it up, and you'll be fine in 2 days.
On the other side, Jiang Mingye lowered her gaze and glanced at her absent-minded younger brother. Do you know that, doctor?
No, I don't. Let's go.
Jiang Mingyue responded with an "oh," but she didn't really believe what her younger brother had said. As for Jiang Minghong, while following her sister toward the pharmacy, she couldn't help but glance back at Shi Yuan. She really hadn't expected that Shi Yuan would know medicine.
Sister, let's go to the real estate agency. Since we decided to settle down here, we can't keep staying at the inn.
How big of a house should we buy?
Since it's just the two of our siblings living together, a small courtyard house will do. The house doesn't need to be big, but it should be of good quality. Also, it should be quiet all around, and it would be best if the neighbors on both sides are friendly and harmonious people.
It would be best if it's close to Brother's private school. That way, it'll be convenient for you to attend in the future as well.
After we buy the house, let's hire a cook for each of the maids who do the rough work. That way, Sister won't have to do those chores anymore.
During this time, it was always Sister who decocted his medicine and washed his clothes when he was sick. Every time, she ended up looking so disheveled, and her hands have become much rougher than before. He can't even begin to describe how much he feels for his sister. She was raised by their parents and never had to do any of these things before. Hey, I must have done a lot of good deeds in my past life to have such a wonderful little brother like you.
And I must have done even more good deeds in the life before that, to have such a truly great sister like you.
Meanwhile, Si Yuan found an excuse to temporarily leave the patient in Uncle Luan's care. While having tea, he casually opened Uncle Luan's clinic, as if he was just flipping through things at random, but it also seemed like he was searching for something. This residence is yours. Si Yuan nodded, responding with a gentle and succinct, Originally, younger brother Jiang Minghong's attention was all on Shi Yuan, but upon hearing the conversation between his sister and Shi Yuan, he looked at his sister in confusion. Before he could say anything, the attendant asked on his behalf.
How do you two know each other?
Jiang Mingwei found this question hard to answer as well. So, do they actually know each other or not? She didn't answer the attendant, but instead tilted her head slightly and looked at Shi Yuan, tossing the question over to him. Shi Yuan shifted his gaze from the young woman to the attendant.
We know each other.
Since everyone knows each other, that makes things easier. The asking price for this residence from Scholar Jie is 450 taels. Miss Zhang, young Master Zhang, are you interested?
We were interested at first, but Jiang Minghong glanced at Shi Yuano, not anymore. Jiang Mingyue saw that her younger brother was slow to speak, so she had to step in herself. Scholar Shi, your residence is very nice. My brother and I both like it a lot. It's just that the house is a bit too empty inside. If we move in, we'll need to buy quite a few things. Could you lower the price a bit? Everyone knows Scholar Xie is like a gold-devouring beast that only takes in, never gives out. Sister wants him to lower the price. I'm afraid that's not possible. But her younger brother, Jiang Minghong, didn't try to stop her and just let his sister do her thing.
Sir, the Jiang girl's family has fallen on hard times. She brought her younger brother here to seek refuge with relatives. But those relatives are no longer around. A few days ago, her brother was seriously ill, and now they have very little money left. If possible, could you lower the price a bit?
What he said is all true.
Could you please make it a bit cheaper? The young girl looked at Shui Yuan with her big, pitiful eyes, making his chest rise and fall slightly. Ahem, seeing the girl's eyes suddenly brighten a little.
How about 350 taels?
Look at how generous she is. She really isn't greedy for money at all, truly. Jiang Minghong and the shop assistant were both stunned. She just dropped the price by 100 taels, just like that. Is this person in front of them really the same Shi Yuan? The shop assistant glanced at Jiang Mingye, then at Shi Yuan, and suddenly seemed to realize something. He grinned from ear to ear, while the corners of Jiang Mingyue's lips curled into a clear smile, her heart bursting with joy. 100 taels? I actually bargained off 100 taels. Jiang Mingyue, you really are amazing. Master Shu Ren is a good man, thank you. Shi Yuan restrained himself and turned his face away in advance.
You are very welcome. Are there any other questions I can help with?
Shi Yuan lowered his gaze and for the first time took a serious look at the small young boy.
If there are no other questions, we can go to the Yamen to purchase the house right now.
All right, let's go. I'll lead the way. The three of them followed him out of the alley, one after another.
Are you planning to settle down here by buying a house?
Shi Yuan seemed to be just making casual conversation with them, while Jiang Mingyue was worrying about how to start a conversation with him. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to speak first. I do have that plan, but I want to wait until my younger brother is enrolled in a private school before making further arrangements.
Which private school are you planning to send him to? Maybe I can give you some advice.
Just now, the young lady said herself that she's a good person. Well, then she has to live up to the title of a good person, doesn't she? The situation, fourth uncle.
What a coincidence. I happen to be a teacher at the Yu family's private school. How delightful and endearing.
When Jiang Minghong heard Shi Yuan plan to take the teacher exam, he was greatly encouraged. He realized this was his chance to get to know Shi Yuan, so he suppressed all thoughts and said,
At 3, my grandmother began my education. Daily, I read books like Doctrine of the Mean, Analects, Great Learning, and Mencius. For a soldier, benevolence is key. For a ruler, righteousness is key. How do they differ? A subject should be upright, bringing good fortune to the ruler. A gentleman cherishes virtue. A petty person land. A gentleman values conduct. A petty person favors why?
Jiang Mingyue listened for a while from the side and realized that the questions Shi Yuan was asking started off hesitantly but gradually became more difficult, and they covered all of the 4 books. Although her younger brother appeared no different from usual when facing Shi Yuan, his attitude was extremely respectful. It seemed that in their previous life, the agreement must have led to something extraordinary. He is someone that her younger brother needs to look up to.
Not bad. Your foundation is solid, and you have your own unique insights into the questions. If you wish to enter a private academy, I can help recommend you. Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
My little brother is really amazing. Jiang Minghong, who had been fairly calm, slowly turned red in the ears when he heard his sister's praise. A faint smile hung on the girl's face, making her appear lively, vibrant, and radiant. She quickly withdrew her gaze and looked ahead. There was already the Yamen in front of them. She gave a gentle reminder.
I didn't expect that.
The group of 4 walked into the county office, heading toward the West Garden. Along the way, people kept greeting them one after another. Each person's gaze was warm and friendly. Some said they wanted to invite Shi Yuan to a meal, while others mentioned that it had been a long time since Shi Yuan had visited. Jiang Mingwei looked at the man with some surprise. How could he be so familiar with the people in the Yamen? The 4 of them arrived at the property office.
Brother Shi, what brings you here today? I sold a house under my name and came to update the property deed. Oh, let me handle that for you.
The broker and his assistant, together with Xi Yuan, quickly completed all the procedures for them in the office. Xi Yuan took the brand new property deed and glanced at the name on it without leaving a trace. Bright as the moon, like the moon itself, radiant in its brilliance. This name truly fits. Jiang Mingyue took the property deed and handed 350 taels of silver notes to Xi Yuan.
I used to work as an aide for the county magistrate.
Oh, so that's how it is. Was I that obvious?
Very obvious.
Was Xi Yuan saying it so softly? Jiang Mingyue's eyes widened instantly, looking at Xi Yuan in shock. Is this man a devil? How does he know what I'm about to say? The girl's rich facial expressions amused Xi Yuan. The corners of her lips curled up slightly.
Sorry to trouble you. I'll treat everyone to lunch at noon. If the others hear this, they'll definitely be very happy. We've been wanting to get together with you for a while now.
She won't be leaving her theater anytime soon. Jiang Mingyue and the other two left the yamen first, seeing off the beaming attendant. As soon as Xian came out, he looked over at the two people under the tree.
I chatted with everyone at the yamen for quite a while. You must have been getting impatient waiting. No, sir, you're too polite. Thank you so much for today. We didn't know what you might like, so my sister and I bought a pen that we both really like to give to you. We hope you'll accept it. In that case, I'll accept it with gratitude.
Thinking that this was something the two of them picked out together, he gently touched it.
Thank you, I really like it.
Then we won't disturb you any further, Master Jiren.
I live right next door to you. If you want to join the Yu family's private school, you can come find me anytime. Thank you, sir. Did you just get back from the private school?
Xi Yuan nodded.
We're getting ready to move in, but it'll still take 2 more days. My older sister hasn't finished making the bedding and such yet.
As the two were talking, Shi Ren saw Jiang Mingyue lift her skirt and run out. In his 21 years of life, this was the first time he had seen a young lady, anxious as a hen, still so lively and energetic. The girl was clearly startled when she saw Xi Yuan. She came to a sudden stop, then quietly turned back, walking faster and faster. Watching Jiang Mingyue's ears instantly turn red, Xi Yuan thought, she must be really embarrassed right now. She probably won't show up in front of me again anytime soon. After all, girls are usually quite shy. What Xi Yuan didn't expect, though, was that after a while Jiang Mingyue came out of the house again. She turned her face slightly, graceful in every movement, with a polite smile on her face. She walked toward them from a distance, then bent down and gave him a respectful bow. After greeting, "Good afternoon, gentlemen," she blinked her bright, lively eyes, as if to say, "You didn't see anything just now, did you?" Xi Yuan's mood instantly improved.
Hello.
I'm not good at all. This is so embarrassing. Sigh, as long as he has a thick enough skin and doesn't feel awkward, then it's others who will feel embarrassed. He politely smiled at the man, then turned to look at his younger brother. Sigh, there's no water at home again. In both his past and present lives, this is the first time he's ever worried about something as basic as getting water. Everything about their little courtyard is great, except that there's no well. After some time here, Jiang Mingyue has learned that most households in Wanping County don't have their own wells, because digging one costs a lot of money.
Now that the reservoir wells have all run dry, I'll just go to the tea house and buy some tea water to bring back. What do you think, sister?
You stay here and keep watch, I'll go.
There's no need to go out of your way to buy tea water. My family has a well. You can just come and fetch water whenever you need.
Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?
Not at all. Neighbors should help each other out.
Then thank you very much, Master Jiren. I'll go back and get a bucket to fetch the water. With that, Jiang Mingyue hurriedly ran back home. Did she decide not to bring it, or did she just forget to bring it?
Jiaji has a rather lively personality. Please forgive her if she was too forward. I actually appreciate either personality is great. Spirited and energetic, and her emotions are written all over her face. You can see right through her at a glance. It actually makes things easy, no need to guess what she's thinking. Spirited and energetic. That's usually how you describe a child, isn't it? So, in Xi Yuan's eyes, Archie is still just a child.
Jiang Mingyue brought out a wooden bucket.
Come in.
Xi Yuan's courtyard is a bit bigger than Jiang Mingyue's. Sir Scholar, did you grow all these vegetables yourself? Xi Yuan responded with a quiet, I never expected the scholar to know how to grow vegetables, let alone do it so well. It's really impressive.
Don't you think it's a bit of putting the cart before the horse?
What's so backwards about that? Zuo, do you think it's backwards? Xi Yuan gently shook his head. Then that's fine. Who cares what others say? As long as we're happy, that's all that matters. We're not living for anyone else. The corners of Xi Yuan's lips lifted slightly, and for once, a faint smile appeared on his usually indifferent face. So this girl is actually so open-minded. This was the second time Jiang Mingyue had seen Xie Yuangxiao, and she couldn't help but stare, a little dazed. Oh my god, I'm staring again today. Oh, Jiang Mingyue, you really have no self-control. Not only are you swooning over someone, but you even got caught doing it. Can't you rein it in a little? I was looking at you. You should smile more. It looks really good on you. The theater froze for a moment. This was the first time he had ever heard someone praise his looks so directly. He turned his head, his gaze landing on Jiang Mingyu's face. The young girl lifted her face to meet his eyes, and that "looks really good" made a blush appear on his cheeks, but his eyes were full of sincerity.
You look really good too.
I don't need you to tell me, I already know. That one sentence instantly revealed her bold, confident, and lively personality. Well, whatever, if I'm exposed, then so be it. Besides, he didn't think he could hide it for long anyway. They and Shi Yuan are neighbors. Always running into each other pretending all the time would just be too exhausting, wouldn't it? Shui Yuan was stunned for a moment, not expecting him to answer like that.
You sure are confident?
Not just confident, I'm also bold. This isn't confidence, this is self-awareness. So it turns out that self-awareness can be used like this, all because of how good-looking people are online. Si Yuan averted his gaze and lifted the water bucket. Jiang Mingyue watched as he brought the water up.
Give it to me.
Here.
Let me help you. It's a bit heavy. You might not be able to lift it.
Jiang Mingyue thought, isn't that underestimating him a bit? Because of his heart condition, he couldn't do strenuous exercise before. After being blessed with a healthy body in this life, he especially enjoyed sports, and even learned dance from his mother for several years. Although it was more for show than real skill, he still had enough strength to carry a bucket of water. That won't do. The scholar has already helped us so much. It's always troubling you to have you carry things for us.
You don't need to worry about it. Besides, I happen to be free right now.
Jiang Mingye watched the man carrying the water outside and hurriedly followed after him, saying, "Thank you, sir."
I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Xie from now on.
All right, Brother Xi. Jiang Mingye looked at him with a bright smile and obediently called out, "Brother Xi." That one call made Brother Xi's breathing instantly go out of rhythm, but he calmed down after just a few moments. When Jiang Mingyue led Shi Wan back home, what they saw was thick smoke billowing from the kitchen. "Little brother, did you set the kitchen on fire?"
I just wanted to get the fire going first, but who knew there would be so much smoke?
"I'll go in and take a look." Jiang Mingyue walked to the kitchen door. Never mind, I'll wait until the smoke dies down a bit before going in. Jin Yuan glanced at the siblings standing outside, too afraid to go in, and the two of them couldn't help but laugh. He scooped up a ladle of water, dampened a handkerchief, covered his mouth and nose, and carried the ladle into the kitchen. He poured the ladle of water onto the firewood, and the fire went out, so naturally the smoke stopped as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's not that you were cheated when you bought firewood from Shi Ying. Only half-dried firewood produces so much smoke when burned. In the future, if you go to the East Market to buy firewood, you should buy it from Old Shu. He's in his early 50s, has very dark skin, and a scar on the left side of his face is easy to recognize. Although his firewood is 2 wen more expensive than others, it burns much longer and produces very little smoke.
Thinking of the empty kitchen, Shui Yuan immediately added another reminder.
For pots, bowls and pans, go to the East Market early in the morning. You can usually find everything there. For rice and flour, go to the Shen family grain shop. Shopkeeper Shen is very honest in his business, and never takes advantage of newcomers. Also,
Shi Wan went on to tell Jiang Mingyue and her brother all sorts of things in great detail.
Did you remember all that?
We did.
Thank you so much, sir. Once my brother and I have settled in, we'll be sure to visit and thank you properly. Please don't let us keep you. If you need any help, just come next door and find me. By the way, this is the spot for drawing water. Has it been moved over?
Yes, I moved it here myself. Brother Shi, would it be alright if I come here often to fetch water in the future?
Brother.
Let's go by the market price now, about 2 wen per bucket of water.
That's fine.
The agreement is very clear. If he hadn't agreed, Jiang Mingyue probably wouldn't come to fetch water here anymore. Brother Qi, thank you. You're welcome. Jiang Mingyue feels that Shi Yuan across from her is still the same person, and his expression is no different from before, but she senses that something about his mood seems a bit off. Shi Yuan also noticed the girl's gaze lingering on him for quite a while. "What are you doing, Brother Shi? Are you a little unhappy?" As soon as she said this, Shi Yuan looked up, feeling a bit surprised in his heart. It was because of Jiang Mingyue's sensitivity. In life, there will always be many unhappy things, but no matter what, our mood is something we can adjust ourselves. A happy day is still a day, and an unhappy day is also a day, so we should be happy every day. Why make things difficult for ourselves? Seeing her racking her brains to comfort him, Si Yuan's mood suddenly improved a lot.
Thank you. You're right. I really shouldn't let other people's mistakes affect my own mood.
I'm glad you've thought it through, Brother Shi. Are you free the day after tomorrow?
I'm free in the evening.
You've helped my sister and me a lot during this time. I wonder if we might have the honor of inviting you to dinner at a restaurant.
Let's just buy some groceries and eat at home. It's convenient and affordable.
For the first time, the Academy felt that he was actually so considerate and someone who's good at thinking of others. But why does Jiang Mingyue's expression look a bit odd? Brother Shi, does it have to be at home?
Is there some difficulty with that?
Jiang Mingyue hesitated for a few moments between telling the truth or a lie, but in the end, she still chose to tell the truth. Two don't know how to cook. Humph. Shi Yuan felt as if he was hearing things. Isn't cooking a basic life skill? Looking at the obedient and well-behaved Jiang Mingyue in front of him, well, maybe it is for other people. But someone like her was clearly raised by her parents and has never really suffered any hardships.
So how do you usually handle meals?
When I first left home, I ate communal meals with the people from the escort agency. You have no idea how bad those meals tasted. Maybe it was the water, but there was a strong earthy flavor, and they were always short on salt and oil. When Shi Yuan was traveling outside, he also spent some time journeying with the people from the escort agency. The whole escort team ate together, but naturally, the food wasn't anything special. It was barely edible. My brother and I just couldn't get used to it, and after only 2 meals, we both started having stomach troubles. After that, we just endured it. Even if we were hungry, we wouldn't touch the dishes. Hearing this, Shi Yuan glanced at Jiang Mingyeti's siblings actually managed not to starve to death, which was honestly a miracle. Fortunately, besides the dishes, the escort agency usually had things like cornbread, steamed buns, and pancakes. When we couldn't stand the hunger anymore, we'd eat those. Some of the escorts were really bad, though. Some would even deliberately spit on the cornbread and steamed buns. Shi Yuan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the beautiful Jiang Mingye. As a man himself, he immediately understood why those escorts did such things. It really scared me to death. Did you eat any? No, after that, every time we reached a dock, we would get off the boat to buy some pastries and local snacks. Even now, thinking back on it still makes me a bit uneasy. I really don't know how we managed to get through that journey.
Fortunately, you made it through. That's great.
Yeah, that's right. Luckily, we made it through. Life got much better after we arrived in Wanping. The food at Ziwei Building, where Shang Jun came, was all delicious. At first, I thought, wow, Shang Jun came to Ziwei Building. Those are the best restaurants in the county. Their signature dishes are famous throughout Wanping. Whenever my younger brother and I craved something tasty, we'd go to these 2 restaurants, order 2 or 3 dishes, and treat ourselves.
And what about in the future? Are you planning to buy food like this every day?
Of course not. Lately, I've already started learning how to cook.
Oh? So what have you learned to make?
Porridge. Do you even need to learn how to make porridge? As she spoke about this, Jiang Mingyue's eyes lit up, and she looked very proud. Shi Yuan nodded approvingly.
Not bad.
That's probably the most insincere thing he's ever said. I also think I'm pretty impressive. He actually seems quite proud of himself.
Just drinking porridge probably isn't enough, right?
That's why I also bought things like steamed buns, stuffed buns, and meat pies.
Not planning to learn how to cook?
It's so hard, so complicated. I'm afraid I won't be able to learn, and besides, I don't want to spend every day tied to the stove. Shi Yuan was speechless for a moment. All right, he gets it now, so this is a flower that needs to be carefully nurtured, huh?
The day after tomorrow, you guys buy the ingredients, and I'll do the cooking.
Isn't that a bit much to ask?
If you feel bad about it, you can help out with some chores the day after tomorrow, too. I really enjoy cooking, and I love the process. You're inviting me over for a meal to make me happy, so let's just do it my way.
All right then, when the time comes, I'll help Brother Shi pick the vegetables for a bit. Shi Yuan walked into the side room, scooped out most of the stir-fried rabbit meat, and poured a bowl of the pork rib and mushroom soup.
I made a bit too much food and can't finish it all myself. If you don't mind, you can take some back to eat.
Jiang Mingyue looked at the food being handed over and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. He didn't mind at all, but... The little girl stared at the food in her hands with her bright, clear eyes. She clearly wanted it, but was still hesitating. Shi Yuan pushed the food a bit closer to her.
Hey, go ahead and take it.
Thank you, big brother.
Aren't you going to try it?
All right. Although the little girl ate very delicately, she made the food look incredibly appetizing. Seeing his relaxed expression and the look of delight as he ate, it was obvious that the stir-fried rabbit suited his taste perfectly. After he finished eating, Shi Yuan finally spoke up and asked,
How is it?
It's really delicious. Brother Shi, your cooking is amazing. Shi Yuan's lips curled up as he smiled.
As long as you like it.
After seeing Jiang Mingyue off and closing the courtyard gate, Shi Yuan, who hadn't had much of an appetite, suddenly felt a bit hungry himself, thinking of how much Jiang Mingyue had just enjoyed the food. He served the remaining rabbit meat onto the table and began to eat slowly. The taste really is quite good. After finishing a steamed bun, Shi Yuan suddenly realized something. His mood had improved. When he first returned from Shi family village, his heart was filled with violence and murderous intent. But now, he simply felt happy, and everything tasted delicious. How did it change so much?
I spent a considerable amount of time reading in Mr. Shi's study. From this point forward, I can go to Mr. Shi's place every morning to read for a full half an hour.
Sigh, that's really wonderful. It seems Big Brother Shi really likes you. He looked at his younger brother, but there wasn't much joy on his face. So he asked, "What's wrong?"
Sister, I feel a bit uneasy. We have no relation to Mr. Shi at all, so why does he go out of his way to look after us?
Are you afraid he has some ulterior motive? Do you think there's anything about you that he could possibly be after? Jiang Minghong fell silent at these words. Is there or isn't there? Do you still remember Brother Yang? Jiang Minghong knew that the Brother Yang her sister mentioned was Escort Master Yang from the Security Escort Agency. She remembered. Ever since we entered the escort agency, he has looked after us in every way. I can say that if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have made it to Wamping. Father, there are bad people in this world, but there are always more good people than bad. Besides, my younger brother is clever and eager to learn. Maybe Brother Shi just appreciates his talent. Her sister's words temporarily dispelled the doubts in Jiang Minghong's heart. This life is different from the previous one, after all. He shouldn't judge Shi Yuan in this life through the lens of his past life. Besides, the Shi Yuan he knew before was already 35 years old. But now, Shi Yuan is only 21.
Thank you, sister. I understand now. You go ahead and read by yourself. If there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask you.
Jiang Minghong respectfully opened the booklet, only to find that it contained the exam questions for child students from various counties over the past 10 years. He was immediately surprised, not knowing how Shi Yuan had managed to collect them.
Calm your mind.
Jiang Minghong immediately composed himself and began to read it earnestly and attentively. Xiang glanced at Jiang Minghong, who was fully absorbed in reading, then quietly got up and tiptoed out. In the kitchen, Xian saw that the dough had already finished fermenting and began to make meat pies. The filling had been chopped and marinated by her before Jiang Minghong arrived, so by now it was already full of flavor. Usually his breakfast consists of just a bowl of porridge, a steamed bun, and a fried egg, rarely as elaborate and time-consuming as today. But today, Shi Yuan was thoroughly enjoying himself.
I've already had breakfast. Eat before you go back. Thank you, sir, but my sister is still waiting for me to come back. I'll join you for breakfast another day, if that's all right.
Shi Yuan nodded. He picked up the meat pies he had already packed and handed them to Jiang Minghong.
I made some extra. Take them back with you to eat.
Jiang Minghong wanted to refuse, but the meat pies just smelled too good.
Thank you, sir.
In the Jiang family kitchen...
Sister, what are you cooking?
Milk. I just went to the East Market for a stroll, saw someone selling milk, and bought some back. Jiang Mingyue looked at the meat pies on the plate. These were from Mr. Jie.
Wow, that's a lot of beef. Sister, how do you plan to eat it?
When I bought it, I was just thinking about how delicious beef dumplings and braised beef would be. But after leaving the East Market, I realized I don't actually know how to make them. You. Why don't you take all this beef and the beef bones and give them to Brother Shi?
Alright.
After seeing Jiang Minghong off, Shi Yuan carried the basket to the kitchen. He first took out the milk, blew on the steam rising from it, and took a sip. Not bad. Looks like that girl has learned to make more than just porridge now. She can make milk too. Oh, and there are eggs as well. Sitting down in the theater, he took a sip of milk, then a bite of egg, but the pies he had painstakingly made himself remained untouched. It seemed that the eggs and milk tasted even better than the pies he had made.
Sister, will Mr. Shi stay and have dinner with us?
All right, go keep Mr. Shi company. I'll eat here in the kitchen.
Mr. Shi, there's no need to deliberately avoid suspicion here. In your heart, my sister and I aren't all that different.
What do you mean by that? Although there was no need to deliberately avoid suspicion, she herself hadn't officially entered the main household yet. Also, when it came to mealtime, for the sake of Mingyue's reputation, the two of them deliberately left the doors wide open.
My sister and I used to go to the military mess hall to eat. He would always order a plate of braised beef. The chef there made it well, but it was still nowhere near as good as yours, sir. Sir, your cooking is so good. Did you learn from a master?
Looks like this young lady really does love braised beef.
I never specifically learned it. The method isn't complicated. After eating it 2 or 3 times, I just picked it up.
In the side room, Jiang Mingyue listened to the constant conversation coming from the main hall and could tell the atmosphere was good. She withdrew her gaze and focused on eating. This braised beef was just perfect for her taste. A quarter of an hour later, seeing that the two had finished eating, Jiang Mingyue walked out of the kitchen.
We don't have much prepared at home, so if our hospitality is lacking in any way, Brother Shi, please forgive us.
I'm not picky, and the porridge is really delicious.
Jian thought the porridge he cooked was very tasty. Jiang Mingyue instantly felt a great sense of accomplishment.
Then tomorrow morning I'll cook a bit more and have my younger brother bring it to you. Brother Ji, you don't need to go out of your way to make porridge.
Alright, tomorrow morning I'll trade you some beef buns.
There's no need for that. How could I accept your kindness?
The one who should feel embarrassed is me. After all, you were the ones who bought the beef. It's settled then.
Jiang Mingyue and the other person saw Shi Yuan off. Earlier, you said that in Brother Shi's eyes, there's not much difference between you and me. What did you mean by that? Jiang Minghong fell silent. He felt that the answer wasn't something his sister would want to hear.
One day, while chatting idly with Mr. Shi, he mentioned a few things and said you were lively and spirited.
He's actually pretty good at giving compliments.
Archie thinks lively and spirited those words sound like they're praising an energetic young lady.
Sister, you're only 16. You really are still a young girl, aren't you?
When your mother was your age, she and your father were already married.
Can we even have a proper conversation anymore?
Xiaoming also felt a bit upset and pouted. She called out Minghong, covered her mouth with her right hand, and went back to her room. Inside the boudoir, Jiang Mingyue stood in front of the mirror, looking at her reflection from the right. The girl in the mirror was graceful and well-proportioned. Although her face still had a bit of baby fat, her body was already well-developed. No matter how you looked at her, she didn't seem like a little girl anymore.
Who is she calling immature, huh?
Ji Yuan had no idea that, because of that one comment, he had offended Jiang Mingye.
Send all the things on the mixer truck to Mr. Shi as well.
Alright. Now she doesn't even call him big brother anymore. Sister really is doing this on purpose. Isn't sister a bit much?
Mr. Z said we should prepare the ingredients. Did he specify which ones? In that case, the more the better, of course.
But
No buts. Hurry up and take them over. I'll be waiting for you to come back for breakfast, sister.
Jiang Minghong could only look at her stubborn sister and respond with an O. Sai can't afford to mess with her, really can't.
Jiaji didn't really know what to prepare, so she just bought a bit of everything and figured Mr. Shi could decide what to do with it.
Shi Yuan thought he really should have anticipated this. It seems that in the future, he'll still have to handle these kinds of things himself.
Ji, how about you change into something else?
Don't I look good like this?
You look good. But
As long as I look good, that's enough. Let's go. We shouldn't keep Mr. Shi waiting.
Sigh. If she had known that saying those words would upset her sister so much, Jiang Minghong would never have said them. Unfortunately, it's too late for regrets now. The two of them arrived at the Shi family home. In the kitchen, Shi Yuan heard the sound of knocking and knew the siblings had arrived. As he stepped out of the kitchen, his eyes immediately fell on the young girl behind Jiang Minghong. If there were such things as enchantresses in this world, Shi Yuan thought, they must be like Jiang Mingyue, someone for whom one would willingly give up their life. His heart, which had been steady for 21 years, began to race uncontrollably as Jiang Mingyue approached. The family heirloom, which usually lay still and lifeless, now seemed more eager than ever to prove its existence. Shi Yuan's slender hand slowly curled into a fist. He did his best to suppress the restless stirrings in his heart, and to avoid losing his composure, he deliberately averted his gaze. Physics clear.
Mr. Xie, you have helped us so much during this time. Xiao Hong and I are truly grateful. We've prepared a small token of our appreciation, and we hope you'll accept it.
Mr. Xi Yuan immediately sensed a subtle change in his tone, still polite, but now tinged with a hint of courteous distance. But just yesterday, everything was still fine.
no need to be so polite. Xiaohong is a bright and eager child. I like her very much.
Hearing this, Jiang Minghong appropriately showed a hint of happiness.
Lucky audience. We really do like her for who she is.
Today, besides coming to express our gratitude, my brother and I also have something we'd like to discuss with Mr. C.
Please, feel free to say whatever is on your mind.
Now that everything at home has been settled, I'd like to send my younger brother to the Yushi private school tomorrow, if that's possible.
There are a total of 12 classes at the private school, and you have 2 ways to enroll. The first is through my recommendation, which allows you to enter the Yushi private school without taking an entrance exam. But at most, you can only enter the Bing or Ding class. The annual tuition, along with other expenses, comes to about 30. Books are charged separately. The second way is that I recommend you to take the entrance exam for the Jia class. If you pass, not only will your tuition be completely waived, but if you rank in the top 3 each month, you'll also receive rewards like paper, ink, and pens. So, would you like to consider my suggestion of joining the Bing class or the Jia class? With your current level of knowledge, you won't learn anything useful in the Bing class. If you don't want to waste your time, you should join the Jia class. If you study hard for a year, passing next year's Tongsheng exam shouldn't be a problem.
Is it just the Tongsheng exam? Even with the experiences of 2 lifetimes combined, I still have to study diligently for another year just to pass the Tongsheng exam. It seems that in his previous life, my younger brother never entered the official examination system. What happened that made him change his life plans? Was it related to Ant and the others?
Hawu, listen to the teacher's advice. If you're willing to participate in the mock entrance exam, come with me. Miss Jiang, could you help me wash some wild vegetables?
Jiang Mingye responded with an okay and turned to go into the kitchen.
These are the exam questions from Class A's monthly test. The difficulty level is about the same as the entrance exam. Finish them, then come out. Yes.
Xian glanced at Jiang Minghong, who was already absorbed in the exam questions, and quietly turned to leave.
Xiaohong is working on the questions.
As Jiang Mingyue responded and started to walk out, the man suddenly took a step back. It was unclear whether he did it on purpose or not, but he happened to block her way. Jiang Mingyu looked up, a bit puzzled, and glanced at Ji Yuan.
Why are you still mad at me? Why are you still mad at me?
Shi Wan stared straight at him and asked. Jiang Mingye gently bit her lip. She lowered her head, showing the man only the back of her head.
Once again, he saw right through me and my reaction. Was it that obvious? Yeah.
As the man's deep voice sounded, a tall figure suddenly loomed over him. Jiang Ming instinctively looked up, only to realize that Ji Wan had somehow already walked right up to him. The close distance made Jiang Mingyue feel a bit uneasy, so he took a couple of steps back.
You say that I, Lin Dong, am lively again.
That soft, gentle voice carried a hint of mock accusation. Her large, peach blossom eyes looked at him with a trace of grievance, as if he had wronged her. Even though, at this moment, he really wanted to.
I'm not a little girl anymore.
Things at the theatre are getting a bit out of control. He glanced at her ample curves, his voice turning hoarse.
Jileji really isn't a little girl anymore.
Realizing that his thoughts were becoming more and more inappropriate, he slowly exhaled a hot breath at the theater. As his mind calmed down, he began to collect himself, and when he spoke again, his voice had returned to normal.
You really care about my opinion?
Jiang Mingyue realized and lowered her head again. Shi Wan was in a great mood, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He didn't press the issue further, lest Jiang Mingyue get angry and start avoiding him in the future.
I apologize for what I said earlier.
It's all right now.
Hearing Shi Yuan change the subject, Jiang Mingyue suddenly breathed a sigh of relief.
Don't dress like that anymore.
Why not?
Jiang Mingye was a little confused.
Does it not look good?
It's not about whether it looks good or not.
Then what is it about?
Whomping isn't as safe as you think. There aren't many gentlemen like me around, you know?
The man's gaze lingered on her, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion, making her feel uneasy under his deep stare. Jiang Mingye lowered her eyes to avoid his gaze.
I understand, I get it.
Seeing this made him feel a bit uneasy, so he stepped aside to clear the way.
Go wash the wild vegetables.
Okay.
Jiang Mingye quickly walked past her, carrying the basket. The man didn't go into the kitchen right away. His gaze lingered on that slender figure for a long time before he finally looked away. It wasn't until a breeze blew by that he took a deep breath, suppressed all his restlessness, and went into the kitchen. While preparing dinner, as Jiang Mingye was drawing water and washing wild vegetables by the well, she couldn't help but recall the way Shi Yuan had just looked at her. It felt as if his gaze had burned right through her. After finishing with the river shrimp, Shi Wan looked at the child washing the wild vegetables and asked a question.
It's done.
Is it done? Si Yuan thought that if he didn't urge him, he probably wouldn't know how long he'd keep washing. Looks like he was scared just now.
Help me light the fire.
All right.
How do you want to eat these river shrimp?
When I was buying the shrimp, I was just thinking about making things difficult for him, not about how to eat them.
These shrimp are pretty big. What do you think?
Seeing that the young girl had no particular idea, Shi Wan suggested. All right, what is this?
I call it fruit vinegar. Last year, when I was traveling, I went into the mountains with a few friends, happened upon a mountain spring, and was extremely thirsty, so I picked some wild fruits and brewed some fruit vinegar.
I didn't expect Brother Shi to know how to make vinegar too. That's really impressive.
Hearing his tone return to its usual calmness, Shi Wan looked up at him and said with deep meaning,
The vinegar is very good. If you want to learn, I can teach you in the future.
Jiang Mingyue didn't catch the undertone in his words.
Did you also use fruit vinegar in the tea you just gave me?
It wasn't fruit vinegar, but rather the wild fruits from the fruit vinegar that I like.
Jiang Mingyue nodded vigorously.
There's still some left in the room.
Thank you.
Si Yuan lowered his eyes, watching the person with rosy lips drink tea from a bamboo cup, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. He looked away.
Should the fish be braised or steamed?
Let's braise it.
Xuan softly responded with an eem. As Jiang Mingyue sipped her tea, her gaze involuntarily fell on Xuan. She hadn't expected that although he looked thin, he actually had a pretty good figure.
What are you looking at?
The moment that deep voice sounded, Jiang Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. Seeing that Shi Yuan didn't look up at him, Jiang Mingyue slowly let out a breath. He randomly came up with an excuse.
I'm watching how you prepare the fish. Have you learned it? Number?
After Jiang Mingyue finished speaking, he lowered his head and earnestly tended to the fire. Xi Yuan glanced at his slightly flushed face, the corners of his mouth curling up just a bit before quickly returning to normal. The next day, the siblings changed into relatively decent clothes before heading out. When Xi Yuan was leaning against the wall reading and heard the door next door open, he didn't immediately get distracted to look. Instead, he focused on finishing the page he was reading that night. As he turned around, he met Jiang Mingyue's bright and clean hat.
Big brother Shi.
Xi Yuan nodded gently and kindly.
Let's go.
The three of them arrived. At the entrance of the private school, Jiang Mingyue stopped, watching the two enter the school before leaving herself.
Sister, I passed the assessment. Tomorrow at a certain time I'll go to the private school to study.
My little brother is amazing. What should we bring tomorrow?
Uncle, just brush, ink and paper.
We already have brush, ink, and paper at home. In the afternoon, I'll go with you to buy the 4 books.
No need. On my way back, Mr. Shi gave me a set of the 4 books, and he also adjusted my future study schedule to be more flexible.
Brother Shi really is a good person. If you ever achieve something in the future, you must not forget the kindness he showed you today.
Yes, I'll remember it.
If he truly only cherishes talent and has no ulterior motives, then naturally, I will regard Shi Yuan as a respected mentor. But if this
is the maid I just bought. Her name is Shiliu. Shiliu. This is the young master. This servant greets the young master. This maid has a good character. She was willing to sell herself for her family, which shows she is kind-hearted and filial. We can feel at ease employing someone like her.
As far as Hong knows, there are no lessons with the teacher today. Why did you get up so early, sir? I made an appointment with Dr. Luan to go up the mountain and gather herbs today. Oh.
The two of them walked out of the alley one after the other. When Jiang Minghong arrived at the private school, people kept coming up to greet him. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he understood just how important connections are. So even though he had only been here for a few days, he already knew most of the people in Class A and could exchange a few words with them except for Shen Yu, of course. But he wasn't worried at all, because he believed he would definitely become friends with Shen Yu.
You haven't come to the clinic for consultations in a while. Have you been busy lately?
I have indeed been a bit busy.
Luan Ye asked curiously.
What have you been busy with?
Teaching a disciple.
You actually took on a disciple? Is it that young prodigy, Shen Yu?
No, it's not him.
Then who is it?
You'll find out in the future.
Lan Yi watched the person walking past him and followed after him.
I can't help but feel there's something odd about you today.
Shi Yuan smiled but didn't say anything. It's not the right time yet. In the afternoon, Luan Yi came down from the mountain, looked at Shi Yuan, and said irritably,
I told you to gather herbs, but you just don't take it seriously. Instead, you go picking wild fruits. What's so good about wild fruits this season? They're all astringent and sour. I won't eat them, and yet you insist I try, then my teeth are still aching. How am I supposed to eat dinner tonight?
Drink porridge.
Next time, I'll just take you into the mountains myself. Like the old man I am.
Shi Yuanan looked at the person walking away so quickly and smiled as he hurried to catch up. After dinner, Zhao Minghong came next door.
Have you eaten? I've already eaten. Why don't you go into the study first? I'll be there in a moment.
While Jiang Minghong was looking for a book in the study, he suddenly noticed that there was actually a painting hanging on the wall. This is from Yuanjiang. Could it be that Mr. Shi has been to their place before?
Sir has been to Yuanjiang Prefecture. In the past, while traveling, I passed through Yuanjiang Prefecture and stayed there for a few days. This painting probably depicts a scene from when I was boating on the lake.
Si Yuan nodded gently. Jiang Minghong saw her gazing gently at the young woman in the painting, so he asked curiously,
The girl in the water? She is my lifesaver.
I'm afraid it's not just a simple debt of gratitude for saving your life. Otherwise, his eyes wouldn't be filled with such deep affection. Could it be that in his previous life, the reason he didn't marry wasn't because of Princess Xiaoyang, but because he already had someone he loved? Before Jiang Minghong could think it through, Xi Yuan called him over to the desk. Time flies by when you're studying, and in the blink of an eye, most of the day has already passed.
Let's stop here for today. It's getting late. I picked some wild fruits in the mountains today. Take them home to eat.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hello, shopkeeper. Are you hiring? I know embroidery, am familiar with all kinds of fabrics, and can do basic mental arithmetic. I think you can handle this job, miss.
You're not from around here, are you?
I'm from Yuanjiang Prefecture.
Jiang Mingyue repeated the same story she had told before to the shopkeeper. But this time, she added a few more details, telling the shopkeeper that she was already engaged, her fiancé had earned academic honors, and was studying at an academy, and so on.
You know embroidery?
Yes, I do.
Jiang Mingyue took out her embroidered handkerchief and handed it to the shopkeeper.
What fine embroidery.
The key is that her embroidery is very lively and looks incredibly lifelike.
With such excellent embroidery skills, why don't you consider becoming a professional embroiderer?
I'm afraid it would hurt my eyes. And I'm also worried about straining my hands.
Being a shop assistant is also very hard work.
But it's quite interesting, and I can handle this hardship.
Then let's try it for 10 days first. If you can stick with it, we'll sign a contract.
Thank you, shopkeeper. I will do my best.
My surname is Han. Everyone usually calls me Shopkeeper Han. How should I address you?
My surname is Jiang Mingyue. At home, everyone calls me Mingye.
Shopkeeper Han nodded, called over the three assistants, introduced them to each other, told Jiang Mingyue the time to start work the next day, and then got busy again. Before leaving the Jingxu workshop, she heard the shopkeeper say,
Learn our local dialect as soon as possible.
Sigh.
not being able to communicate really is a big obstacle.
I found a job in the county, and I'll start work tomorrow.
Jiang Minghong was surprised, but not happy to hear this. He was basically against it. But seeing his sister's beaming face, the words of objection stuck in his throat, and he swallowed them back down.
So, sister had already been thinking about finding work.
First, I don't want to waste time doing nothing. Second, I want to integrate into Wamping as soon as possible. And third, it's to avoid drawing attention. Everyone knows that studying costs a lot of money. And since our family has fallen on hard times, if I don't find a job, wouldn't that be telling others that we still have money?
Sister's reasons were so solid that Jiang Minghong couldn't find a way to object.
What kind of job did you find, sister?
Do you still remember Jingxiu Fang?
I remember.
It's the biggest embroidery shop in Wamping. She and her sister had gone there before to buy fabric.
I'll be working as an assistant at Jingxiu Fang.
Hearing this, Jiang Minghong looked at her sister with a heart full of pain.
Sister, working as an assistant will be very hard.
Her sister was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, raised like a precious jewel. Even though they've fallen on hard times, she still didn't want her sister to suffer.
If you want to do something, we can buy a shop and run our own business.
I've thought about all the things you mentioned, but we're strangers here, and opening a shop isn't that easy. Besides, I don't want to deal with all that hassle. Right now, this job is just right for me.
Sister, you've already said that it's not good for you to be out in public all day like this.
Back when we were at home, our parents never planned to let me get married. Now that something has happened to our family, and you want me to stay, there's even less chance of me getting married. Besides, I don't want to get married anyway, so I don't care about being out in public.
Whether it's frightening or not, we can talk about that later. Although Aji may not be a peerless beauty, she's still exceptionally attractive. With how well Jingxi Workshop is doing, there's no telling how many people come and go every day. If any of them develop greedy intentions and want to take something by force, what are we supposed to do then?
I've thought about all the things you mentioned as well. From now on, whenever I go out, I'll use makeup to conceal my appearance. Also, I've already told the shopkeeper that I'm engaged. My fiancé has earned academic honors and is studying at the academy. This news will gradually spread. With such a fiancé here, most people probably won't dare to have any ideas about me. Brother Xie, I've brought you some fresh milk.
The young girl stood obediently there, holding a small tray in her right hand. On it were 2 cups of steaming hot milk and a small plate of beautifully arranged pastries. As she held these things, the scene looked so warm and pleasant.
You all have to study late into the night, so you should nourish yourselves more. Thank you, come on in.
Jiang Mingyue walked into the small courtyard, her gaze naturally falling on Shi Yuan. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Even though he was wearing the most ordinary long robe, he still looked very handsome. As expected, good-looking people look good in anything. After walking a few steps with the man, Jiang Mingyue's gaze fell on her younger brother, who was frowning, and she stopped walking. Hearing that the footsteps following behind him had stopped, Shi Yuan paused, turned around, and looked at Jiang Mingyue to ask,
Is what you're looking at difficult, little brother?
As the young woman approached, Shi Yuan caught a faint, fresh fragrance. In the dim light, she didn't notice that the hem of her skirt was draping over his shoes. He lowered his eyes and glanced at the swaying hem of her skirt, feeling a slight itch in his throat.
It's not difficult, he just hasn't understood it yet.
Oh. Jiang Mingyue didn't notice the slight hoarseness in the man's voice. She simply followed him for a few steps, realizing they were heading toward the main hall. She looked at him in confusion. Shouldn't they be going to the study?
Xiaoheng is reading seriously right now, so let's not disturb him.
Shi Yuan spoke in an extremely natural tone, as if he was doing it all for Xiaohong's sake. All right.
It's getting dark. Watch your step. I'll go light the lamps. Would you like some water?
Jiang Mingwei gently shook her head. Shi Yuan turned around, opened a drawer, and took out an oiled paper packet from inside. He handed it to Jiang Mingyue. Jiang Mingyue saw the bright red juicy cherries and couldn't help but eat one.
They're so delicious. Thank you, Big Brother Jay.
The red juice seemed to stain her rosy lips, making them look especially moist and tempting. Shi Yuan suddenly felt parched, so he averted his gaze and took a sip from the bamboo cup.
Are they selling these on the street now? How come I haven't seen them?
These were given to me by a teacher at the private school. The cherries at his house ripened earlier, so they haven't started selling them on the street yet.
Hearing this, Jiang Mingye suddenly felt the cherries in her hand were a bit hot to the touch, and she immediately offered them to Shiwei.
Big Brother Xie, you should have some too.
You go ahead. I don't really like them.
Jiang Mingyue instantly regained her composure. These cherries really are delicious. Si Yuan was drinking milk. His gaze landed directly on the young girl. He really is easy to read, and extremely pure. He just believes what I say so easily. I wonder if he's like this with others too, with not a hint of wariness.
Big Brother Shi, don't you have something to say? Can you teach me to speak Wamping dialect?
Having to trouble Shi Yuan again made Jiang Mingwei feel quite embarrassed, so his voice was very soft at this moment. Although his voice was soft, Yuan still heard him clearly. He immediately agreed, even though he was very young.
Why did you suddenly think of learning the Wamping dialect?
I found a job and need to deal with people. Most of the customers. They all speak the local dialect, which I can't understand. But they have trouble communicating with me, so I need to learn to speak the Wamping dialect as soon as possible.
Upon hearing this, Xian frowned. His first reaction was to object. It was just too unsafe. But when the words of protest reached his lips, he swallowed them back down. Because he had no grounds to object, he finally understood why Jiang Minghong had seemed so distracted earlier.
I know I was a bit presumptuous, Brother Shi. Just pretend I never brought it up. It's getting late.
I didn't find it presumptuous at all. I'm out of money.
Jiang Mingyue shook her head.
Then why are you looking for a partner?
Jiang Mingye lowered her head again.
I want to be someone my younger brother can rely on. I want to grow up quickly, and I also want to fit into Wamping as soon as possible.
These words touched Shiwei. He thought of his own sister, the one who, as a slave, wanted to hold up the sky for him.
You are both wonderful sisters.
You...
I can teach you.
Thank you, brother.
What are you looking for, man?
Worked as a waiter at Jingxiu Fang.
He knows about Jin Shufang.
When you are there, you have to protect yourself.
Xuan finally couldn't help but remind him. It's no wonder he's so worried, mainly because he's just too attractive. And he's already, well, G. Other girls his age usually never leave the house, just waiting to get married. Thinking of this, Shi Yuan belatedly realized that all this time he had actually overlooked something very important.
Has your family ever arranged a marriage for you before?
Shi Yuan seemed to ask casually, but the way his hand tightly gripped the bamboo cup betrayed him his heart was far from as calm as he appeared. Jiang Mingyue didn't understand how the conversation had suddenly shifted to such a major event in her life.
No, I haven't.
Si Yuan suddenly let go of the bamboo cup.
I'm rather pampered. All these years I've never really suffered or worried about anything. My parents are afraid that if I marry into a wealthy family, I might be bullied. So they've always planned to find a husband for me instead. That's why they haven't arranged a marriage for me elsewhere.
Shi Yuan was in a rather good mood. The corners of his lips curled up briefly before he quickly composed himself again. Good. Very good.
What about you, Brother Shi? Why are you still alone?
Si Yuan has both scholarly honors and good looks, and his temperament is excellent. By all rights, he should have been married long ago. In this era, being over 20 and still unmarried already makes him an eligible bachelor left behind.
I've just never met anyone I truly liked. I don't want to settle for less.
He thought his life would proceed step by step according to his previous plans. Looking at the young girl in front of him, Shi Yuan realized that meeting her was actually an accident.
Life is long. You really shouldn't just settle.
After Jiang Mingye finished speaking, she noticed that Shi Yuan's gaze lingered on her face for quite a while. With her clear eyes wide open, she was puzzled by the man. Shi Yuan's thin lips moved slightly. He suddenly spoke a sentence in Wanping dialect. Ah, Jiang Mingyue looked even more confused. Because she didn't understand a single word, a gentle smile appeared on Shi Yuan's face.
Wanping dialect. Let me teach you how to speak Wanping dialect.
Okay. Ah, we're starting already? Actually, Jiang Mingyue wasn't even ready yet. The man's voice was clear and bright, and he taught very well. Jiang Mingye listened with great interest and studied very earnestly. Time passed little by little like this, and Jiang Mingyue didn't even notice when her younger brother came in.
It's very late. Let's stop here for tonight.
Jiang Mingyue responded with an "oh," and only then noticed her younger brother.
The lesson is over.
Jiang Minghong replied with a "hmm."
Then let's go home. We should thank Big Brother a lot today. Good night.
Good night. What's going on between Sister and Mr. Shi?
I'm learning the Wanping dialect from Brother C.
Jiang Mingyo explained to her younger brother the reason she was learning the Wanping dialect.
Ah, I'm tired. Let's go to bed early. We still have to get up early tomorrow.
These days, Shi Yuan has been so good to the sibling so good that it made him feel quite uneasy. Could it be that Shi Yuan really has no ulterior motives? At 5:15 in the morning, although there was only a faint glimmer of light in the sky, the Jingxi workshop had already opened its doors.
Good morning.
Morning.
Shopkeeper Han Lanlan, looked up at Jiang Mingyue and was actually stunned.
Your face.
I did my makeup like this on purpose. It's safer this way.
Now that's a clever person. By 5:15, everyone in the shop had already arrived. By this time, customers were already arriving one after another. Jiang Mingye didn't try to compete for customers, but instead followed behind them, listening and learning as she went. Only when the shop became busier did she start to serve the customers herself. As the sun slowly moved overhead, her younger brother Jiang Minghong parted ways with his friends and hurried straight to Jingxu workshop. At that moment, his sister was talking to a middle-aged woman, speaking softly, with a polite and appropriate smile on her face. She was introducing various fabrics, describing them as if they were treasures, not showing the slightest bit of timidity. This confident and earnest sister at work was someone he had never seen before. At that moment, Jiang Minghong only felt that his sister seemed like a stranger, but he couldn't deny that this version of her was one for her eyes shone with light, and she seemed more vibrant than ever. He watched her quietly for a while, but did not disturb her. When she left the embroidery workshop, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a very familiar figure. Unfortunately, that figure disappeared in a flash. He didn't get a clear look. Meanwhile, at the street corner, Si Yuan saw Jiang Minghong leave, and only then did he step out from the shadows. He looked once more toward the Jingxi workshop. Just as he had thought before, most of the people coming and going from the Jingxi workshop were female guests, and the situation was not complicated. In fact, these people were even easier to deal with than he had expected. Hiding in the shadows, Shi Yuan observed that Jiang Mingyue was very much at ease interacting with customers inside the Jingxi workshop. Even though Qi Bin had some language difficulties, he managed to overcome them as well. Although Jiang Mingyue appeared delicate, Shi Yuan realized that he was much more resilient than he had imagined. Especially when he was doing something he was good at, his whole being seemed to radiate a brilliance so dazzling that it was hard to look away. After observing for more than 2 hours and seeing that Jiang Mingye had adapted well here, Shi Yuan was just about to leave. Just then, Jiang Mingyue came out with a customer.
Take care, and we look forward to your next visit.
This time, Shi Yuan didn't hide, so as soon as Jiang Mingyue looked up, she saw him. The girl's heart was startled, but then immediately filled with joy. He smiled and waved at her. Shi Yuan nodded gently. He had to admit, seeing Jiang Mingyue so happy made his own mood much better as well.
Brother Xie, what are you doing here?
I was on my way to the pharmacy and passed by here. I remembered you work here as an assistant, so I stopped to see you. Are you free to leave now?
Yes, I am. We have a 2-quarter-hour break at noon.
Let's go have lunch together.
Although it wasn't really proper, Xin Yuan still said it out loud.
Sure. 2 bowls of plain noodles, please. Coming right up.
Jiang Mingyue sat down across from Shi Yuan, gazing at the boiler bubbling with boiling water, as the wonderful aroma of noodles wafted over. His stomach grumbled uncontrollably, making him even hungrier. Shi Yan saw Jiang Mingye staring at the boiler and swallowing hungrily, blaming herself for not thinking ahead. She should have bought him something to eat earlier to tide him over.
Just wait a moment. It'll be ready soon.
A glass of water helped, since I've been talking all morning. My somewhat dry throat finally got a bit of relief.
Brother Shi, why did you choose to study medicine? Was it because you liked it?
No, it's because someone told me that studying medicine could make money.
Make money?
Studying is actually a very expensive thing. If I went straight into business, I would be looked down upon and ostracized by other scholars. But I needed money to make a living, so practicing medicine was the best choice.
Ah,
Jiang Mingyue had previously mentioned some things about Shi Yuan on behalf of the staff at the pawn shop. He knows how hard it is for children from poor families to get an education. What's more, in the theater business, you have to rely entirely on yourself. It's easy to imagine that he must have suffered a great deal in the past.
when heaven is about to entrust a great responsibility to someone, it must first distress their mind, tire their muscles and bones, and starve their body. All the hardships are now behind you. Brother Shi, your future official career will surely be smooth, with sunshine for miles and flowers blooming along the way.
Thank you for your kind words.
As the two were talking, the owner brought over 2 steaming bowls of noodles and placed them on the table.
Please enjoy your meal, gentlemen.
Thank you, boss.
Oh, you're welcome. Go ahead and eat.
Looking at the bright-eyed girl eating happily, Shuiyan's voice was very gentle.
I like it.
Since leaving Yuanjiang Prefecture, this is the first time I've had such authentic Yangchun noodles. They're so delicious.
Do you want another bowl?
Actually, this bowl is already quite big. If we order another one, he might not be able to finish it. But Shi Yuan seems to know exactly what he's thinking.
We can share it.
Isn't that a bit inappropriate? But looking at Shi Yuan, he seems completely at ease.
Then let's have another bowl.
Shi Yuan nodded and immediately asked the owner for another bowl. He wasn't very hungry, so he fiddled with his chopsticks and took a moment to admire the girl eating. Although Jiang Mingyue ate quickly, she wasn't the least bit crude. In fact, she was extremely graceful. And because she was eating with such relish, it actually made the food look even more appetizing. Even Shi Yuan felt that the noodles tasted better than usual.
Sorry, I fell asleep. It's okay. Thank you, Brother Shi. Let's get started now.
Shi Yuan glanced at the treasured blanket he had placed on his lap and responded with a hum. The elder first reviewed the dialects previously discussed, and only then did Xian begin teaching something new. However, not much was taught today.
All right, that's all for today. Go back early and get some rest.
Okay. Jiang Mingyuan responded with a hum, but couldn't help yawning as he stood up.
Are you very tired?
I don't really feel tired. Maybe it's because I drank some wine today. I'll head back first. Brother Shi, good night.
Good night.
After watching the young girl leave, Shi Yuan put the treasured blanket back in the bedroom before heading to the study. Later that night, lying in bed, Shi Yuan breathed in the faint fragrance from the thin blanket covering him and slowly closed his eyes. That night he once again had an incredibly vivid dream, only this time compared to the last. The images were even clearer this time. At dawn, Shi Yuan got up. Looking at the sheets that could no longer be slept on, he calmly changed them.
Little sister, it's you. Hello, big sister. This is my second aunt. Hello, auntie.
My husband's family name is Lin. May I ask how I should address you, miss?
My surname is Jiang.
So you are Miss Jiang. Thank you so much for helping us find the bracelet a few days ago. That bracelet may not be worth much, but it was the only thing my late husband left for Xiaoju. It's very important to us. Thank you again. It was just a small favor, Aunt Lin. There's no need to be so polite. Actually, I've been meaning to come by for a while, but I just couldn't find the time until today. I made this myself. I hope you won't mind, Miss Jiang. As she spoke, she took out a paper packet and pressed it into Jiang Mingyue's hand. Oh, I couldn't possibly accept this. I really can't take it. Please accept it. It's nothing much, but if you don't take it, Miss Jiang, it would seem like you look down on this little treat. Sister, just take it. My mother made this pea cake. It's really delicious. The situation with the three of them had already drawn the attention of others in the shop. Wu Mei listened to their conversation for a while, glanced at the young girl, and, for reasons unknown, let out a soft snort. Unable to refuse the Lin family's kindness, Jiang Mingyue finally accepted the pea cake. The two chatted for a while. Only then did he take his daughter and leave. As soon as the Lin mother and daughter left, Wu Mei immediately came over to Jiang Mingyue. Some people, huh? Relying on her looks, she goes around every day like a hen trying to curry favor everywhere. No wonder she's so skinny, her head's all pointy from scheming. Mingyu, come here. The shop assistant and Aunt He waved at Mingwei, calling her over. Ignoring Wu Mei completely, Mingwei walked straight to He Shi.
Auntie, is there something you need?
What did Wu Mei just say to you?
Nothing much.
Hey, I overheard a bit. She was stirring up trouble again, wasn't she? She really has issues. Nothing good ever comes out of her mouth, just ignore her. She acts all high and mighty just because her husband is a manager for the boss. Who does she think she is? Putting on airs in front of us. Sai, you're still unmarried. If you get into an argument with her, no matter who's right or wrong, it won't be good for your reputation.
Thank you, Auntie. I understand.
Although Wu Mei speaks harshly and is difficult to get along with, Aunt He and another worker, Wang Xuan, are both extremely easygoing. They've helped her a lot during this time. Over the next half hour, Wu Mei snatched several of her customers. Each time she would look at her provocatively after succeeding, but Jiang Mingyue didn't let it get to her. Because they were so busy, it wasn't until noon, when there were no more customers, that they finally had a chance to rest for a while.
If you like, you can go over to the East Room later and help look after Madame Lin's business.
Is the shopkeeper very familiar with her?
Yes, Madame Lin is quite skilled at embroidery. When she was younger, she often came to our shop to take on work. After so many interactions, I got to know a bit about her. She's had a tough life, widowed at a young age, with all the family responsibilities falling squarely on her shoulders. She's a remarkable woman. Even after her husband passed away, she never let her son drop out of school, supporting his education through her embroidery work. Later on, her eyesight gradually began to fail. Her son, who is very filial, found a job in the county after passing the student exam. From then on, he wouldn't allow her to take on any more embroidery work, and even hired a doctor from the pharmacy to treat her eyes. We just chatted for a bit, and I learned that lately her son has been busy preparing for the prefectural exam and hasn't had time to look after her, so she secretly makes some pastries to sell and help support the household.
Ah, her surname is Lin. Then her son must be Lin Hanshan?
Yes, you know her son.
Of course, I know him and my nephew are close friends. That child is quite well known. When he was studying, he was extremely frugal. He would reuse paper for practicing calligraphy, and to save money, he never ate out. What else did He Shen say after that? Jiang Mingyu could no longer hear clearly, because her thoughts had drifted to the theatre. The theatre, just like Lian Hanshan, was a place of hardship for the poor. At least Hanshan still had his mother supporting his studies, but Shi Yuan had relied entirely on herself all along. No one knows how much hardship and suffering she endured during those years of study. Even now, though he has become a Jurin, he still sits at the pharmacy and teaches at the academy. This shows that he probably doesn't have much money at hand. Thinking about how he'll have to take the metropolitan exam in the future, he'll need a lot more money. Jiang Mingye suddenly felt a bit regretful. When she bought the house back then, she shouldn't have bargained with her. So how could she give her the money now? While Jiang Mingye was learning the local dialect from Shi Yuan, she secretly glanced at him, and Shi Yuan immediately noticed.
If you want to look, just look openly, I don't mind.
The man teased her, a faint smile in his eyes, successfully making Jiang Mingye blush.
But what is it?
Jiang Mingye shook her head.
Big brother Xie, you're really nice.
Suddenly praised, Shi Yuan smiled, his deep eyes looking at her gently.
What's so good about me?
Everything about you is good. Big brother Xie, you let my little brother study here, and now you're teaching me the Wanping dialect. I really don't know how to thank you. If you don't mind, I'd like to give you some money.
If it's for tuition, my tuition isn't cheap.
Would 500 taels be enough?
Xi Yuan looked at the girl's palm-sized face, which was filled with seriousness. It didn't look like she was joking at all.
Why do you think I need money?
Don't you need money?
How did you come to the conclusion that I need money?
The theatre, quite curious.
Today, a customer surnamed Lin came to our shop. He has a son.
Jiang Mingyue's small mouth had become much thinner.
Brother Shi is already a Jurin now, yet he still sees patients at the pharmacy and also works as a teacher at the private school, so...
At the end, he quickly glanced up at the man across from him.
The price you set for that house wasn't high, but I still bargained it down so much. That really wasn't right of me.
Seeing Jiang Mingyue looking so guilty and remorseful, Shi Yuan was actually quite pleased it was thinking of him after all. Shi Yuan raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't resist placing it on Jiang Mingying's little head, giving it a gentle rub. Yes, just as he'd imagined, the feel was excellent. It was as if he were a thief. Before the other could react, he quickly pulled his hand back.
Before I passed the provincial exam, I really held on to my money tightly. But after passing, I no longer lacked for money.
Seeing the young girl's utterly confused face,
Have you ever heard the saying, for 10 years, one studies in obscurity. With a single success, the world knows your name?
Jiang Mingyue nodded lightly.
After I passed the provincial exam, the wealthy families and landlords from Wamping's docks, as well as all the reputable merchants, all came to see me. They brought plenty of gold, silver, and jewels, as well as many property and land deeds.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue suddenly understood.
Although I didn't accept everything, there were some things I simply couldn't refuse, so I'm not short of money. Besides, during my 3 years of traveling, I made quite a bit of money. After returning to Wamping, the reason I taught at the private school was mostly to repay favors. Back when I studied at that private school, old Master Yu helped me a lot. As for working at the medicine hall as a physician,
Shi Yuan paused, looking at Jiang Mingyue, who was listening intently and did not hide anything from him.
the medicine hall was co-founded by Uncle Luan and me. As one of the owners, of course I have to visit often.
Jiang Mingyue's eyes widened as he looked at Shi Yuan, utterly stunned. This was something Jiang Mingyue had never expected.
I may not be rich right now, but I'm definitely not short of money. So stop overthinking things, alright?
Shui Yan lowered her head slightly, a trace of tenderness flickering in the depths of her profound eyes as she looked at him.
I understand. Brother Xie, after you became acquainted with me, why didn't you take the Imperial examination but chose to travel instead? I know that traveling is not only exhausting, but also quite dangerous.
After all, when you're traveling, anything can happen. You could get lost, run into bandits, end up in a shady inn, or even have your boat capsize. Back when I was at home, Jiang Mingyu had already heard of several such incidents.
Because at that time, I wasn't confident I could pass the Imperial examination. If heaven favored me, maybe I could try again. Of course, the most likely outcome was failing. If it was just failing, that would be one thing. What I'm really afraid of is that I might end up only passing the lower level exam and becoming a Tongjinshi.
Xiao Mingyuan knows what it means to be a Tongjinshi. As the saying goes, being a Tongjinshi is like being a concubine once you become one. You lose the chance to take the Imperial exams again, and you can only become a minor official, with almost no room for advancement. For someone like Brother Shi, if he ended up as a Tongjinshi, how could he possibly be content with that?
At that time, my teacher told me that there was nothing wrong with my essays or practical skills, but I was still lacking something.
Jiang Mingyue thought for a moment, then asked her uncertainly. At night,
What I was lacking was experience. My teacher said my writing was too empty and lacked spirit. He told me that the world is vast, and while I'm still young, I should go out and see it.
This must be what people mean when they say, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles.
That's right. My teacher told me to observe, reflect, and experience as I travel. Only then will my essays and poems truly improve.
Xu Wan explained to Jiang Mingyue the reasons for going out to travel. At that moment, Jiang Minghong walked over.
Go get some rest. Come back tomorrow to continue learning the dialect.
Thank you, big brother. Good night.
Early in the morning on the 19th of April, Jiang Mingyue quietly left the house. She didn't go to the study room right away. Instead, as usual, she went to the East Market. Ever since she learned about the Lin family situation, she often came here to help with their business.
Are you young Master Lin?
Lin Hanshan just glanced at him and then naturally looked away.
Miss, is your surname Jiang?
Jiang Mingyue nodded. Lin Hanshan handed her the pea cake he had already wrapped up.
Thank you, Miss Jiang, for helping my sister find her bracelet, and also for taking care of our family business.
Young Master Lin, there's no need to be so polite. Why didn't Auntie come today?
A-Ning has a bit of a cough, so I didn't let her come.
Is it serious? Have you had a doctor take a look?
Thank you for your concern, Miss Jiang. We've already seen a doctor and gotten some medicine.
Jiang Mingyue nodded. She remembered that he had just taken the re-examination a few days ago. I wish you success in the exams!
Thank you for your kind words, miss.
After Jiang Mingyue left, only then did Lin Hanshan raise his head. He glanced once more at the young lady his mother often praised, then withdrew his gaze and focused on selling pastries. As the days grew warmer, Jingshu Workshop became busier and busier. With summer fast approaching, those with some spare money all wanted to buy a few yards of fabric to make themselves a new outfit for going down to the river. There were plenty of customers to entertain every day, and with the weather getting hotter, it was inevitable that people would start to feel a bit restless and irritable. Zhang Ming, on the other hand, was still doing well. He had always had a good temperament and was very patient with customers. Even when some customers were a bit difficult, he never showed the slightest hint of displeasure. But Wu Mei just couldn't manage that. After Wu Mei got into another argument with a customer,
Mingyue, you take care of Wu Mei's customer. Wu Mei, come with me.
Jiang Mingyue saw Wu Mei glare at her fiercely before leaving.
Looks like there's another grudge between them now.
But she wasn't afraid of her either. She spent the time it takes to burn an incense stick to calm the customer down, and even gave a bit more money than the customer had asked for. After sending the smiling customer out of the Jingxia workshop, she returned.
If someone has shortcomings, they should learn more from others and be a bit more humble.
Wu Mei turned her face to the side, not taking it seriously, but her gaze toward Jiang Mingyue grew increasingly unfriendly. She stopped talking. Well, you really are careless. Can't even handle something this simple. The maid taunted, made a few sarcastic remarks, then hummed a little tune as she walked away. Miss Jiang, well, here we go again.
Let me cut it for you again.
Sigh. Hey, I saw it very clearly just now. That servant in the room did it on purpose, moving back like that. You should watch out for him.
Thank you for the reminder, I understand now.
Jiang Mingyue saw the guest out of the Jinxu workshop, rubbed her arm that was aching and a bit numb, and slowly let out a breath. Before finishing work at the Jinxu workshop, Jiang Mingyue told Manager Han about the fabric issue, but didn't mention Wu Shen at all. After paying 16 wen in compensation, she left the Jinxu workshop. He watched Jiang Mingyue leave, then came to the counter. There's still Lan Lan too. Things can't go on like this for much longer. Wu Mei has really gone too far lately.
I know, wrong. I'll think of something.
Your voice sounds a bit hoarse. Have some water to soothe your throat.
Thank you.
Did you hurt your arm?
Although the man was asking, he was actually making a certain assumption. Jiang Mingyue thought to herself, she's really attentive to every detail.
I accidentally bumped it.
Did you put any medicine on it?
Not yet. I haven't had the chance.
Hearing this, Shi Yuan went into the bedroom. He came out with a small bottle of medicinal wine for blood circulation and bruising, handing it to Jiang Mingyue.
I want it.
If Jian is here, Adi will get worried if he smells the medicinal wine.
As he said this, he added another sentence.
I don't want him to worry.
Upon hearing this, Xi Yuan switched to a box of ointment for him. The medicinal scent is very faint.
Thank you, Brother Qi.
You're welcome.
After saying that, the theatre manager turned around. Jiang Mingyue glanced at the man who was standing with his back to her, then boldly rolled up her sleeve and lowered her head to start applying the ointment.
It really hurts.
Yeah, it hurts a lot.
It hurts.
Yes, it hurts a lot.
The faint trace of grievance in his tone was immediately picked up by the keen Shi Yuan. If it was just an accidental bump, why would he sound so aggrieved? When Xi Yuan turned back, he immediately saw a large bruise on his arm. His skin was very fair, which made the bruise look especially glaring and a bit shocking. Shi Yuan couldn't help but frown. Judging by the injury, it didn't look like it was caused by an accidental bump. The theatre manager caught his gaze. Tomorrow, I'll have to make a trip to the Jinxu workshop. The ointment was applied to the bruise. At first, it felt icy cold and a bit painful, but very soon it started to feel comfortable.
Brother Xie, I'm fine now.
Shi Yan turned around without asking any further questions.
Let me check your pulse.
Knowing he meant well, he extended his right hand. Xi Yuan placed his hand on Jiang Mingyue's fair wrist, composed himself, and then began to take her pulse.
Your health is very good. There's nothing seriously wrong.
I also feel that I'm in good health,
she said, and then Shui Yuan taught her a few words in the local dialect. Jiang Minghong came over, handed her the ointment, and said softly,
Apply it again early tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Jiang Mingyue quickly hid the ointment and went home with her younger brother.
Is the wound on your arm getting better?
Yes, that ointment is very effective. If I apply it 2 or 3 more times, it should heal. Thank you, big brother, for your concern.
It's nothing. Just doing my part.
The man's voice was calm, but to Jiang Mingyue, it sounded as loud as thunder. He suddenly looked up, eyes wide with shock, staring at him in disbelief.
How? How did you know?
Thinking of that familiar figure he saw today, he immediately asked,
Did you go to the Jingshu workshop today? Brother Shi, please, you must not tell Xiaohong.
Shi Yuan looked at Jiang Mingyue, who at this moment was like a startled bird.
All right, I won't tell him. Have some tea.
Xi Yuan tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. Jiang Mingyue took a sip of tea.
Brother Shi, you added honeysuckle, and it seems like there's something else too.
Something to soothe the throat. Drink a bit more.
Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue felt a warm surge of emotion in her heart.
Thank you, Brother Shi. I feel like I've said thank you more in this short period than I have in the past 16 years.
Then I should feel honored. What's going on between you and Madame Wu?
Zhao Mingyue glanced outside to make sure her younger brother wouldn't come in, then lowered her head and recounted what had happened between her and Wu Mei.
What are you planning to do? Are you just going to keep enduring and letting her bully you like this?
Jiang Mingyue looked at Xuan and smiled, but this time his smile was sly and mischievous.
Brother Xie, by enduring like this, I'm actually fighting back in my own way. Brother Xie, you might fall for flattery. Lately, even the shopkeeper has become increasingly dissatisfied with Wu Mei.
Xi Yuan leaned back in his chair, looking at the little one in front of him, unable to hold back a smile. Not bad. Someone who looks so easy to bully actually does have a bit of a temper.
But just this isn't enough.
Jiang Mingyue sat up straight, placed her hands on her knees, and looked at Xi Yuan with a face full of curiosity. As if seeking guidance, this look made Xi Yuan feel even better.
Boiling a frog in warm water can kill it, but it's too slow. It's already late April, and at the end of this month, the owner of Jingxi Workshop will be inspecting the shop. This is an opportunity for you.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue fell into deep thought.
Remember, once you make a move, you must strike a fatal blow. Never give your enemy a chance to turn the tables, understand?
Jiang Mingyue nodded.
Can you do it?
Jiang Mingyue nodded again.
Then I'll be waiting for your good news.
Jiang Mingyuan responded with a hum, but as he lowered his head to drink tea, he heard the attendant say,
You only have 10 days.
I understand.
Take care of yourself during these 10 days. Don't get hurt again.
Otherwise, he might not be able to resist taking action himself. All right. Amidst the busyness, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the end of the month. That afternoon, a guest in his early 20s, dressed in green and quite handsome, entered the Jingxi workshop. What kind of fabric would you like to buy, sir? Zhang Zijing glanced at Wu Mei, who looked rather displeased.
Low-grade cotton.
Wu Mei curled her lips and turned away as she spoke. Let me handle this. Take a look at the fabrics on the rack yourself. Then let me know if you want to switch.
Could you tell me which type of fabric is relatively better?
Jiang Mingyue was not far from the two of them. Hearing the man ask such detailed questions, as if he really knew about fabrics, Jiang Mingyue glanced at him. Sigh, this time he's examining it very carefully. Miss Jiang, there's only 8 feet left of this gauze fabric.
All right.
Jiang Mingyue withdrew her gaze, quickly finished cutting the fabric, and then handed it to the customer.
Take care, and we look forward to your next visit.
After Zhang Zijin finished asking about the lower-grade cotton, he started inquiring about the medium-grade cotton, and by then Wu Mei was already showing clear impatience.
Are you going to buy the fabric or not? If not, then don't.
Don't get in the way of my business.
I will buy it, but could you tell me why you are selling fabric with defects here?
I'll sell it if I want to. What's it got to do with you? You really do ask a lot of questions. If you're not buying, then hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time doing business.
Although there are some flaws, they are almost negligible. Rural folks don't care about these things when it comes to clothing. What matters to them is the price. Precisely because of these minor defects, this fabric is 1 yuan cheaper than other average cotton fabrics. There are many buyers, and that's also why we place the fabric here. Of course, before selling, we always make things clear to our customers and would never deceive them.
Zhang Zijing nodded slightly, quite satisfied with Jiang Mingyu's answer. You know too much for your own good. Who told you to meddle? This is my customer.
Could you please show me that bolt of silk?
What are you looking at? You can't afford it anyway. Jiang Mingyue watched as Wu Mei turned around, preparing to leave.
Sir, let me get it for you. My aunt's family has had some trouble lately, so she's not in a good mood. Lord Wang Ning is magnanimous. Please don't take it to heart.
He's pretty good at making excuses for others. You little brat, who are you cursing? Your family's the one with problems. My family is just fine. Does my customer need you to butt in? Who do you think you are? What are you staring at? Will Guangming take responsibility for you? Zhang Zijing glanced indifferently at Wu Mei and turned to leave. She had been in a pretty good mood, but now it was completely ruined by this attendant. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Mingyue saw the man had already left the Jingxi workshop. She looked up and gave Wu Mei a deep look, said nothing, and turned back to her work.
Did something happen today?
Jiang Mingyue slowly let out a breath. Right now, everything was just her own speculation. It wouldn't be too late to tell Brother Xi after things have been settled.
These dialect phrases are so hard. I can never get the pronunciation right. Brother Xi, can we practice again tomorrow?
His voice was sweet and soft, sounding as if he were acting spoiled toward him. Siwan's heart softened, and he agreed without hesitation. But tomorrow, he probably wouldn't be able to teach him.
Tomorrow I have to go to the capital. I won't be back until the day after. Come over the evening after tomorrow to continue learning.
The capital, huh? Where I come from, there's a saying. If you want to broaden your horizons, go to the capital. Come to think of it, my brother and I have been in Wamping for so long, and still haven't visited the capital. We really have to go and have some fun there someday. Brother Xi, you must go to the capital often, right? Are there any fun places in the capital?
There are many.
The academy picked out a few and told Jiangming about them, then casually asked,
If you could buy a residence in the capital, what kind of house would you want to buy?
A courtyard with 2 entrances and 2 exits would be nice. That way, if guests come over, we won't have to worry about not having enough space for them to stay. Also, there must be a well, and it would be best if there's a big tree with lush, deep branches in the front yard, so we can enjoy the shade in summer. I'd also like to have a swing built.
at the same time, at someone else's house?
Aunt Lan, I'm Jiang Ziji. 3 years ago when you came to the residence, we met once.
Han Lan Lan looked at the man in front of her, and suddenly understood. No wonder he looked so familiar when she saw him today.
So it's the young master. Young master, please have a seat.
Auntie, you elders of your generation watched me grow up. Just call me Zijin.
With the young master being so approachable, Han Lan Lan felt even less comfortable acting overly familiar.
How has the master been lately?
He had always thought that, like in previous years, it would be the master making the rounds everywhere this year. He hadn't expected it to be the young master who came.
Thank you for your concern, Aunt Lan. My mother is in excellent health. However, as her children, we all hope she can put down some of her burdens and get more rest. So starting this year, I will gradually take over the family shops.
The two of them chatted for a while about family matters. Jiang Zijin asked about the situation at the shop, and Han Lan Lan answered every question in detail. Eventually, their conversation naturally turned to the 4 shop assistants. Han Lan Lan described each of their situations to Jiang Zijin, and when she mentioned Jiang Mingyue, she couldn't help but add a few more words of praise, speaking very highly of her.
Judging by her accent, she doesn't sound like she's from Wunping.
She's actually from Jiangnan. Her family fell on hard times, so she brought her younger brother here to seek refuge with relatives. But who would have thought those relatives had already moved away a few years ago? Fortunately, she still had a fiancé here. Jiang Zijin nodded.
Lu, the shop assistant, has always been like that.
She didn't say a single bad word about Wu Mei or Han Lan Lan, but at the same time, it felt like she'd said everything too old. Bad temper, always offending customers, hard to communicate with. With just a few simple words, she had made it perfectly clear to Jiang Zijin. Wu Mei was no longer suitable to be a shop assistant.
After all, she's been with the shop for so many years. Even if she hasn't made great contributions, she's worked hard. Let her resign on her own and give her 2 extra months' pay.
Young master, you're truly kind. I understand.
Why are you coming home from school so late today?
The fisherman invited the newly appointed scholar, Mr. Lin, to give us a lecture, so we were delayed.
Oh, hearing that the new scholar's surname is Lin, Jiang Mingyue thought of Aunt Lin, so she asked a bit more.
What's the scholar's full name?
Lin Hanshen?
That's him.
Sister, you know Scholar Lin?
We've only met once, so I can't really say I know him. But I'm quite familiar with his mother and younger sister. The pea cakes I've been bringing home lately were bought from his mother's place.
Does his mother know about our family situation?
The advisor knows that I have a younger brother who is pretending to be a student at the Yun family's private school.
No wonder Lin Hanshan was so kind to him today. No wonder he even gave him a book before leaving. It turns out it was because of you, sister.
What are you thinking about?
It's nothing. Sister, tomorrow we'll go with Master Yu to Yu Family Village to help with the summer harvest. We'll be back in 3 days.
I'll help you pack a few clothes.
There's no need. I'll pack them myself in a bit. While I'm away these 3 days, Addy, you must take care of yourself. Let's not go to Mr. Shia's place to study dialects for no if word gets out. It won't be good for your reputation.
Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue suddenly remembered that last night Brother Shi said it was you who would be learning the dialect, not you all. So did Brother Shi already know that your younger brothers would be going to Yu Family Village?
I understand. You take care too. The weather is hot now, so when you go to Yu Family Village for the harvest, wear a straw hat and bring some light salted water. Be careful not to get heat stroke.
I understand. Is there any good news today?
I got my monthly allowance. Does that count as good news?
As for Wu Mei's situation, she doesn't plan to tell her younger brother.
It really is good news for my younger brother. I also have some good news to share with you, sister. The results for this month's exam are out. I got 2nd place.
My little brother is amazing. What did they teach at the private school?
300 sheets of paper.
Just as the brother and sister were sharing their joy, over at the Zhou family.
Stop crying. What's the use of crying now that it's happened?
Head of the family, what should we do now? I'm not willing to accept this. After being back for so long, I finally figured it out. I was definitely set up by that wretched woman. If we just let her off like this, I really can't swallow this anger.
A cold glint flashed in Zhou Deshan's eyes, and he was just about to speak when the door was suddenly pushed open. Right after, Zhou Xing, looking completely roguish and slouchy, swaggered in.
Mom, let me help you vent your anger.
Go, go, go. How are you going to help me get even? Stop messing around. Zhou Deshan looked at his youngest son, his eyes flashing honestly. There was no one more suitable than him.
Alright. Then I'll leave this matter to you. You can handle it however you want. Just one thing, no one is allowed to get killed. Wait until the master leaves before you take action.
Dad, Mom, just wait and see. But
He grinned and rubbed his hands together. Zhou Deshan took out a tael of silver and tossed it to his son.
hey Dad, you're really generous.
Wu Mei watched as her son took the money and walked off cheerfully, her brows furrowed tightly. Can he really handle it carefully?
He might not be particularly good at other things, but he can definitely handle this situation. Let's just wait and see what happens.
Thank you, Brother Shi.
I'm here.
Before Jiang Mingye even entered the study, she could already smell the scent of alcohol.
Brother Xie, have you been drinking?
Shi Yuan grunted in response.
Let me make you a cup of honey water.
He found the honey, made a strong cup of honey water, and then brought it into the study.
Brother Xie, are you alright?
When he left the clinic, Shi Yuan actually wasn't drunk. But on the way back, the wind hit him and he started to feel unwell. His head felt heavy, his steps unsteady, and overall he just felt terrible. He had planned to sleep for a while, or at least rest quietly. But unexpectedly, Jiang Mingyue arrived so early. As the young woman spoke, a faint, elusive fragrance drifted over on the breeze, quite captivating. Shi Yuan suddenly felt a bit parched, his mouth dry and tongue rough.
Brother Xie, are you quite alright there?
Having known Shi Yuan for so long, this was the first time Jiang Mingyue had seen him like this. His face flushed, eyes hazy, looking completely drunk. But what happened? Otherwise, why would he drink so much?
I'm fine. I'll be alright in a little while.
Have a glass of honey water. It'll help with the hangover.
Si Yuan took it and had a sip, but couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly.
It's a bit sweet, isn't it? I remember it's quite strong. After you finish this, I'll pour you a glass of water. Brother Xi, let me open the window for you to cool off.
As Shi Yuan drank the water, his gaze involuntarily fell on Jiang Mingye. That outfit really looked good on her and it fit her perfectly. Si Yuan's eyes darkened, and a subtle restlessness began to stir within him.
Big Brother Xi, you must be feeling a bit out of it. Once you feel better, you should go back to your room and rest early.
Shui Yuan responded with a quiet Seeing that he had heard her, Jiang Mingyue turned to leave.
Mingyo,
Yes?
He called out to her, Mingwei. Jiang Mingwei still hadn't recovered from her daze when a hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. The next moment, she lost control of her body and collapsed into Shi Yuan's arms. Everything happened so quickly that before Jiang Mingwei could react, the man's thin lips were already pressed against her soft ones. A strange, warm breath overwhelmed her senses. Jiang Mingyue's eyes flew open in shock, her whole body frozen in Shi Yuan's embrace. The night was very quiet. Outside the window, the wind whispered. Inside the study, candlelight flickered, casting the intertwined shadows of two people clearly onto the floor. Shi Yuan's lips lingered on hers, hesitant. Perhaps there was a hint of longing. The night was very close. Outside the window, the wind drifted. Inside the study, candlelight flickered, and on the floor, the intertwined shadows of two people were clearly reflected. Shi Yuan's lips pressed against his. When he began to tentatively part his lips and deepen the kiss, Jiang Mingyue instantly sobered up. Jiang Mingyue's feet touched the ground and she quickly pulled herself out of his embrace, standing up in a fluster. But Shi Yuan's body reacted even faster than his mind. He reached out and grabbed the girl's hand. Unable to break free, Jiang Mingyue grew even more panicked and frightened. In her confusion, she raised her other hand and slapped him with a sharp smack. The man let go of her hand, and Jiang Mingwei, now free, quickly stepped back a few paces, putting some distance between herself and Shi Yuan. The stinging pain on his face instantly brought Shi Yuan back to his senses. The moment she stood up, Jiang Mingye instinctively took another step back, clearly still frightened by him. Shi Yuan just stood there without moving closer to her, so as not to scare her again.
Mingye, I'm sorry.
Watching as Jiang Mingye's eyelashes trembled slightly, a single crystal-clear tear slid down from the corner of her eye. Xin Yuan felt a deep ache in her heart. She raised her hand, wanting to wipe away the tear on his face, but he shrank back, pulling his neck away to avoid her. In the end, Si Yuan lowered his hand.
Mingyue, I will take responsibility, but in my current state, it's not suitable to discuss such important matters. You should go back for now. Let's talk again tomorrow.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue lifted her skirt and ran out. Si Yuan watched the person leaving, his throat moving slightly as he sat back down, looking frustrated. He had never intended to take advantage of her, at least not now, not when he had neither status nor title. He had planned to take things slowly, but who would have thought he'd lose control so suddenly? Sigh, it seems he really can't drink so much in the future. Brother Ji.
It's getting hot, so I made jajang noodles. Are you coming back with me to eat? Or should I bring it over here for you to eat?
Shi Yuan was quite assertive, not giving him a third option.
Then I'll go over and eat.
Okay.
In the kitchen, Si Yuan knew Jiang Mingyue had arrived.
Mingyue, add 2 cucumbers.
Such an intimate way of addressing her again. Jiang Mingyue's heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. She let out a slow breath. Okay. The theater took the cucumbers, looking gently at the person in front of him.
It's hot in the kitchen. You should go out. Lunch will be ready in no time.
Jiang Mingyue felt a bit uneasy and avoided her gaze, responding with a soft then walked out.
In the morning, when I entered the kitchen, there was a dish placed on the counter. It was the meal that Jun came to eat last night.
The day before yesterday, the master came by.
Jiang Mingyue explained to Shi Yuan how she recognized the master, provoked Wu Mei, causing her to get angry.
You did well, but there were still some shortcomings.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue looked toward Shi Yuan, seeking guidance.
You shouldn't have confronted Wu Mei directly. You should have distanced yourself from the matter. Afterwards, she might blame you for her resignation, and it's likely she will seek revenge.
He actually hadn't considered that point.
Also, your tricks probably won't fool your master.
Jiang Mingyue had a look on her face that said, "You even know about this?" which actually amused Shi Yuan.
You're too easy to read. Also, this dosage isn't particularly sophisticated. As long as your master isn't foolish, they'll definitely figure it out afterwards.
As for Wu Mei's side,
don't worry too much. It's just my speculation. But in the future, you should be more cautious at Jingxi Workshop.
Jiang Mingyue nodded gently. Seeing Jiang Mingyue gradually relax, Si Yuan got down to business.
In a few days, I'll have the official matchmaker come to your house to propose. Let's get engaged. Then married after New Year?
Huh?
In a few days, I'll have the matchmaker come to your house to propose. Let's get engaged first, and then married after the New Year. What do you think?
Jiang Mingyue was shocked to get engaged now and married by the end of the year.
Number.
Shui Yuan responded with a quiet and looked at him silently, as if asking for a reason.
If you're only doing this out of a sense of responsibility, there's really no need. Life is long, you should find someone you truly like to spend it with. I can pretend this never happened.
Mingyue looked into my eyes.
The two of them looked into each other's eyes, and when they no longer intended to hide their feelings, those emotions showed through. Jiang Mingyue couldn't quite handle the intensity of her gaze and turned her head away.
Mingyue.
As Si Yuan spoke, he directly took Jiang Mingyue's hand. Jiang Mingyue's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively tried to pull her hand back. But the man was assertive, holding her hand firmly without letting go.
I've wanted to call you that for a long time. Over the years, I've met many students praised as prodigies. There was even a Jiang Minghong in the private school, but compared to them, you weren't the most outstanding one. It's not that I have nothing better to do and enjoy teaching people. What I love most is cooking, but even then, I rarely cooked before. The reason I did all these things was actually because I had feelings for you. Mingyue, I hope you know my feelings.
The man's expression was serious, his gaze incomparably earnest. This made his heart involuntarily start pounding wildly. No.
Ning Yuan, would you be willing to marry me? I know my parents have both passed away. My family isn't wealthy, and in the eyes of your parents, I'm really not considered a good match.
How could you belittle yourself like that? You're a very good person. She smiled slightly, a hint of laughter flashing in her eyes.
I will treat you well for a lifetime, and I will work hard to become someone who can protect you.
Jiang Mingyue lowered her head and after a long pause spoke softly. Two need to think about it.
You still need to think about it?
Just with me, younger brother.
Just for a bit.
He looked up at Shi Yuan and said, "My parents are still alive."
Alright, I understand. Once you've made up your mind, let me know as soon as possible, okay?
Jiang Mingyue responded with a soft, then tried to pull her hand back, but he didn't let go.
Are you going to let go of me now?
How could Shi Yuan possibly be willing to let go? He even placed his other hand over theirs. No way. Jiang Mingyue hadn't expected him to say that, and her face instantly flushed bright red with embarrassment.
You scoundrel.
Even when cursing, she was so alluring. Shi Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile flickering in his deep gaze. His thumb couldn't help but gently caress the smooth, jade-like back of her hand a few times.
I'll only let you be like this.
His words were full of tenderness, and his whole demeanor radiated comfort.
I'll go out and have a look. Let's go together, it's time to head home.
Shi Yuan glanced at the shy girl's face. Although he didn't want her to leave, he finally nodded. He couldn't push her too hard.
All right, we have pork ribs and shrimp at home. How about braised pork ribs and prawns for dinner?
What was the man up to? Jiang Mingyue knew all too well, but she still nodded. As the door was opened, the theatre suddenly shifted nimbly to the side. Young Master Shi. I fell and it really hurts.
So it's Miss Lin. May I ask what brings you here today, Miss Lin?
Young Master Shi, could you help me up?
Men and women should not touch, so I must apologize.
Young Master Shi, aren't you going to invite me in to sit for a while?
What is it you want to say, Miss Lin? It's better if you say it here.
Sai, my family has been arranging a marriage for me lately, but the one I truly wish to marry is you, young Master Shi.
Thank you for your affection, Miss Lin, but I already have someone in my heart. I dare not delay you, please go ahead and marry.
Hearing Shi Yuan confess his feelings again behind her, Jiang Mingyue still felt a bit uncomfortable. She really wanted to go home, but she wasn't sure if now was the right time. Lin Xiushu's face turned pale at these words.
I could easily share a husband with her.
I don't want her to suffer any grievances. Having her alone in this life is enough for me.
Having only him in this life is enough for me. Is this the promise he made to me? Lin Xiushu, my tears are running as I leave.
Does this kind of thing happen often?
Shi Yuan shook his head.
There are few girls as bold as Miss Lin.
Oh, I'm heading back.
Wait a moment.
Shi Yuan went out to take a look first, then spoke again.
You can go back now.
Jiang Mingyan sat in the main hall. She had lived 2 lifetimes. Though she was innocent, she was not foolish. Xian liked this about him, and he had noticed it early on. Of course, at first he wasn't sure, but on the day she wore the black dress, the burning passion in Xi Yuan's eyes had already betrayed him. He looked as if he wanted to devour her whole. Since he didn't say anything, she simply pretended not to know, and let everything take its natural course. And during this time, Jiang Mingyue could clearly feel that Shi Yuan was gradually getting closer to her step by step. She did not reject him. In fact, sometimes she would even take the initiative to draw him nearer. There was one thing in this life that she could not change, and that was her identity as the daughter of a merchant. And she was also a beautiful coral girl. If her family hadn't suffered a sudden misfortune, she would have followed the life her parents had arranged for her, moving forward step by step. But now, everything has changed. Although her parents were still alive, they could no longer protect her. Instead, they were now waiting for her to save them. Jiang Mingyu didn't know what their fate had been in her previous life, but judging from the occasional flashes of resentment and unwillingness from Xiao Hong, as well as a few scattered words, she guessed that their ending in the past life was probably not a good one. He didn't know what would happen in the future either. All he could do was seize everything he could at the moment. He wanted to save his parents and protect his younger brother, so he had to find someone powerful to rely on. And right now, Shi Yuan was the strongest support he could grasp. Besides, he couldn't deny that he had indeed developed feelings for Shi Yuan. Because of this, he naturally had to hold on even tighter. Everything had originally been proceeding in an orderly fashion, but last night things got out of control. Fortunately, the outcome was still satisfactory to him. Since they were preparing for a proper marriage and had even promised to be together for a lifetime, he felt reassured. He knew that a man's words couldn't always be trusted, but he was willing to try believing in Shi Yuan. On this day, Jiang Mingyue thought about many things in the main hall. She now had a clear plan for the future.
Let's eat.
The theatre owner added a piece of pork rib to his bowl. Shou Mingye glanced at the man in the private room just. His excellent cooking skills alone made her like him a bit more. After all, the theatre owner put the peeled shrimp into the bowl and pushed it in front of him as well.
Thank you.
Xiao Huang will be coming tomorrow.
Jiang Mingye nodded.
Is it always like this in previous years too?
Yes, both the summer and autumn harvests are always like this.
Oh, is little brother doing well at the private school?
Zhang Mingyue was worried that her younger brother, like herself, would only share good news and hide the bad.
He's adapting very well. Master Zhou and Master Yu both like him a lot.
After spending some time together, he had come to understand Jiang Minghong a little. Shi Yuan could only say that his future brother-in-law was anything but simple.
Can I pick a book to read?
What kind of book do you want to read?
A travelogue that introduces the local customs and scenery of different places.
Upon hearing this, Shiwan walked over to the bookshelf. Jiang Mingyu's gaze drifted past the man searching for a book for her and landed on a scroll painting. Surprised, she walked over to the scroll and began to examine it closely.
Have you been to Yuanzhang before?
Yes, you figured it out.
Actually, what Ziyuan wanted to ask even more was whether he had remembered anything.
This is the original paste, of course I recognized it. Back then, I used to go there to play with my friends.
As Jiang Mingyue spoke, she once again forgot about the painting scroll. This time, she lingered a few moments longer on the girl depicted in the painting.
Who is this young lady?
It's you.
Jiang Mingyue was slightly taken aback.
It's me. When you traveled to Yuanzhang Prefecture. You saw me before.
It was more than just seeing me. Do you remember that last May, you once saved someone who had fallen into the water?
That was you?
Shiyuan nodded with a smile.
You've really changed a lot since then.
Back then, I traveled from the border town to Huanjiang Prefecture, exposed to wind and sun daily, and couldn't eat or sleep well. I was completely worn out, so I didn't look good.
Ah, I never expected we would have such a connection.
This is a match made in heaven. As the saying goes, if someone saves your life, you should repay them with your own.
Jiang Mingyue blushed and suppressed her shyness.
You recognized me a long time ago, didn't you?
I recognized you the very first time we met.
No wonder this man was so difficult with her from the start. No wonder she took such good care of them. No wonder her feelings developed so quickly.
So it turns out you had this planned all along.
Ziyuan didn't refute her. He raised the book in his hand and changed the subject.
This is something I compiled after returning from my studies abroad, based on the customs and local conditions of various places. See if you like it.
Is there a copy?
Yes, feel free to take it and read it.
Jiang Mingyue responded with an M and temporarily set aside the travel notes, following him to study the dialect. From beginning to end, although Shiyuan was very proper and courteous, perhaps because he was the one who had broken the ice, every time he looked at Jiang Mingyue, his gaze was exceptionally focused. From her dark hair to her brows and eyes, from her brows and eyes to her red lip, she looked at her with such care, such seriousness, as if she were his most cherished treasure, and no matter how long he looked, it was never enough.
Why are you here?
There's nothing going on here today, so I came over.
As she spoke, she handed him the bamboo tube in her hand.
Thank you.
Jiang Lian took a sip, and her eyes suddenly lit up.
Sour plum soup. There's mint, tangerine peel, and smoked plum inside. It seems like there's also licorice and hawthorn.
Besides those, I also added mulberries and roselle. Does it taste good?
It's delicious. If you added some ice, it would taste even better.
Too much ice is bad for your stomach. There's still plenty at home later. I'll take you back so you can have some in the evening. Xiaohong and the others are back. How about having dinner at my place tonight?
I'd like to talk with my younger brother first.
Alright, talk things over with Xiaohong. If you need anything, just come find me next door.
As the old man spoke, he quickly left the Jingxi workshop.
What's going on with those siblings?
Jiang Minghong poured a cup of tea and handed it to her sister, then explained to her about Yu Gen's release from prison.
You mean Brother Yu is incredibly strong?
Yes, and he also knows some basic martial arts. At the time, although I considered bringing him back, I hadn't made up my mind. He's not a normal person. If something goes wrong, he could hurt us.
So what made you finally decide to do it?
After learning about Yugen's background, it turns out that Yugen's father was a security escort chief, highly skilled in martial arts. He hated evil and stood up for justice. And in his youth, he was a well-known figure in the surrounding area. When Yugen was 8, his father was escorting a shipment to the border town. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed by bandits along the way. Several escort chiefs fought bravely against the bandits, eventually driving them off and saving the cargo. But Yugen's father was seriously injured in that battle. He died before he could return to Guanping. He died with a clear conscience while protecting the cargo, and it was the people from the escort agency who gave Yugen's mother 500 taels of compensation.
500 taels. The people at the escort agency were at least decent.
Humph. Some people are genuine, but others harbor ill intentions. As soon as they thought the person had left, the matter of the 2 pouches of gold suddenly got leaked.
How could something so coincidental happen?
When Yu's godfather was young, he often stood up for justice and offended quite a few local thugs. Then, because of this matter involving 500 taels of silver, a group of people joined forces and took a desperate risk. On a night of thunder and lightning, they snuck into Yugen's home. First, they used drugs to knock out Yugen and the other 2. After finding the compensation money, they turned their evil hands. on Eugen's mother, who was pregnant at the time.
Xiao Mingyue's heart instantly leapt into her throat.
What they didn't expect was that, on the way, Eugen's mother actually woke up. In her desperate struggle, she managed to wake Eugen. Seeing his mother being assaulted by the villains, Eugen grabbed a broadsword and charged at them. Although she was incredibly strong, how could she possibly be a match for those people, especially since some of them were even from the security escort agency? They subdued Eugen, and, right in front of him, continued their evil deeds.
Jiang Mingyue felt as if a huge stone was pressing down on her heart, making it hard to breathe. It turned out to be a whole group of them.
Xu Zhen watched helplessly as his mother was bullied to death by those villains. When they then turned their hands toward the only 5-year-old, Yu Xingge, Yu Zhen, deeply traumatized, managed to break free from the ropes. This time, he wounded 3 people in a row. Seeing that the commotion was getting out of hand, those people originally intended to simply finish off Yu Zhen and his sister, but suddenly remembered Luo Sheng, and feared he would alert others. If that happened, the Yu clan members would soon arrive. So, they left behind the barely alive Yu Zhen and Yu Xingge and fled.
Did the Yu clan members manage to catch them?
They only caught 3. 4 managed to escape.
Have you found out who those 4 people are? Jiang Minghong shook his head.
The 3 who were caught had absolutely no chance of survival. After being captured by the Yu clan, they bit down and killed themselves.
So, did the clan members never investigate those 4 people afterwards?
Haji, family scandals shouldn't be made public. That night, Yu Hen was gravely injured. Although his life was saved in the end, he was left mentally impaired.
Perhaps it's better that he became like that. Otherwise, he might have spent his whole life consumed by hatred.
The people of Shu family village told me that although he became mentally impaired, he never hurt anyone or did anything bad. He would only occasionally take some of their food. And even then, it wasn't for himself, but to care for his younger sister. So, after considering everything, I decided to bring the siblings back with me.
You did the right thing by bringing them back. At the very least, they won't have to worry about food and clothing with us. What are your plans for the siblings?
Haji, I still need a study attendant. As for Yu Xingge, she is very clever. Sister, you can spend some time with her first. If you get along well, she can be trained as a personal maid.
Alright, I understand.
Sister, can you take a day off tomorrow?
But
Is there something going on?
Our household registration should be settled soon as well.
All right. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Jingshu workshop and let the manager know that I'll be taking a day off. While the siblings were still talking, the waiter from the Four Seasons restaurant arrived. Only then did Jiang Mingye realize that her brother had ordered 5 dishes. Jiang Minghong took a bite of the braised beef and commented,
Does Mr. Shi's cooking still suit your taste the best?
When she heard her brother mention Shi Yuan, Jiang Mingyue's gaze flickered slightly. She was feeling a bit guilty. She had originally intended to tell her brother about what happened between her and Shi Yuan, but right now, she just wasn't in the mood. Besides, her brother looked exhausted. She decided to wait until tomorrow morning to talk about it.
What's wrong?
I know you're tired too. After you eat, just get some rest. Let's not go to Brother Shi's place today.
Alright.
A little while later, while they were all sitting together having breakfast, Jiang Minghong noticed that his sister glanced at him 3 times.
Is something going on?
Did you sleep well last night?
I slept well.
When Jiang Minghong met his sister's bright, sparkling eyes, his heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling, because every time his sister did something shocking in the past, she always had the same look in her eyes. Jiang Minghong put down his chopsticks, reached out to pour himself a cup of tea, and tried to calm his nerves first. Jiang Mingye looked at her highly alert younger brother, and spoke gently and softly.
Little brother, let Brother Shi be your brother-in-law, okay?
No, not okay. Jiang Minghong's hand froze as he was drinking tea. As if his seat had suddenly caught fire, he jumped up in an instant. Oh parents, he really can't handle this crazy idea.
I know you're happy, but there's no need for such a big reaction. Sit down quickly.
Happy?
Happy? He's scared out of his wits, okay?
Haji, what did you just say?
He suddenly thought he must have misheard just now. Let Brother Shi be your brother-in-law. Is that okay?
No, not okay.
Why not? Do you not like him?
It's not that I don't like him. In fact, I admire him a lot.
Then is it me? Or do you think he's not good enough for your sister?
Confidence is a good thing. But Aji seems a bit overconfident.
Your sister isn't as perfect as you think. If someone can barely match up to her, we can't set the bar too high, can we?
Jiang Minghong feels like crying. She already resembles Shi Yuanho. Is that not a high standard?
Haji, Shi Yuan isn't suitable. You'd better give up on this idea, as soon as possible.
Why?
Am I not good enough?
It's not that you're not good enough.
Then what is it?
Mr. Shi already has someone he cherishes in his heart. There's a painting in his study.
Jiang Minghong carefully explained to her sister what happened with the message.
Although he only said that the girl was his savior, I could tell that she was the one he truly cared about. When he looks at that painting, his gaze is even gentle.
The person you're talking about is me.
That person is you.
Looking at her brother's astonished face, Jiang Mingye nodded gently. For a moment, Jiang Minghong's mind went blank.
You two already knew each other? That can't be. When I asked you before, sis, you said you weren't close.
Do you still remember last year, before the attack, when Changchen and the others invited me to go to Yuanzhang Lake with them? Jiang Minghong nodded. Of course she remembered. Then do you remember why I was punished after I got home?
Because you saved someone.
Jiang Minghong blurted out, but immediately realized what she had said.
Aji, the person you saved back then was Shiwei.
Yes, at that time, he had traveled from the border town to our place. He was dark and skinny. Jiang Mingyue carefully recounted what happened back then to her younger brother. None of us expected to meet again in Wamping. He had changed so much that I never recognized him, but he recognized me at first glance.
With this explanation, everything makes sense now. Zi Yuan did have an agenda, but it wasn't about himself, it was about his sister. Realizing this, Jiang Minghong thought back on everything that had happened recently and felt like slapping himself twice. Zi Yuan had clearly treated his sister differently in every way, and only now did he realize it. He felt truly foolish, what a waste, considering he had lived 2 lifetimes.
When did Aji recognize Shi Yuan?
The night before last, I also saw that painting in Shi Yuan's study. When I heard him deliberately put away matters at the Zhanghu, that's when I recognized him.
Did he confess his feelings to you?
Jiang Mingyue was a bit shy.
She lowered her head and softly replied, At this moment, Jiang Minghong's emotions were a bit overwhelming. She was thinking about a lot of things.
Sister Qi must have also saved Xie Yue. Did they ever meet in the capital? Xi Yuan helped me several times before, but it was because of my sister. He has remained unmarried all this time besides Princess Xiaoyang. Could it also be because of my sister?
How about letting him become your brother-in-law?
Sister, do you like him?
Of course I like him. Brother Shi is good-looking, talented, has a great personality, cooks well, and his food is delicious. He's also especially considerate. A good man like him, probably no one wouldn't like him. Besides, he's currently my best option. If one day he enters officialdom, maybe he could even help our parents. What do you think?
There are a lot of people who like Mr. Shi, including many noble ladies. In the future, if you have to compete with them, what will you do?
Like you said, that's something for the future. Who can say for sure what will happen?
That sentence instantly woke Jiang Minghong up. What her sister said was right. This life is already very different from the previous one. Fate can be changed.
I want to have a talk with Mr. Shi.
Go after you finish eating.
I'm already full.
I'll go with you.
No, sister. Be good and wait for me at home.
All right then.
But I've already had breakfast. Thank you for your concern, sir. I've also eaten. Did you gain anything from your 3 days at Yu Family Village?
Jiang Minghong steadied himself before speaking. After the two of them exchanged a few casual words, Shi Yuan noticed that Jiang Minghong's attitude was fairly calm, so he got straight to the point and asked,
Do you know about what happened between your sister and me?
Jiang Minghong nodded and listened.
Your sister said that your future father and mother-in-law are still alive. Can you tell me what happened at home?
Upon hearing future father and mother-in-law, Jiang Minghong, their son, couldn't help but twitch his eyelid. From Shi Yuan's words, she could sense her unwavering determination to win over her sister. She just didn't know if, after learning about her family's situation, she would remain as resolute as she was now.
My father is named Jiang Wen, a well-known wealthy merchant in Yuanjiang Prefecture. He is charitable, kind to others, and loves making friends. A few years ago, during a time of hardship and emptiness, he took the lead in donating 100,000 tiles to the imperial court, and was specially granted the title of 7th rank Xiangjia newcomer by the court. The prefect of Yuanjiang also received my father's help earlier this year. Even so, my sister and I still had to flee in the night, and although our parents are currently safe, they are trapped in Yuanjiang Prefecture, and could lose their lives at any moment. Now that you know all this, do you still want to know what happened to my family?
Jiang Minghong seemed to have said nothing, yet also said everything. He simply told him that the crimes committed by his future father and mother-in-law were extremely serious, and once he got involved with them, even he might not be able to protect himself.
Are the elders guilty? If you want to accuse someone, you'll always find a charge.
Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan pointed to the sky.
Is it related to him?
Jiang Minghong shook his head. Shi Yuan instantly relaxed a lot.
Why did the elders send you and your sister to the capital? Is it because that person's influence hasn't reached the capital yet? Or because he would be more cautious here, and wouldn't dare to act recklessly? The things he's done his master doesn't know about them for now.
So he's seeking personal gain, and the master behind him must be significant at least. That's the rough guess. Afterward, Shi Yuan looked at the person. This Jiang Minghong is truly remarkable. He can't be treated as an ordinary 11-year-old boy.
Do you still want to know about my parents now? I'm all ears. Are you sure about this? You don't want to reconsider? I've thought it through as well. Even if, because of us, you end up deeply mired in trouble, I won't regret it. How would I know it's a quagmire if I don't step in? For the first 21 years of my life, I wanted almost nothing except money. If I hadn't met you, RGA, my life would have followed the plan my teacher, and I laid out in advance, moving forward step by step. It would have been smooth sailing, but I could have seen the end from the very beginning. That would have been far too dull. After meeting your sister again, I realized that compared to her, the money I used to care about so much has become utterly meaningless. She is what matters for the rest of my life.
Jiang Minghong looked at Ji Yuan with some surprise. Suddenly, she remembered something her mother had once said. When someone who desires nothing falls in love, it's the most terrifying thing. Either they spend their life with the one they love, or it ends in utter devastation.
So it doesn't matter if the road is a bit winding. You might encounter different scenery along the way, and life will become much more interesting, certainly better, than the dullness of now.
Jiang Minghong took a deep breath when she heard this. Once she had calmed her emotions again, she slowly told Shi Yue about her parents. Shi Yue was a bit surprised by Jiang Minghong's account, but that was all after all. She had already guessed most of it, and was mentally prepared.
Before he gets what he wants, father-in-law and mother-in-law should be safe. Yes, so he definitely won't let me and my sister go. We are our parents' weakness. So long as he has us, he can force our parents to obey. Today I received word that his people have also arrived in the capital and are secretly searching for us. What do you plan to do? First, we'll settle in Wamping and take the imperial exams before his people find us siblings. As long as I have an official title and am in the capital, those people won't dare to act recklessly. Your idea is good, but you've overlooked one thing, sister. They may not be able to do anything to you, but dealing with a beautiful, unmarried woman with no one to rely on is all too easy. If they get a hold of your sister, wouldn't that be enough to control you? Are you not afraid that your future in-laws won't obediently comply?
Jiang Minghong knew that what Ji Yuan said was true. This was also the thing he had always been most worried about. After all, that's exactly what those people did in my previous life. It's just that.
Marry me, and the problem will naturally be solved. It may seem like I'm taking advantage of your situation. And besides, I'm just a Duran, as you said. You're right. I am just a Duran, but I'm not an ordinary one. I studied under Shen Mo.
Jiang Minghong's eyes suddenly widened, as if in disbelief. No wonder in his previous life, even though Shi Yuan offended so many people due to his illness, he still thrived in the court. No wonder he dared to openly refuse the princess. No wonder. He was truly a legendary figure. There isn't a single scholar who doesn't know of him. A senior official who served 2 dynasties, a great Confucian scholar of his time, gifted in strategy and discourse, well-versed in both ancient and modern affairs, and so on. Shi Yuan looked at his shocked brother-in-law and smiled gently.
This identity should be enough. Yes, it's enough. I'll find a good matchmaker as soon as possible. Arrange the engagement first, and then pick an auspicious day to get married within this year.
Get married this year?
I really do feel a bit rushed. But don't worry, I won't skip any of the proper steps. There will be all the formal matchmaking and betrothal gifts. I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly. As for your father and mother-in-law, I can't intervene just yet. Once I pass the imperial examination next year, I'll secure an official post in Yujiang Prefecture and rescue your parents.
This is Shi Yuan's promise to Jiang Minghong.
It will be very dangerous. For others, it might be like entering a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, but I don't see it that way.
That's right. His teacher is famous throughout the land. Besides him, his teacher has many other disciples, most of whom are now high-ranking court officials serving in various regions. Those people wouldn't dare to go against him openly.
But I still need to discuss the engagement and marriage with my sister. Also, I need to find a way to send a letter to my parents to inform them about this. Of course. Then let's set a date first.
Once the engagement is set, the wedding won't be far off. At this moment, Jiang Minghong recalled what happened between Ji Yuan and Princess Zhaoyang in her previous life.
Next year, if you pass the imperial exam and a commandery princess, or a royal princess takes a liking to you, wouldn't you mind being on equal footing with my sister? What would you do? So, in your heart, I really stand out this much. The royal family probably couldn't afford to lose face like that. Yes, the royal family cares about their reputation. So if they bully my sister, force you to break off the engagement, or even divorce her, what would you do then? After the engagement, I will gradually spread the word that your sister once saved my life.
Jiang Minghong's eyes lit up slightly. That's a great idea. Scholars value their reputation above all else. A debt of gratitude for saving one's life cannot be ignored. Otherwise, if the truth comes out later and one is seen as ungrateful, it would be fatal for a scholar. He would inevitably be despised by scholars all over the country. Even if Shi Yuan is a disciple of Shen Mo, his official career would be over for good. And if Princess Xiaoyang dares to bully my sister or forces Shi Yuan to divorce his wife, it would bring shame upon the entire royal family.
But there are still things to worry about. My sister was raised by our parents. Back when she was at home, she was always happy, never troubled by money or trivial matters, and everything she wore or used was of the finest quality. Although my family isn't wealthy, we will do our best to give her the best and never let her suffer any grievances.
How is your conversation going?
Aji, little brother, I really don't want you to get married so soon.
It's all his fault for not being capable enough to protect his sister. Otherwise, he would never have let Shi Yuan get her so easily.
It's just an engagement for now. Even if I do get married, it's only to the house next door. Your sister will never leave you.
Yes, Mr. Shi will come in and invite a matchmaker to our home to propose.
I'm awake.
Aji, haven't you always wanted to write a letter to our parents? Now you can. In the coming days, I'll find a way to contact them and inform them about this.
I've been away for so long. I really miss Mom and Dad. I wonder how they're doing now. I want to write them a long letter. I have so much I want to say to them.
Jiang Minghong looked at his sister, who was beaming with happiness, and gave a hoarse in response. He missed Mom and Dad, to miss them very, very much. For his sister, it had only been half a year since they parted from their parents, but for Jiang Minghong, it felt like a lifetime.
Brother Ji, why are you here so early?
I'm here waiting for you.
Why aren't you in the alley?
Halfway through speaking, Ming Yue's younger brother swallowed his words again, suddenly feeling a bit sneaky.
Once we're engaged, we won't have to be like this anymore. Come on, I'll walk you to Jingxi workshop.
Oh, seeing that there weren't many people on the street at this hour, Shi Yuan reached out under the cover of his wide sleeves and took Jiang Mingyue's small hand. Jiang Mingyue tensed up for a moment and tried to pull her hand back several times but couldn't, her face flushing red. Realizing they were out on the street, she didn't want to make a scene with him. So she let him be. Shi Yuan held Jiang Mingyue's small hand in his palm, feeling quite pleased, the corners of his mouth lifting in a slight smile. Shi Yuan considered himself to be rather steady and always strict with himself. But he had underestimated the effect Jiang Mingyue had on him. If you haven't kissed or held hands before, you wouldn't know what it feels like. He could barely restrain his own impulses. Now, with the woman he likes standing right in front of him, he always wants to touch her, to kiss her little hand if he could. His gaze swept over her moist, rosy lips, and his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He quickly averted his eyes. Not yet. Today, for the first time, he truly understood what it meant to be in his early 20s, full of youthful vigor. He exhaled twice, the heat in his breath suppressing the restless desire in his heart.
It's the busy season for the summer harvest right now, so everyone is occupied. The matchmaker won't be able to come until the 9th day.
I'm not in a hurry.
I know that I really am indeed.
Jiang Mingyue burst out laughing. Because it came from deep within her heart, her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, radiant and dazzling. Xin Yuan was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses, looking at the person smiling so brightly, and felt an inexplicable fondness in his heart.
Your father-in-law and mother-in-law aren't by your side, and you don't have any relatives in Guanping. When the matchmaker comes, I'll invite people from the clan to come and help.
As for how, I already have someone in mind.
If you need my help, just come next door and look for me.
Jiang Mingyue softly responded with an im.
Let's stop here.
For a newcomer, it was the first time he felt this stretch of road was so short. Although he was a bit reluctant, he still took the initiative to let go of his hand.
I'll come pick you up this afternoon.
Alright, I got it.
Shi Yan watched as he passed by the Jingxi workshop, walked to the bun shop across the street, bought 4 buns, and then saw him pick up the buns and squat down in front of a beggar. He must do this often. The two of them seemed quite familiar with each other.
That young man is your fiancé, isn't he? Not yet, but we are very much together. He is a brilliant scholar indeed.
Jiang Mingyue nodded.
He has already passed the imperial exam and earned a title. Yes, he's also a Jurin.
Sun Yang's eyes flickered as she looked at the shy and sweet face in front of her, unable to resist reminding her.
Since ancient times, men have often been fickle. He may treat you very well now, but that doesn't mean he always will. When it comes to living together, no one can say for sure what the future holds. No matter what happens, a person must always stay true to themselves. Only then can you remain invincible.
At this moment, In Jiang Mingyue's eyes, the person before him was no longer a beggar, but a wise elder. He respectfully bowed to the old beggar.
Thank you for your guidance. Mingye will remember it.
After a while, Xunyang watched Jiang Mingyue leave and slowly sat up. She lowered her head, took a bite of the freshly steamed meat bun in her hand. Previously, he had been determined to die, but now, all of a sudden, he no longer wanted to die, he wanted to live. Jiang Mingyue keenly sensed that something was wrong, someone was following him. He did his best to suppress the urge to look back.
Alright, what is it? What's going on?
Thank you, big brother.
Wife, please don't run away. Even if you're angry with me, you can't just leave home. Hey, your husband knows he was wrong.
Up ahead, Jiang Mingyue heard Zhou Xing shouting and felt utterly disgusted. She didn't say a word, just quickened her pace again. Because the fisherman Shi Yuan had been delayed for a while at the private school, he left the school. Taking a shortcut, he had just turned onto Creek Street when he saw Jiang Mingyue running toward him.
Alright, what is it? What's going on?
Brother Shi.
Ji Lian saw that his eyes were misty, as if he were about to cry, and his expression darkened slightly. But when he spoke again, his tone was as gentle as ever.
I'm here. What's wrong?
Someone is following me.
Shi Yuan looked up and immediately saw Zhou Xing, who had chased after him. The two locked eyes, and there was a chilling coldness in his gaze.
Xingge, you have to stop now. Hurry up and chase. We absolutely can't let that damn woman get away. What are you chasing for? Let's go.
Zhou Xing turned around and left. Having spent years on the streets, he prided himself on his sharp instincts. That pretty boy was clearly a scholar, probably even someone with an official title. Zhou Xing didn't want to admit it, but the truth was, he couldn't afford to mess with someone like that. Xi Yuan memorized the appearances of the two men, then raised his hand and gently wiped away the rain. Jiang Mingyue's hair was a mess from running.
Don't be afraid, they've already left.
I was really scared to death just now.
In all his lives, this was the first time he'd ever experienced something like this. Even now, his hands were still trembling.
I'm sorry, I came too late.
It's not your fault. Don't take everything upon yourself. Besides, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?
Do you know that man?
Yes, he came to the Jingshu workshop the day before yesterday.
Jiang Mingyue calmly recounted what had happened that day to Shi Yuan. After listening to Jiang Mingyue, Shi Yuan had a plan in mind, but since things were not yet settled, she didn't intend to tell Jiang Mingyue for now.
Don't be afraid. From now on, I will never be late again.
You must absolutely not tell Xiaohuang about this. I'm afraid she'll worry.
Alright.
Seeing that Shi Yuan agreed, Jiang Mingyue felt relieved. Let's go.
Here, wipe your sweat.
Jiang Mingyue wiped her sweat and waved the handkerchief in her hand. I'll wash it clean and return it to you.
I've already used this handkerchief for more than half a year.
I see.
I heard from Xiaohong that her backpack was made by you. Your embroidery is really impressive.
Jiang Mingyue blinked and finally understood what the man meant.
Next time, I'll embroider a handkerchief for Brother Shi. And I'll make you a sachet as well.
They're about to get engaged soon. By then, it would be perfectly normal for her to give him a little something as his fiancé. Ji Yuancheng looked at him gently while tying the hook and eye on his shoe.
Alright, I'll write it myself.
That would be so embarrassing.
So I don't have to feel embarrassed. After leaving the private school, Mr. Yu came over and chatted with me for a bit.
Is that why he was late?
Is that the reason? Oh, what did you two talk about?
He said Xiaohong is very perceptive and understands things right away. Diligent and eager to learn. And also very hardworking, truly a rare and promising student.
So the teacher is thinking about taking on a disciple.
Shi Yuan nodded.
What did Big Brother Shi say?
I followed his lead and praised Xiaohong a bit.
He just praised his younger brother. But he didn't tell Yu Fuzi that he had already privately called his younger brother over. Why is that? Shi Yuan seemed to know what he was thinking.
Compared to me, Yu Fuzi is more suitable to be Xiaohong's teacher.
But I think you're the best.
That one sentence lifted Shi Yuan's spirits quite a bit, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. So, in Jiang Mingyue's heart, she's such an outstanding person.
Xiaohong is someone with a lot of ideas and opinions. Through spending time together recently, I've noticed that she already has plans for her own future. If I'm not mistaken, in the future, she'll probably want to do her best not to.
The Ministry of Personnel is in charge of the appointment, evaluation, promotion, and transfer of all officials in the country. It's the most important of the 6 ministries. I have to say, his good younger brother really does have quite an ambition. Good, this is very good indeed.
The Yu family is a prominent clan in Wamping. with many members, and quite a few of them serve as officials at court. Most of these people work in the Ministry of Personnel. Although Master Yun is only a licentiate, he is a direct descendant of the Yu family. His elder brother is currently the Vice Minister of Personnel, and is highly regarded by His Majesty.
Did you discuss this with your younger brother?
No, I haven't. For now, I don't plan to tell him. Master Yu is just interested for the moment. I think he'll want to observe Xiao Hong for a while longer. Once he's made up his mind, I'll let him know.
And you? What are your plans for the future? Now that you have him, have your own plans changed?
Next year, after I pass the Imperial examination and receive an official post in one of the border provinces, how would I take you with me to the border region?
Would that be alright?
Of course. Once we've settled down, I'll take you to visit my father and mother-in-law.
At this moment, she finally realized that she had been tricked by the man. Her hands flushed red as she quickly pulled them back.
Just because you're good looking doesn't mean you should let your imagination run wild.
These words were not heard by Shi Wangxiao. He finally had a proper discussion with Jiang Mingyue. Suddenly, Jiang Minghong pushed open the door and came out. Only then did he belatedly realize that the two of them had already returned to Shaolin Alley. Jiang Minghong's gaze swept over the two of them. Seeing that Shi Yuan was still behaving properly, she greeted him first, then immediately wedged herself between the two of them. She took her sister's hand.
Let's go home.
Jiang Mingyue responded with a soft, Ji Yuan looked at the siblings holding hands, raised his eyebrows, and glanced at Jiang Minghong.
Is this inappropriate? This is my own sister. I'm more than happy to be this close to her.
Still, he couldn't help but find this future brother-in-law a bit of an eyesore. Jiang Mingyue glanced at the man, then at her brother, and lowered her head to secretly smile.
I have something to take care of. I need to go out for a bit. I'll leave the door unlocked for you. When you get back, just come in and light the oil lamp yourself.
Ji Yuan watched Jiang Minghong and said, while Jiang Mingyue, upon hearing this, looked up at the man.
I need to make a trip to the medical clinic.
Xuan deliberately explained to him. Although it was a well-intentioned lie, he still felt a sense of guilt in his heart, feeling that he shouldn't betray his trust.
Oh, Brother Shi, goodbye.
Xin Yuan watched as the siblings returned home, composed herself, and headed straight to the county office.
Xiao Zhao, was there a man about 17 years old, with a small mole on the left side of his face, causing trouble at Jingxi Workshop the afternoon before yesterday?
Yes. That man's name is Zhou Xing. He's a well-known troublemaker on the street, and he's committed quite a few offenses recently. I was just about to arrest him and bring him to justice.
He is quite a clever one.
If he's committed a crime, of course he should be arrested. Since you know him, I'll leave this matter to you.
No problem. I'll handle it.
Go ahead then.
Thank you, he glanced at the person leaving.
As the saying goes, no weak soldiers under a strong general. Today, I finally see it. Congratulations, you've gained another capable subordinate.
Receiving such praise from the scholar of Xi'an, Constable Cao was overjoyed. He laughed heartily a few times, then leaned in close to the student and quietly asked,
Brother, how do you think we should handle that person? He must be involved in quite a few things. We should detain him first, then gather evidence.
It seems he has no intention of letting Zhou Xing go. I wonder what Zhou Xing did to make the usually good-tempered Ji Yuan so upset.
Let's call it a day for now. Thank you, sir. I will assign you to work alongside Shen Yu, so from now on you can keep him company. Why is it that I'm only detaining you, yet you seem so interested in him?
Jiang Lihong was instantly startled. He thought he had hidden it well, but unexpectedly, Shi Yuan still noticed.
He is exceptionally talented in literature, a very worthy opponent.
Xian nodded noncommittally. This brother-in-law of his really hides things deeply. Xi Yuan didn't expose him, but instead went along with what he said.
He truly is a very worthy opponent. Moreover, he is a direct descendant of the Shen family. If you can build a good relationship with him, you two can support each other when you enter officialdom in the future. As for why Mr. Hongting arranged for him since he is a direct descendant of the Shen family, why would he come to Wamping to study? Is it because of you, sir? The teacher asked him to come here for 2 reasons. First, hoping that I would take him as a disciple. And second, because the atmosphere for studying at the private school is good, without all those messy distractions. Why hasn't sir accepted him as a disciple yet? I find it troublesome. Shen Yu is like this stone sharp-edged and unyielding. Shaping him into a smooth stone is no easy task. Even his parents and uncles aren't willing to take on this responsibility. So why should I take on this trouble?
Jiang Minghong thought what he said made a lot of sense.
You, on the other hand, are the complete opposite, far too smooth and slick. Both of you are quite a headache. The only reason I bother with you is because you have a good older sister.
So, reading between the lines, does that mean if it weren't for your sister, he wouldn't bother teaching you at all? Jiang Minghong, who had always considered himself fairly outstanding, was indeed a bit shaken by this, but he quickly managed to adjust.
That's right. My sister really is great. She always cares most about me, her little brother.
Because of my sister, You have to teach mice. You have to curry favor with me. Thinking of this, Jiang Minghong was in a great mood. His sister had done an excellent job, actually managing to make Shi Yuan fall deeply in love. Si Yuan looked at his smug little brother-in-law waving at him and thought, little brothers-in-law really are the most annoying.
Sis. I'm thinking of teaching you and her brother to read and write. What do you think?
Of course that's good, but we can't rush it just like how we had them start sleeping separately.
Jiang Mingyue recounted what had happened last night to her younger brother.
Dad, I think there's a good chance that Eugen isn't actually mentally challenged. I think what happened that night hurt him so much that he couldn't bear it. That's why he's deliberately numbing himself like this. He's intentionally trying to forget what happened that night. Even though he seems to have forgotten, every night he becomes extremely violent and agitated. If she can't see Yu Xing'er, she becomes extremely uneasy. Even when she's sleeping, she has to hold on to Yu Xing'er in order to fall asleep. Maybe, deep down, she feels that this is the only way she can protect her little sister. Every night Ying has nightmares. I've noticed that she has heavy dark circles under her eyes, and her eyes are bloodshot signs that she hasn't been resting well. But today, it's obvious that the redness in her eyes is gone, and the dark circles have faded a lot.
Jiang Minghong carefully recalled and realized that this was indeed the case. If her older sister hadn't pointed it out, she wouldn't have noticed at all.
Besides that, last night after she fell asleep, I heard her call out, "Mother," once.
A dark light flashed in Jiang Minghong's eyes.
So we can't rush things with the fishing rods. We need to take it slow. First, we have to let them get familiar with us and with this home. Once they trust us and get used to life here, then you can teach them to read and write.
I'll listen to you, sister.
The next day, Shi Yuan was still waiting for Jiang Mingyue at the corner as usual. He had to admit, after what happened yesterday, he was still feeling a lingering sense of fear. But with Si Yuan accompanying her, Jiang Mingyue wasn't afraid at all. Just like the day before, Shi Yuan only left after escorting her to the Jingshu workshop. Jiang Mingyue bought a meat pie and 2 eggs from a nearby breakfast stall, then squatted down in front of the beggar.
It's hot, and food doesn't keep well, so I only bought 1 meat pie. But I also got you some eggs. You can keep these and eat them slowly.
Sun Yang looked at the person who was about to leave and spoke up.
Miss Yang, is there something else you need? I don't want to go on living like this anymore.
I want to find a job.
Ah, that's more like it. Life is hard, but the world is worth it. It's good that you've come around.
Looking at the person in front of her, Sun Yang slowly revealed a faint smile. It was Jiang Mingyue who made her feel that the world was worth it.
What skills do you have? What kind of job are you looking for?
Honestly, I don't know much.
I can only cook. And I'm not sure if anyone in the county is looking for a cook. What a coincidence me family happens to be hiring a cook. Would you be willing to come work for us? I'm willing, miss. Thank you for taking me in. Ah, there's no need to be so formal. My home is the 4th house on the left in Shaolin Alley. Besides my younger brother, there are also 2 maidservants at home. One is called Mihuan Shiliu, and the other, a bit smaller, is Mihuan Yusing. There's also a page boy named Han Yu General. Would you like to come over now, or shall I take you there this evening? I'll go now. Alright then, when you get to the house, just tell Shiliu that you're the cook I hired. The southern wing room is being tidied up for you. From now on, you'll live in the southern wing. As for what happened last month, let's talk about it tonight, alright? You're willing to take me in, give me a place to stay, and provide me with 3 meals a day. It's like giving me a new life. Please, let's not mention what happened last month again, alright? Wait here for me for a moment.
The 2 of them have known each other for quite some time, and we all know he doesn't have much to his name. He went straight to Jingshu workshop, picked out 2 sets of clothes, paid for them, and then brought them to Sun Yang, handing the clothes to her.
Take these home and wear them. Tonight I'll get some more fabric bags, and we can make 2 more sets ourselves. That should be enough to wear for now. Thank you, miss. As your client, this is what I should do. Go home now.
Home? Sun Yang felt a gentle warmth in her heart.
Sun Yang, would you ever hurt me?
Sun Yang's body stiffened slightly.
Miss Sun Yang, would you ever hurt me?
I would never
hurt you, miss. Smiling. I believe you. Go home now. Is there something to celebrate at Aunt Lee's house?
My son is getting engaged, so I wanted to get him a couple of decent outfits. When he goes to your house to propose, he can't be dressed too shabbily.
Oh, that's wonderful news. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, huh? After seeing the 2 of them out of the embroidery workshop and coming back, Auntie walked ahead of her, looking all gossipy. Hey, her son is getting engaged. Do you know which family's daughter it is? Jiang Mingyue shook her head. She was incredibly curious, but too embarrassed to ask. Boss, do you know?
That young lady is from a family in the capital.
Oh, from the capital, huh? Even Jiang Mingyue was a bit surprised.
Yes, and that girl's father is even a government official in the Ministry of Rights.
Goodness, how could a family like that take a liking to Scholar Lin?
2 years ago, Scholar Lin went to the capital with his classmates for a trip and happened to save his future father-in-law, who had sprained his ankle while chasing a thief. Out of kindness, Scholar Lin personally escorted him back home. It's said that his future father-in-law took a liking to Scholar Lin at first sight, which is how this wonderful marriage came to be.
This just goes to show that good things happen to good people.
She blushed.
Ji Yuan reached out, took the melon from his hand, then smoothly took his small hand in his own in one fluid motion, not giving Jiang Mingyue any chance to refuse. Jiang Mingyue obediently let him hold her hand, not resisting at all.
What did you bring today?
Would you like some tea?
Yes, my throat is a bit uncomfortable right now.
You've worked hard.
It wasn't hard at all.
Xi Yuan held Jiang Mingyue's hand as they walked, asking as they went.
Do you like eating ugly melons?
Ugly melons? A guest gave it to me. I don't know if it tastes good or not.
Today's medicinal tea is cool and refreshing, but Jiang Mingyue was sure the man hadn't put any ice in it, and she had no idea how he managed it. She had to admit, being cared for so thoughtfully by him felt incredibly blissful. Jiang Mingyue took another sip.
There are still plenty at home. When we get back, I'll serve you another bowl.
Jiang Mingyue softly responded with an im.
Does your throat feel better now?
Much better.
You talked a lot today.
Not really. These days, everyone has been busy with all sorts of things, but inside the shop it's been quite leisurely. It's just that today, the weather was a bit stuffy. Especially before and after the critical moment there wasn't a hint of wind, and I sweated a lot. Sigh, right now I feel like a pampered flower that's been left out in the scorching sun, wilting and spoiled.
It was just an ordinary remark, but it sent Xi Yuan's thoughts wandering. Although there was no change in his expression, his Adam's apple did move slightly.
It's already this hot now. How are we going to cope when it gets even hotter later on?
Xu Yuan stopped in his tracks, turned to look at the person beside him, and said very seriously,
If you feel tired, then just stop doing it. My family's not exactly wealthy, but supporting you and your brother is no problem at all.
Got it, seventh brother. Why are you so good to me? Honestly, I like you more and more.
That one sentence made Siren freeze in place instantly. At this moment, he felt as if he were floating on clouds, his heart filled with joy. The usually deep and cool eyes were now thick and dark as he looked at the person in front of him and said seriously,
Mingyue, I really like you more than I ever thought I would.
It was just a casual remark, but it received an extremely earnest response from the man. Xiaoming was happy, but also felt a bit guilty.
Got it.
Let's go.
After the engagement, we'll set the wedding for September. How about that? The weather will be clear and refreshing. The fruits will be plentiful. It's the most beautiful season of the year.
Numba,
Why not?
I still don't know you well enough. I want to observe you for a while longer. As the saying goes, for a woman, getting married is like being reborn a second time. Shouldn't I take a good look before I'm reborn?
Then take your time and have a good look.
His gentle tone was now full of tolerance and affection. I also responded with a couple of MMS, and when I saw we were already at Zaolin Alley ahead, I pulled my hand back. Xi Yuan glanced at his now empty hand. Sigh, we should hurry up and get engaged, otherwise even holding his hand has to be done sneakily.
The cucumbers and squash in the yard are ready to eat. Do you want to pick some to take home?
He was about to follow the man inside when suddenly a clear voice called out from the side. Zhang Mingye looked at Jiang Minghong, who had just come out. His eyes flickered for a moment, feeling a bit guilty.
Sister, are you going to talk to me about the cook?
Thank you, Brother Ji. I'll come pick cucumbers another day.
Xi Yuan watched the brother and sister walking home hand in hand, his gaze lingering on Jiang Minghong for a few moments longer, thinking to himself how deliberately childish they were.
Sunyang greets the young lady and young master. If my appearance startled you, please don't take offense. My little brother and I, our greatest strength is our courage. If you don't mind, how about my brother and I help you change into plain clothes next time?
Jiang Mingyue's affectionate manner stirred a ripple in Sunyang's otherwise calm heart. It would be my honor.
Aunt Su, you've suffered so much.
Looking at the contours of her face, it was clear that Sunyang must have once been an exceptionally beautiful woman. No one knew who could have been so cruel as to slash her face 7 or 8 times. That simple phrase, "you've suffered," instantly broke through Sunyang's defenses, and it took her several breaths to barely suppress the emotions in her heart. As emotions surged, her younger brother Jiang Minghong brushed away the dampness from Sunyang's fair wrist, a dark glint flashing in his eyes.
Fortunately, all the hardships are behind us now.
Everything will get better from here. Thank you, miss. Although Jiang Minghong still had many concerns, he nevertheless expressed his gratitude.
Su Yi, from now on this will be your home. You just settle in and rest easy. As long as my sister and I are here, no one will ever be able to hurt you again.
Thank you, young master. Thank you, miss.
You're welcome.
From now on, just call me Mingyue instead of Suyan. All right, my past has faded away like smoke now. I am simply Sunyang. A golden light flashed in Jiang Minghong's eyes. What a clever person. Was she reassuring him because she sensed his concerns? The siblings watched as Sunyang walked away. Afterward, Jiang Mingyue turned to look at her brother.
Now you can finally relax, right?
Jiang Minghong nodded. She really did feel much more at ease.
I used to always worry about what to do when Matchmaker Chuju came to visit. Now, the problem seems to have solved itself.
Su Yi really is an excellent choice.
Then tomorrow, I'll talk to Suyi about it.
Jiang Minghong nodded. What do you think? Zhou Deshan shook his head. Wu Mei's face turned pale as she sat down and started to sob.
Oh, my poor child. Who knows how much suffering he'll have to endure at the Yamen these days? His father. What should we do now?
Tomorrow you go to the Jingxiu workshop. The reason Xiaoxing is in trouble today is because of Jiang Mingyu.
He made me lose my job, and because of him, Xiaoxin ended up in prison. And now you want me to go to the Jingxiu workshop? To humble myself and beg him? I can't accept that.
Mother, her fiancé is Minghua Yue. That name shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, right? Him? Our Zhou family can't afford to offend him. If you have something to say, just say it. Your eyes are practically burning 2 holes into my face. My elder sister saved someone. He has an extraordinary bearing, not something that could be cultivated in an ordinary family. The scar on his face seems to have been deliberately drawn on. Just now, when he drank water, I noticed the skin on his wrist was slightly paler than elsewhere. You're worried he might bring trouble to our family. My sister and I already have enough troubles of our own, so we don't really care about taking in someone like him. I just thought I should let you know about this, Li Yan. Alright, I understand.
Half truth, half lie. Xuan handed the medicinal tea, which had already been prepared, to Jiang Minghong.
Take it back for your sister to drink. From now on, I'll be the one telling you stories. Let's go back inside.
Yu Xing'er didn't show much change in her expression, but Yu Sher was much more obvious, responding with a dispirited, "Oh." Sun Yang took all of this in. She realized that, aside from Shilu, everyone in this family was interesting. Each of them had their own story.
Thank you, big brother. I know everything.
Know what?
I know that the person who was following me is named Zhou Xin. He was taken away by the constables. The constables who were patrolling Jingxiu workshop a while ago were also arranged by you.
Shi Yuan did not deny it.
Someone from the Zhou family came to see you.
Yes, they came this morning. They begged me to be lenient and release Zhou Xin.
What do you think about it?
The constables are just doing their duty. If they arrested Zhou Xing, it must be because he broke the law. Whether or not to release him is up to the authorities. There's no point in asking me.
His answer was completely unexpected to Shi Yun. He thought Jiang Mingyue would soften and plead for Zhou Xing's release.
You're right. Even if they beg you, it won't help.
Jiang Mingyue blinked her bright, lively eyes and nodded earnestly. Shi Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He seemed gentle and delicate, and almost never argued with anyone in daily life. But in critical moments, his resolve made Shi Yuan feel as if, even if someone committed murder, he would quietly hand them the knife. In a cheerful mood, Shi Yuan couldn't help but squeeze his soft little hand. Jiang Yue made a token effort to pull away, but the man was unwilling to let go, and the tingling sensation from his hand spread as she let him do as he pleased. It wasn't until his hand was squeezed a little red, and his feet touched the ground that he felt a bit lightheaded.
You're bullying me. It hurts.
Shi Yuan felt as if a feather had brushed across his heart ticklish, yet somehow swelling with emotion. He looked up at the person whose cheeks were flushed and face shy, and his breath instantly grew erratic. The usually deep and cool look in his eyes gradually became even more profound. Suppressing himself with a swallow, his Adam's apple bobbing, he reluctantly let go of his hand, though his heart was restless. After a few breaths, once he had calmed down, Ji Yuan caught up with Jiang Mingyue.
Tomorrow, I have to make a trip to the capital. Do you need me to bring anything back for you?
Roast duck. I've heard people say that the roast duck in the capital is truly exceptional. I'd like to try it too.
Got it. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you off tomorrow.
It's fine, don't worry about me. I'm not afraid at all now. Brother Sie, are you going to the capital for something important?
The two of them are about to get engaged, so it's time to tell her about sister's situation as well.
I'm going to see my sister and tell her about us, so she can be happy too.
Sister.
She's heard quite a bit about the theatre, but she still doesn't know she has another sister.
Sister, my dear sister, I'll tell you about her another time, alright?
Jiang Mingyue nodded, took out the handkerchief she had mended yesterday, and handed it to the man.
Sunny,
He hadn't expected her to mend it so quickly. Shi Yuan looked at the little figure on the handkerchief and gently stroked it.
Were you thinking of me while you were mending the handkerchief?
That one sentence instantly made Jiang Mingye blush. Shi Yuan looked at the person whose face was flushed with embarrassment and silently curled his lips into a smile, his voice becoming unusually gentle.
Thank you, I really like it. But is there something on your mind?
Today I found out that Brother Shi actually has an older sister.
Yes, an older sister. Jiang Mingho instantly recalled some rumors from her previous life. Could those rumors be true? Zhang Mingyu looked at her brother's surprised face and narrowed her eyes slightly. She had thought she could get some information out of him, but judging by his reaction, he clearly didn't know that there was an older sister at the theater.
Did Mr. Xie say anything else at all about this older sister?
He said he'd tell me more in the future.
Jiang Minghong raised her eyebrows slightly. It seemed she needed to find time to ask Shi Yuan about this. She couldn't just rely on what she'd heard in her previous life and not ask anything at all.
Was Yu Gang obedient today?
He was even more obedient than I expected. He sat in on Dingban's class for quite a while.
All of Yu Jenner's behaviors made Jiang Minghong clearly realize that her sister's guess was right there. Might not be anything wrong with Yu Jenner.
He adapted even faster than I thought he would.
As soon as a sliver of light appeared in the east, Shi Yuan left the house. Half an hour later, he had already stabled his horse, bought some pastries and donkey meat sandwiches that his sister loved as a child, and picked up a roly-poly toy. Then he arrived at the back gate of the fifth prince's residence. After walking all the way, the theatre looked at his sister, who was hurrying over with a child in her arms. In his usually cold eyes, a trace of warmth slowly appeared. He took 5 steps toward the back gate, only stopping when he was blocked by the gatekeeper woman. Xie Ru waited with her personal maid. After leading the gatekeeper woman over to the rockery, she finally spoke to her daughter. Leyland called out, "Uncle!" "Uncle."
Yes?
It was the first time Shi Yuan had ever seen his niece grown up like this, and his heart was filled with both joy and a touch of sadness. He hurriedly took out the tumbler toy and handed it to the little princess. Shi Yuan could tell that the little princess really liked it, but she didn't reach out for it right away. Instead, she looked at her mother first. "It's from your uncle. Go ahead and take it." "Thank you, Uncle."
You're welcome.
He looked at his older sister, knowing it was a bit against the rules, but he still said it.
Sister, may I hold Lanlan for a bit?
Siru nodded gently. The moment Siwan carefully took the child into his arms, he felt his heart swell with emotion.
Sis, Lanlan's nose really looks like yours.
Elder sister Siru looked at the two people she cared about most in this life, turned away, and wiped the tears from her face. Huoguan, you look a bit thinner than last time. Have you been very busy lately, sis?
Sis, you must be mistaken. I'm definitely fatter than before, but you look much thinner than last time. Is the princess consort feeling any better?
Shiru gently shook her head.
Sis, even when things are urgent, you still need to take care of yourself. Now you have Lanlan.
Don't worry, I'll protect her. Shi Yuan saw that his sister already understood what she meant, so he didn't say anything more. Just as Sunday, Huai Zhong took out a sachet. His sister handed one to him as well. The siblings looked at the sachets in each other's hands and both laughed. Xian stuffed the sachet into the little princess's pocket.
This is for Lanlan. Things aren't like they used to be. Your younger brother has grown up now. I'll take good care of myself, so you don't need to worry. In fact, you'll have more expenses on your side in the future, so you can't be as frugal as before. When it's time to spend, you should spend, especially when it comes to the little princess.
Shiru listened to her brother's meticulous reminders, a smile on her lips and her heart warmed like spring. She waited for her brother to finish speaking, then asked, "How was the harvest in our village this year?"
On average, each Miu produced more than 20 extra gin.
That's wonderful. You have such a bright future ahead of you, so whatever you do, don't let your prospects be ruined by two people who aren't worth it. Do you understand?
Sister, I'm getting engaged.
Really? My little brother has found someone he wants to spend his life with. Then hurry up and tell me about him.
His surname is Jiang, his given name is Mingye, and he was originally from the Jiang family in Jiangnan. Last summer, I traveled to Yuanjiang.
It really is like a red thread of fate tying you two together across 1,000 miles. Since you truly care for her, make sure you treat her well, understand, little brother?
I understand, sister.
So when are you getting engaged?
On the 9th day, the official matchmaker will go to the Jiang family to propose.
What have you prepared for the engagement gifts?
According to our local customs, I've prepared 3 sets of bracelets, earrings, and some fabric.
Just as Siru was about to speak, she saw her personal maid and the gatekeeper matron approaching and knew it was time for her to return. Wait here for a moment. I'll get the things ready and have Lue bring them over to you shortly.
Sister, there's no need. I've already prepared everything.
What could you possibly have prepared? Besides, could what you've prepared be better than what I can prepare? Just wait here. You should.
Brother Ji,
I'm going out.
let me take a look.
Jiang Minghong felt a bit uncomfortable when she saw her sister put down her chopsticks and rush out. As expected, brothers-in-law are the most annoying people. Although Xiang still thought this way, he followed her out anyway.
Brother Ji just got back.
Yes. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste as good once it cools down.
Jiang Mingyue touched the still warm oiled paper packet, noticing that some oil stains had gotten onto the front of her clothes, and only then did she stop. He must have carried it all the way here. Her heart felt both sweet and a little worried. She wondered if he had gotten burned.
Let's eat together.
Sister is right. Mr. C, come and let's have dinner together.
You must be hungry. Hurry and eat.
Shi Yuan looked gently at the person in front of him and replied, "All right." Caught between the two who seemed so close, Jiang Minghong suddenly didn't know what to say. She suddenly felt a bit out of place, so she quietly lowered her head and unwrapped the oiled paper packet.
Go on. Try it and see if it tastes the way you remember. If it doesn't, I'll make it for you another day.
Is there anything you can't do?
There is. You'll find out in the future.
Watching him eat with a gentle smile, Xian felt as if even the pain in her chest had eased. He then gave him the other duck leg, and while he was at it, added a piece of duck meat to Jiang Minghong's bowl.
Nothing much happened at the private school today, right? I heard that Master Yu is planning to hire 2 more teachers. Tomorrow, both Mr. Zhou and I will be taking the imperial examination, and starting from the second half of the year, we'll need to prepare for it. As for the private school, we probably won't be able to teach you every day like we do now. So Master Yu wants to recruit people in advance, so they can take our place when the time comes.
Brother Shi, do you know who Master Yun is hiring?
Because Xiao Hong already knows him at Scholar Lin, who has taught us before.
Xi Yuan nodded. Brother Xie, how much is your monthly salary?
10 taels.
Oh, is it the same for the scholar?
The scholar gets 5 taels.
That's actually quite a lot. It's enough to cover their daily expenses.
Shi Yuan thought, if it were just him alone, it would indeed be quite a lot. But in the near future, he might be someone who has to support a whole family. His wife's monthly allowance is only so much, and his brother-in-law still needs to go to school. Besides, after getting married, he doesn't plan to let Jiang Mingye keep working at the Jingxi workshop. All things considered, Xian still felt that the burden on his shoulders was quite heavy, but fortunately, it was something he could still bear.
You don't need to think about saving for my sake. Whatever others have, you will have too. And what others don't have, I will do my best to give you.
Jiang Minghong, who was gnawing on a duck neck, looked up at Shi Yuan with admiration. Just listen to how well he speaks. No wonder his sister was moved. If it were him, Jiang Minghong thought, he probably wouldn't be able to resist either. Sigh, that's something to learn from. Definitely something to learn. After Jiang Mingye realized what was going on, she understood that the man had misunderstood.
Then, Brother Ji, you better work hard. I have to say I'm quite the spender.
Jiang Minghong coughed twice. Can you really say something like that so openly? Besides, the two of them aren't even officially together yet. He felt embarrassed on his sister's behalf.
Alright.
Sigh, Brother Shay is really wonderful. I really want to give him a hug.
Hearing this, Shi Yuan was momentarily stunned, and for once, a flash of heat passed through his usually calm eyes. The corners of his lips lifted, and he was about to speak, but just then, a fit of coughing interrupted him. Jiang Minghong, who was beside them, started coughing loudly, staring wide-eyed at his outspoken sister, as if to say, "Aren't you embarrassed? Stop talking already." Well, honestly, she hadn't felt anything when she said it. But now, after her brother's warning, Xiaoming suddenly felt quite embarrassed too.
If your throat is uncomfortable, I can take a look at it for you later. Try to hold it in while we're in the department, so you don't scare your sister.
Jiang Minghong was speechless. Was her throat really uncomfortable?
Got it. I'll hold it in for now. Once Senior Pao comes to visit tomorrow and we get engaged, it'll be fine.
That deep voice even had a coaxing tone. Jiang Minghong felt like coughing again. At that moment, Shi Yuan's sister suddenly turned her head and shot her a warning look.
Are you absolutely crazy? Can we just eat our food properly? Eat your food.
I remember my father always saying that if you want to pass the imperial exams and become a scholar, you first need a healthy body. Now that summer's over, Brother Chi, are you planning to start exercising?
I once learned a set of boxing techniques from Uncle Luan. Practicing it regularly can really strengthen the body, and I haven't slacked off at all over the years.
What kind of boxing?
Health-preserving boxing.
Oh, can you teach me?
It's pretty hot right now. How about in the fall?
Sure, let's do it in the fall then.
By then, Xiaohong can come along and join us too.
Shi Yuan really does look after his future brother-in-law. In the past, seeing you two all lovey-dovey and clingy, it was really unnecessary.
Brother CA, you've been running around all day and must be tired. You should rest early. My brother won't bother you anymore today.
Alright.
I'll walk you out.
As Jiang Mingyue followed Shi Yuan outside, she saw her younger brother trailing behind. She turned back and shot him a warning look. Xiao Minghong immediately stopped. Though he was a bit uneasy about the two of them being alone together, he still went into the main hall. Most of the time, his sister was very obedient and gentle. But when his sister occasionally lost her temper, oh, he really couldn't handle it. In short, she was not someone to mess with. Outside the courtyard gate, Shui Yuan stopped and looked at the person who had followed him out.
Do you still want a hug?
Ah? After Xiang Mingwei realized what she had just said, she instinctively turned her head to glance around, only to hear Shi Yuan speak.
No need to look. There's no one here. Do you still want a hug?
This time, the voice was extremely soft, as if speaking any louder would scare him. Originally, Jiang Mingyue had already lost the desire, but sensing that the man seemed so timid, she took 2 steps closer to Shi Yuan. Before he could get close, he was already pulled into an embrace by a single step and outstretched arm. His body fell into a scorching hot embrace, instantly surrounded by a scent both unfamiliar and familiar. Unlike Jiang Mingyue's softness, Shi Yuan's chest was incredibly firm, and at this moment his arms felt like an impenetrable wall, making it impossible for him to move. "You're holding me a bit too tight."
Don't move.
The girl's body was unbelievably soft, her whole being exuding a faint, fresh fragrance so familiar, yet so intoxicating and delightful. She hadn't expected that such a simple hug would push her to the brink of losing control. Jiang Mingyue could feel her breath burning hot right in front of her. She immediately dared not move. It was also very deep, so much so that they could clearly hear his strong, powerful heartbeat each thump, revealing that Shi Yuan was just as nervous and excited as she was. Instead, Jiang Mingyue calmed down. After a while, drenched in sweat, Jiang Mingyue spoke in a soft voice.
Can you not hold me so tightly? I'm a little uncomfortable. How much longer do I have to wait?
Everything was already arranged as soon as we got home.
What about Aunt Sue?
Speaking of Sun Yang, Jiang Mingyue thought of what happened yesterday at the theater when they went to see the doctor. She wondered if Brother Shi and Su Yi's condition had gotten worse. Shi Yan had already expected her to ask, and responded with a simple,
Her body is like a piece of porcelain that has been shattered and glued back together. It could break again at any moment. You don't need to worry too much. Nothing will happen in the short term. With proper care, she could live for several more years.
As for the other, more sinister matters, he didn't intend to tell Jiang Mingyue about that.
Oh, where's Brother Yu? Besides insomnia, does he have any other symptoms?
Did he experience some major trauma in the past?
This is related to his background.
He slowly told the story about Yu Zhen and his sister. The theater owner always thought he had a very steady mindset, and that very few things could stir his emotions. But Yu Zhen's situation still touched him deeply. Of course, when hunger reaches its extreme, one can no longer be considered human, but rather a beast just like his uncle and aunt.
Brother Shi, Yu Zhen isn't stupid, right?
It was only after Shi Yuan had calmed down that he finally spoke.
That's right. He's not stupid. It's just that what happened back then traumatized him so much that he shut himself off and blocked out some memories. That's why he's like this now. His condition is actually very treatable, but...
Brother Shi, I don't think he needs to be treated. I feel like Yuge is fine just the way he is now. For him, remembering Chi-Chi would be too cruel.
Then let's not treat him.
Thank you, Brother Shi. Auntie, may I ask how I should address you?
Oh, you're speaking so formally. Looks like the Jiang family isn't simple. Haha, my surname is Qian. People in the county respectfully call me Matchmaker Qian.
Ah, may I ask what brings Matchmaker Qian to our home today?
Oh, it's a happy occasion.
Matchmaker Qian, please come in.
Haha, may I ask for your surname, madam?
My surname is Cheng.
Oh, so it's Madam Cheng. this old woman is here to congratulate you today.
May I ask what the happy occasion is?
Oh, I came here today especially to propose marriage for your daughter. Time has been passing by, bit by bit. In scene 40, Si Yuan brought the engagement pastries to the matchmaker Qian's residence. Knowing that someone from the theatre had arrived, matchmaker Qian personally came out to greet him. After exchanging a few words, Shi Yuan accepted the birthday card handed to him and carefully tucked it into his chest, then gave the pastries and rice to her.
Sorry to trouble you, but could you make another trip tomorrow?
As she spoke, she took out another 2 taels of silver and handed them to him. Oh, Scholar Shi, you're too polite. When you get married in the future, don't forget to invite this old lady for a cup of wedding wine.
Of course.
A little while later, Shui Yuan came out from the matchmaker's residence. Touching the birthday card in her chest, she smiled. He had paid the deposit. From today on, Jiang Mingyue was his fiancée, and in the near future, she would become his wife? For 21 years, this was the first time he had ever felt so elated. Back at home by the slender waste river, he carefully took the birth date card from his chest, caressing it as if it were a rare treasure. After staring at the birth date card for a while, Shi Yuan put it into the cabinet. He felt it wasn't safe enough, so after thinking for a moment, he opened a drawer and took out a lock. Soon he was looking at the cabinet, now secured with 2 locks, and lowered his eyes, hiding the complicated emotions within them. He thought he must have lost his mind if a thief broke into the house and saw 2 locks hanging on the cabinet. They wouldn't even have to look to know there was something valuable inside. Shi Wei took out the key and unlocked one of the locks. All right, let's just leave it at that.
Hey, on such a big day as your engagement, you're only giving me 1 jar of wine? That's way too stingy. You should at least give me 5 or 6 jars.
If I gave you 5 or 6 jars, would you even dare to take them?
Nuanyi thought about it seriously. He really wouldn't dare.
Did you just tell your sister about your engagement, really?
I told her. She was very happy.
Jin Shu Workshop. So, how did it go? Did the matchmaker come? I heard she even came to the dormitory, and she's an official matchmaker too. Mr. Shi really values the young lady. The Su family has already given him the birthdate card, and they've also accepted Mr. Shi's card. Xiaoming also heard Pomegranate say this, and couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up. The anxiety he'd been feeling instantly disappeared. It settled he and Shi Yuan are officially engaged.
I understand. It's hot out. Let's head back.
He smiled and said, My time passes quickly. Sometimes, after class, Jiang Minghong saw Shi Yuan left homework. Packing his books, he was to leave. Feeling slight urge, he respectfully raised his hand and addressed teacher.
There's something I don't quite understand. I hope you can help clarify it for me, sir.
Seeing there was still some time left, he walked up to Jiang Minghong and asked.
Where? Here.
Shen Yu, who was standing next to them, looked puzzled when he heard what Jiang Minghong was asking about. Just yesterday, the 2 of them had been discussing this very sentence. Jiang Minghong had clearly already understood it. So why was he pretending not to now? Shi Yuan explained it in the simplest terms, then asked him,
Do you understand? And also here.
Shi Yuan glanced at the place he indicated and patiently explained it to him again. When Jiang Minghong asked once more, he squinted his eyes and lowered his voice.
On purpose? I'm earnestly seeking advice from you, Sir Ho. Could you say it's on purpose? It wouldn't hurt to ask again tonight. If I don't get my questions answered now, I'm worried I won't be able to eat tonight. But it's RG who would definitely be concerned. If he asks about it...
We're all smart people here. In what followed, even though Jiang Minghong didn't say it outright, Shi Yuan definitely understood. I'll give you that. He finished speaking quickly, not giving Jiang Minghong another chance to ask questions, and strode out of the classroom.
I'll go home with you. I know you and your sister are very close. And now that she has suddenly become my fiancée, you might find it a bit hard to adjust. It's okay. I can give you some time. But Jiang Minghao, you're not a child anymore. So I still hope you can adapt quickly, and accept me soon.
Jiang Minghong fell silent at these words. Jiang Minghong pushed open the courtyard gate and saw someone chatting cheerfully with Sun Yang. Thinking of everything that happened in her previous life, her eyes slowly reddened. The words at the theatre woke him up. If it hadn't been for his own impulsiveness in his previous life, and being provoked by Chen Fugi, he wouldn't have offended the eldest princess, nor would she have had to humble herself to the second prince in order to save him. If he hadn't been so immature and irrational, constantly provoking the second prince and arousing his murderous intent, how could his sister have died? In his previous life, it was him, it was his own hands that caused his sister's death. Jiang Mingyue heard the door and turned her head, seeing her younger brother's eyes slightly wet, his lips pale, his whole body radiating an air of sorrow. Just one look at him made it impossible not to feel distressed. Her heart skipped a beat.
Little brother, what's wrong?
Sister, I am so sorry.
It's okay. No matter what happens, it's alright.
Jiang Minghong hugged his sister tightly, tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes.
Do you need my help?
No need. Just wait a moment. I'll be ready soon.
Although he said that, he still wanted to help, so he joined in tidying up the messy cloth. Only then did he bring the prepared pastries to the counter and handed them out to Han Lanlan and the other two.
Mingwei often mentions you to me, saying that you all take great care of her. Even though she's at Jingshu Workshop, she feels as if she's at home. For quite some time to come, my Mingyue will likely still need your care. In the future, if there's ever anything I, Xi Yuan, can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask.
Hearing these words as she walked over, Jiang Mingye felt as if she had just eaten a piece of candy. Her heart was filled with sweetness. For her sake, Xi Yuan had so readily extended a favor to others.
You're too kind, scholar. We will definitely take good care of Mingyue for you.
Oh, we all really like Mingyu. Scholar, rest assured here at Jingxiu Workshop, we definitely won't let anyone bully her. Xi Yuan nodded politely to the three of them, then turned and led Jiang Mingyu out. Mingye, your fiancé is really quite something.
Isn't he? Even though he's just a scholar, he's gentle, courteous, and easy to get along with.
On the street? Thank you, brother. I didn't expect you to come to Jingxufang today.
Before, I couldn't enter for your reputation. But now it's different.
Now,
I'm your fiancé.
the word sounded so pleasant that something strange flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes. He looked at him tenderly and whispered,
And in the future, you'll be my wife too.
Wife?
In Jiang Mingyue's heart, it felt like a marmot was squeaking. She was so shy she wanted to cover her face. Shen looked at her blushing cheeks, her dark eyes filled with joy and shyness, and the corners of the young girl's lips curled up ever so slightly. Today, the matchmaker came to deliver the betrothal gifts, which included a gold hairpin.
A bracelet, earrings, and a fabric called Cloud Mist, which is tribute cloth soft and breathable. To obtain this fabric, Scholar Shi must have gone to great lengths. Scholar Shi is truly thoughtful. The young lady is very fortunate.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Yue's eyes flashed, and she shyly lowered her head, saying softly, "Thank you." In her boudoir, Jiang Mingye gently stroked the cloud mist fabric, falling into deep thought. This is a fabric reserved exclusively for the royal family and high-ranking court officials. Even if a household possesses it, it would have been bestowed by the royal family and could never be given away. So how did Xi Yuan manage to obtain such fabric? Ordinary people would never have access to cloud mist. Jiang Mingye dared to say that probably half of the noble ladies in the court wouldn't even recognize this kind of fabric. So how did Sun Yang recognize it? While Sun Yang was giving him a hint, she also exposed herself. Who knows if he realized this, or perhaps he did and simply didn't care. Xiao Ming also rubbed his temples. Oh my, his head hurt so much. He really hated using his brain. He'd rather leave this kind of headache to his younger brother, Xi Yuan.
Since this kind isn't so good, why don't you make yourself a couple of outfits, sister? They'll be cooler to wear in the summer too.
What kind of gift should I give in return?
Either a jade hairpin or a jade pendant would be fine.
Then I'll go with a jade hairpin. I'll find some time to visit the silver shop tomorrow. Do you want one? Jiang Minghong shook her head.
No, I don't need it right now.
Alright then. I'll get it for you another time.
Tonight, you can read by yourself. I have a social engagement, and Yinghui will be back very late. I understand. Go back and tell my fiancé that I might need another 2 or 3 days before I can pick her up.
Jiang Minghong responded with an "oh." When Jiang Mingye got home and heard what her brother, she realized Xi Yuan had a social engagement. She asked,
What kind of engagement?
I didn't ask.
Next time, make sure to ask, understand?
Jiang Mingyue reminded her brother, then went into the kitchen.
Grandpa Su, after dinner, let's make some wedding wine soup.
Jiang Mingye stopped her brother, who was about to go next door, and said,
We've made some hangover soup at home. If Big Brother Shi comes back, don't forget to bring him a bowl.
Okay.
Jiang Mingyue looked at her brother as if she didn't recognize him. What's wrong?
I just suddenly feel like you have the air of a virtuous wife and good mother, sis.
You even dare to tease your sister now. Go on, hurry up.
By the time Xi Yuan returned to Zaolin Hutong, it was already dusk. Although no one had tried to get him drunk today, everyone knew he was engaged, so they all came to toast him, one cup after another. The joy was a bit overwhelming, but fortunately, he was prepared and didn't end up completely drunk and senseless.
He still hadn't come back yet.
Jiang Minghong helped the alcohol-scented Xu to sit down, then picked up the still warm sobering soup from the table and handed it to him.
Sister told me to wait for you to come back before I left. I wouldn't dare disobey her.
Upon hearing this, Xu downed the sobering soup in one gulp. It really feels nice to have someone care about you like this.
Tell my fiancé that I'm doing well, so she doesn't have to worry. I know my sister is your fiancé. You don't have to keep repeating it. Don't you find it awkward to talk like that? I like it.
Seeing the drunken man, Jiang Minghong was quite magnanimous and didn't argue with him.
There's hot water in the kitchen. You can wash up yourself. That's also something your sister reminded me to tell you. I never expected that the sister who was always cherished by our parents and needed others to take care of her would one day learn to care for others. But I'm not just anyone, I'm your brother-in-law. It's my honor. As long as you know that. If you ever dare to let my sister down in the future, I won't forgive you.
Those words were both a threat and a warning. Shi Yuan smiled, closed his eyes, and said nothing more. He would prove with his actions that Jiang Mingyue had chosen the right person. Jiang Minghong looked at the person who seemed about to fall asleep, casually picked up the clothes from the chair and draped them over her. Just as she took a couple of steps toward the door, she heard Xie Yuan speak.
I've already spread the word about you rescuing me. I believe it won't be long before everyone in Wamping hears about it.
I understand.
I have to say, Xie Yuan's attitude really satisfied him. He hadn't expected him to take action so quickly, especially since he and his sister had only just gotten engaged.
Granduncle! Granduncle, are you there? Yes, I'm here.
He opened the courtyard gate and looked at Huzi, who was visibly anxious, and asked,
Did something happen in the village? Everything was fine. But then something happened. Granny Wu slapped Uncle Mao. And then she started crying and shouting, spreading rumors that you harmed her. The village chief said, if you have time, you should go back and take a look.
Shui Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. When he went back inside to open the drawer and take out the wound medicine, he glanced at the medicine bottle in the very back, paused in thought for a moment, and tucked it into his clothes as well. Soon after, she took Huzi with her and rode back to Xieji Village's Jingxiu workshop. After seeing Ming Yue off, another guest, and checking the time, it's already the 12th quarter of the morning. Shiliu has probably already brought breakfast to Brother Shi. I wonder if he's sobered up yet, or if he's still feeling unwell. Miss Jing, what are you thinking about? You seem so lost in thought.
It's been such a long time since I last saw you. Has Scholar Lin's marriage been settled?
Yes, it's settled. In fact, the betrothal gifts will be delivered on the 18th, so I came especially to buy a couple bolts of fabric.
Congratulations, Aunt Lin. Double happiness is coming your way. I heard from my younger brother that Master Yu has officially proposed to Scholar Lin. The good day for you and Xiaozhu is still ahead.
Thank you for your kind words.
You're welcome.
It seems that foolish hat has gotten even crazier than before. After seeing your aunt, he ran out of the house with a knife, saying you were harming them. We were afraid he might hurt someone, so last week we tied him up inside the house.
Sorry to trouble you and everyone again, Grandpa-san.
It's what family should do, but if things always go on like this, it's not really right either.
I once suggested to Uncle and Aunt that we lock Cousin in the house and just bring him food and water every day. But Uncle and Aunt wouldn't agree, and even said I had bad intentions.
Xian sighed, looking both aggrieved and helpless. The old clan leader comfortingly patted him on the shoulder.
These past few years have been hard on you.
I don't really mind. Although my father and uncle split up the family a long time ago, he's still my uncle by blood. Of course, I hope things will get better between them. I'll go back and try to persuade them again. If they're willing, I'll take my cousin to the clinic for another checkup.
If they're not willing, then from now on you don't need to get involved in their affairs anymore. After all, you're two separate families now. Even though they raised you for a few years, your family's entire fortune was given to them, so everything's already settled. There's no reason for you to keep looking after them and cleaning up their messes in the future.
Elder Shi thought about all the things Shi Hang and his wife had done over the years and got angry. His eyes reddened with emotion.
I'll listen to Third Grandpa.
The old clan leader looked at Shi Yuan's aggrieved face and felt a bit uneasy. He pulled himself together and tried to comfort him.
Thank you, Third Grandpa. After hearing what you said, I feel much better. I wonder how Aunt is doing. I'll go back and check on her.
Sai, go on back. If anything happens, just come find me. I'll stand up for you.
Alright.
You're back.
I heard Brother Mao slashed Auntie's face, so I came back to check if you're alright.
I've made you worry again.
I've already bandaged him up. Auntie's face was slashed how? Can you call that nothing? I want to go check on her. There's no need. Your aunt just fell asleep. Let's not disturb her.
Seeing the uncle looking tense all over, on high alert, Shi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly.
I'll listen to my uncle and go see Brother Mao.
Shi Heng stopped him immediately.
No way. Really?
If those people were just guessing before, now they can be sure that Shi Maoqing has woken up. He woke up faster than they expected. Shi Heng saw Shi Yuan walking away and immediately rushed to Dongwu.
He will stay here overnight. What should we do now?
Is our son all right?
Calm down. He fell asleep just now, and I locked him in the room. That way, he won't run out and get beaten by the clan members, and Shi Yuan won't be able to sneak in and harm him while we're not paying attention.
Upon hearing the name Shi Yuan, Zhao Xiaohong became a bit agitated. She's just an ungrateful wretch. That's Shi Yuan. We have to protect our son no matter what.
What if we just hide Mao away?
The whole village is full of his spies now. Where could we possibly hide Mao?
Then what do you suggest we do?
Why don't we just go all the way and not hold back anymore?
Do you think things are still the same as before? He's a Jurin now. Are you crazy?
I am crazy. But if we don't do this, we'll all go crazy. He will never let us go. He's so smart he must already know about some things from the past. Do you really think he'll let us off?
Let me think about it again. Just let me think a bit more.
Halfway up the mountain, Shi Yuan gazed coldly at the blue-tiled house below. He had deliberately come out to give them time to discuss their strategy, hoping they wouldn't let him down.
Did you see Brother Shi today?
Yes, he switched classes with Master Zhou and didn't go to the private school.
Could he be at the clinic?
Eat your food. Mr. Shi will be fine. Don't let your imagination run wild.
Jiang Mingyuan responded with an "oh," lowered his head, and obediently continued eating. Meanwhile, in Shi family village, at his wife's suggestion, Shi Hang brought out a jar of wine.
You haven't stayed at home overnight for a long time. Since we're happy today, how about we have a drink together? As long as Aunt has no objections, I'll drink.
You two go ahead and drink, don't mind me.
Alright, then today your nephew will join Uncle for a few good drinks.
Shi Heng clinked glasses with his nephew, watched him drink it down, and immediately felt relieved. After a few more drinks, Shi Yuan shook his head, looked at the two of them and said,
I think I'm drunk. Uncle, Aunt, please continue eating. I'll head back first. Hey, take it slow.
The adults watched Zi Yuan return to his room and exchanged a silent glance. When Ye Mingxin was resting, Zhao Xiaohong and Xi Heng quietly slipped out of the house. They carefully placed dry firewood around the house.
Hey there, thank you so very much. Thank you. I'm feeling so incredibly tired right now. I just feel completely and utterly drained of all energy.
How long have you even been working on this stuff?
Do you smell something peculiar?
What smell? Because he had ointment smeared on his face, all he could smell was the medicine. He didn't notice anything else.
It seems like the scent of flowers.
It must be something Shi Yuan brought back from the mountain. Get up, let's get back to work. For some reason, he suddenly couldn't say a word. He opened his mouth wide and tried several times, but nothing came out.
What's wrong with you?
But Zhao Xiaohong suddenly collapsed to the ground. She was startled and immediately helped her daughter-in-law up.
What happened to you?
He's fine. He just can't speak for the moment.
The sudden voice was like a clap of thunder, scaring the two of them out of their wits.
First, you knocked me out. Then while I was unconscious, you set a fire to burn me to death. Your plan wasn't bad. This plan was your aunt's idea, wasn't it?
Shi Heng stared at his nephew in terror. He couldn't say a word.
How did you know? How could I fall for the same trick twice? I had already taken the antidote beforehand.
Xiao Yuan, we were wrong. We know we were wrong. We were blinded by greed. Please forgive us this once. For the sake of me being your uncle, please spare us.
When my mother begged you for mercy, did you ever think of sparing her?
Shi Heng's voice was abruptly cut off.
When my sister pleaded with you, did you ever consider letting her go?
He knew when he entered the cave, would he have spared him then? Facing a life and death crisis, Shi Heng didn't care about his wife or Sunhei, just wanted to escape. He scrambled to his feet and had only taken a few steps toward the main gate when his legs suddenly gave out and he collapsed to the ground.
Stop struggling. You won't be able to get out.
Shi Heng's body stiffened slightly. He opened his mouth, trying to call for help. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make a sound at all. They'd been drugged. Kiwan had drugged them.
Mao Ge, I'm back.
Shimao looked at the person walking toward him and began to struggle violently, whimpering.
Mao Ge, you have to behave, or your little brother will be upset.
Simao immediately quieted down, staring straight at the theater, a trace of terror flickering deep in his eyes.
Remember who you are now?
Shiyuan's body trembled. It seemed that Shiyuan had taken a medicine bottle out from his coat, and he started struggling again.
Don't be afraid. You'll be fine after you take the medicine.
On the ground, Shiheng and Zhao Xiaohong screamed as they witnessed this scene. They struggled desperately to stand up, and Xiaoku tried to stop it, but their bodies were too weak to muster any strength. They could only watch helplessly as Xi Yuan forced the pill into his own son's mouth. At that moment, Zhao Xiaohong wished she could drink her blood and eat her flesh. So it really was Xi Yuan Hai. Their son, Mao Er, isn't stupid if everything was because of Xi Yuan. He did it.
From the beginning, they deserve to die. They killed my mother, stole my family's property, and stole my sister. I want to kill them all!
Watching this, Shimao once again imagined himself as the character in the play, and showed his first smile of the night.
You're right, they all deserve to die. If you kill them, you can avenge your mother and sister.
Kill, kill, kill. What happened last night?
Last night I prepared a few dishes, and Uncle was in a great mood, insisting on drinking. I couldn't persuade him otherwise, so I drank with him. While we were drinking, Brother Mao woke up and started shouting and making a scene in the house. I wanted to go take care of him, but Uncle and Aunt didn't want me to. They said they would handle it, and told me to go back to my room and rest. You all know what's been going on in my family. Because my sister went missing, because I passed the Imperial exam, and Brother Mao failed, Uncle and Aunt started to resent me. Not wanting to upset them, I just went back to my room. Since I had been drinking, I slept quite heavily and was a bit groggy, but I could hear an argument breaking out in the west room. At first, I didn't pay much attention, since things like this happened almost every day. Just as I was about to fall asleep, a blood-curdling scream jolted me awake. I rushed to the west room, and saw that Aunt had already been struck down by Brother Mao. Uncle and Brother Mao were arguing, and when I tried to help, Brother Mao slashed me with a knife. Seeing that I was injured, he told me to go out and call for help. I ran to Uncle Bao's house to wake him up, and then Grandpa Sai, and when we got back home, the west room was already on fire. The rest, everyone already knows. My father and I went to Shimao's house to ask him to come with us. When we got home, Xiao Yuan rushed into the sea of flames. He carried Shiheng on his back, and had just run a few steps out when Shimao caught up, grabbed Shiheng tightly, and dragged him back inside. Seeing the fire grow bigger and bigger, my father and I decided to rescue Xiao Yuan first. By the time we wanted to go back into the fire to save them, it was already too late.
After a few lay people learned the whole story, they each offered words of comfort to Shiyuan before leaving this time.
Third uncle, I would like you to look after me for a while. I have to go back to the county to arrange things there.
Okay, just go ahead. We are here.
Thank you, third grandpa.
You are hurt.
It's just a minor injury, nothing serious.
Shiyuan took out the key and handed it to Jiang Minghong.
I won't be home for the next few days. If you want to read, just find the books yourself. About my fiancée, could you let her know for me? Did something happen? Yesterday, Sister Lee started overthinking when she saw you weren't around. So you'd better give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise I won't be able to explain things to my sister when I go back this afternoon.
Shiyuan originally didn't plan to tell Jiang Minghong about Aunt Shu's situation, but when he thought of Jiang Mingyue, he changed his mind.
I'm going back to the village for a funeral. You know, I still have an uncle and aunt. Last night, they died in a big fire. My condolences. I'm leaving now. Mr. Xia Wuqi came to the private school.
Jiang Mingyue's eyes instantly brightened, and she turned to look at her younger brother.
He came to ask for leave.
Jiang Minghong explained the situation to his sister. How could something like this happen out of the blue? Jiang Mingyu felt a bit worried. She didn't have many relatives to begin with, and now she's lost Aunt Shu and her cousin. She must be feeling very sad right now.
Tomorrow, I want to go visit Brother Ji.
It was as if Jiang Minghong had already expected his sister to say this.
I've already asked Master Xiang Yu for a day off. Tomorrow, I'll go with you.
Dad, you're so kind.
The next day, after the siblings finished breakfast, Jiang Mingyue to the embroidery room to ask for leave. Jiang Minghong took Yugen and rented a carriage, bought paper money and other offerings. A quarter of an hour later, the siblings, along with Yugen and Shiliu, left the city. The people of Shi family village were very kind. Seeing that they had come to pay their respects, they led them directly to the place where the mourning hall was set up. Jiang Mingyue turned around and through the crowd immediately spotted Shi Yuan kneeling in the mourning hall. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Shi Yuan suddenly turned his head. The two locked eyes across the crowd. Xi Yuan was stunned at first, then surprised, and then his cool, aloof expression instantly softened.
Big Brother Shi.
Seeing the woman's face full of worry, Shi Yuan spoke gently.
I'm fine, why are you all here?
I thought you might want to see me, so I came over.
You really are like a worm in my stomach, knowing exactly what I'm thinking.
As Xian spoke, she took the initiative to hold his small hand. Jiang Mingyue's body tensed slightly, and she instinctively shrank back a little.
Don't be afraid, and there's no need to be nervous.
In a situation like this, surrounded by all his clansmen, how could she possibly not be nervous? Jiang Minghong glanced at the two hands tightly clasped together. This time, there wasn't the slightest trace of displeasure on his face. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Mingye was led by the hand into the morning hall. Just as she was about to bow in respect, she heard Shu Yuan say,
Don't.
He didn't want Mingyue to bow to them. They weren't worthy. Jiang Mingyue was a bit surprised when she heard this, and quickly exchanged a glance with her younger brother.
Light the incense and place it on the altar. Although they are my uncle and aunt, our families have long since separated.
What he meant was that their relationship wasn't close. Jiang Mingye and her brother obediently offered incense, then followed the man into the west wing.
I heard from Xiaolan that you were injured.
It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Don't worry.
I want to take a look.
It's really nothing.
If it's really nothing, then why won't you let me see?
Shi Yuan noticed a hint of emotion in his words, and didn't want to upset him.
I've already applied medicine and bandaged it. Would you really have the heart to make me undo the bandage again?
Aside from your arm, are there any other injuries?
That's all.
Jiang Mingyu knew that even if there was a man, he probably wouldn't tell her. With her younger brother here, she couldn't forcefully check for herself, so she had no choice but to give up.
Brother Zie, you have to take care of yourself. The dead cannot come back to life, so don't be too sad.
Hearing this, Shi Yuan let out a soft laugh. Facing Jiang Mingyue, he didn't want to hide his true self at all. He didn't care about others, but Jiang Mingye was the one who would walk through life with him, so they should be honest with each other. Even though it was very likely to scare her, he still said it.
I'm not sad. In fact, I'm actually very happy. I haven't been this happy in years. The way I am now is just for show, for outsiders to see.
Jiang Minghong, who was setting the table, turned her head to look toward the Shi courtyard. Jiang Mingyue stared blankly at the man in front of her for a moment. Was I just hearing things? It was as if my wish knew exactly what I was thinking.
You weren't hearing things. I really am very happy. I was the one who killed him, so why would I be upset?
Jiang Mingyue's pupils contracted sharply, and she looked at the man in shock. Although Shi Yan's voice was low, since he wasn't deliberately trying to hide it, Jiang Minghong heard every word clearly. Like her sister, she was shocked, but her first reaction was to quickly walk to the window, look outside to make sure no one was there, and then let out a slight sigh of relief.
Now you know, I'm not as good as you thought. I'm not even a good person. In order to achieve my goals, I can use any means necessary.
Shi Yuan gazed intently at the person in front of him, not missing a single change in expression on their face. Clearly, the man was sitting up straight, but Jiang Mingyue felt as if her own back was bending under the weight. The ache in her heart overshadowed her shock, and she was just about to speak.
Even if you find me frightening, in this life you can only be with me. Now that you know my biggest secret, I absolutely will not allow you to leave me.
Jiang Minghong raised her eyebrows slightly and looked toward her sister. In her sister's eyes, Shi Yuan was a gentleman perfect in every way. Now that she knows this other side of him, what will her sister choose? He didn't know what his sister would decide, but he knew his own choice, and that was to support his sister unconditionally, even if it meant becoming enemies with Shi Yuan. Jiang Mingyue suddenly remembered something Shi Yuan had said before. I like you even more than I thought I would. Jiang Mingye felt that she had to do something at this moment, so she got up and, with an attitude that brooked no refusal, nestled herself directly into the man's arms, giving him a sudden embrace. Shi Yuan's body stiffened for a moment. He had just considered many possible scenarios, but this was the one he hadn't expected. Jiang Minghong looked at the two people embracing each other and didn't disturb them. Instead, she walked to the door and sat down, starting to keep watch for them. She restrained her emotions again and again, then gently kissed his forehead as he rested in her arms.
Don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid.
Why?
You are the student I know well, the one who likes me. Why should I be afraid? All I need to know is that no matter what, you won't hurt me. That's enough. I don't care about anything else. Please don't say those negative words anymore. It makes me feel bad to hear them. Sir, as long as you don't let me down, I will never leave you.
Ripples slowly began to rise in Shi Yuan's heart, and these ripples quickly turned into towering waves. Jiang Mingyue's words seemed to have soothed all the wounds in her heart. At this moment, her heart felt full, filled with joy. It was also amusing she had never felt so satisfied as she did now. Sir, as long as you don't let me down, I will never leave you.
I won't. In this lifetime, I will never let you down.
I believe you. Her beautiful little face was right in front of him, her delicate, upturned nose, pale pink lips, and a faint, fresh fragrance. At this very moment, for Shi Yuan, this was an irresistible temptation. Untimely as it was, he still couldn't help himself, and slowly lowered his head. Jiang Minghong was speechless. Did they really think he was dead? Just as Jiang Mingyue shyly closed her eyes, and as the man's breath drew closer and closer, a cough interrupted the two of them. Jiang Mingyue's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, and she buried herself back in the man's arms. She had completely forgotten her younger brother was still there. Suddenly interrupted, Shi Yuan was somewhat displeased. He lifted his head indifferently, glanced at Jiang Minghong, then lowered it again. He set the bowl down on the girl's jet black hair and gently patted Jiang Mingyue's back to comfort her.
Sir, why do you?
Jiang Minghong saw that the atmosphere was just right and seized the opportunities was a perfect chance to probe into Xing Yuan's past. If he missed this opportunity again, he felt that there might never be another chance like this in the future.
My father was the first scholar in our village, but unfortunately, he was born frail. Passing the county-level exam as a Jukai took half of his spirit and energy. For the sake of our small family, for my sister and me, he gave up pursuing further imperial examinations, and instead placed all his hopes and dreams on me. Studying is an expensive endeavor. In order to support my education and to save up a respectable dowry for my sister, he started a business. My father was very smart, and with a bit of good fortune, he managed to build up a considerable family fortune in just 3 short years. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. Due to overwork and exhaustion, my father fell ill in the winter when I was 8 years old. Although we called for a doctor right away, in the end, we still couldn't save him.
Although the man's voice was calm, Jiang Mingyue could still hear a trace of sadness in his tone. She nuzzled against his chest in a comforting gesture.
Not long after my father passed away, my uncle and aunt started scheming to take over our family business. Using my young age as an excuse, they claimed they wanted to help us manage the business temporarily. My mother refused them firmly. After that, they tried all sorts of overt and covert methods to pressure my mother several times. I remember the most intense confrontation. My mother invited the family elder, and only then were we able to keep the family business. But my mother's actions completely enraged the two of them, and they became murderous.
Jiang Mingyue felt a slight chill in her heart upon hearing this. Could it be that her mother was killed by her uncle and aunt?
In order to gain my mother's trust, the two of them really put in a lot of effort. First, they apologized and admitted their mistakes in various ways, and then they created opportunities to help my mother solve several problems. In this way, after more than half a year, my mother gradually let down her guard around them. On the 6th day of the 10th lunar month 12 years ago, they sent my sister and me away under the pretense of celebrating my mother's birthday, and invited her over. During the meal, my mother, after their repeated urging, drank 2 cups of wine. She never imagined that they would poison the wine so quickly, nor did she expect that they would be so deranged as to lock her up together with a couple of ruffians.
A cold, murderous intent flickered in his deep bloodline eyes. Even though it had happened 12 years ago, his killing intent remained undiminished. Hearing this, a surge of anger instantly flared up in Jiang Mingyue's heart.
How could they be so wicked? It's just too hateful.
Seeing the young girl so agitated, Xi Yuan, on the contrary, calmed down.
Afterwards, my mother felt she had wronged my father and wanted to end her own life. The two of them came to our house, took out the deed of family property transfer they had prepared in advance, and tried to force my mother to sign it. When she refused, they threatened her, saying they would spread word about what had happened the previous night. They said that my sister and I had a mother who was unchaste, and that my sister would never be able to marry into a good family. If I ever entered society in the future, this would be a stain on my life, and even my father's reputation would be tarnished. For our sake, my mother gave in. After they got what they wanted, they took my mother into the mountains, saying that since she no longer had the face to go on living, they would help her end it. Xiao Xiaohong, my so-called good aunt, personally pushed my mother off the mountain. After the two of them made sure she couldn't possibly survive, they finally came down the mountain.
At this moment, Jiang Mingyue felt as if a heavy stone had suddenly pressed down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Brother Xie lost Ding just a year before losing his mother. I can't imagine how he managed to get through it back then.
None of them expected that my mother didn't die after falling down the mountain. Clinging to her last breath, she used her own blood to write down what had happened, threw it into the nearby bushes, and left clues for my sister and me. That day, after settling my mother's body with my sister's help, I avoided everyone and went up the mountain, where I found that blood-written letter. Although we hated them, at that time my sister and I were too weak to take revenge at all. On top of that, our uncle and aunt always put on a good front and had a high reputation in the village, so none of us dared to tell anyone. We could only pretend to get along with them.
The murderer of his mother was right in front of him, yet he could do nothing. Qiwan could never forget the helplessness and powerlessness he felt at that time. Later, he became a citizen, and although he grew strong enough to stand on his own, his mother could never come back. All these years, he never killed them not out of mercy, but because he wanted them to live a life worse than death. Hearing the man's slightly hoarse voice, Jiang Mingyue's tears suddenly streamed down her face. She had only been 9 years old at the time, and even though she knew her mother had been murdered, she couldn't avenge her. That kind of hatred and helplessness was something no one else could truly understand. Si Yuan quickly noticed the tears streaming down Jiang Mingyue's face. He immediately panicked.
What's wrong?
I feel so sad. Big brother Tixi is sad.
Si Yuan was stunned for a moment, then gently and carefully wiped away her tears.
I'm not crying, so you shouldn't cry either.
Seeing her cry made his heart ache.
I'll cry for you. I'll be sad for you. So you don't have to be sad anymore.
After Shen finished his silent bow, he smiled softly and pulled Jiang Mingyue back into his arms.
I'm not sad anymore.
After a while, when their emotions had settled, Jiang Minghong, the younger brother, asked.
And then?
Jiang Mingyue lifted her head and looked at her younger brother. He was pouting, clearly dissatisfied. She didn't want Brother Shi to bring up those painful memories again, and her brother Jiang Minghong knew that too. Forcing Shi Wan to reopen old wounds made him seem a bit heartless. But he also knew very well that if he didn't ask today, he might never get another chance.
Then, perhaps because they had done something wrong, they felt uneasy and feared that my sister and I would grow up to become a threat to them. They tried several times to get rid of us. If my sister and I hadn't been clever and always stayed vigilant around them, we probably wouldn't have survived until now. In this way, after a year, not only did their repeated attempts to kill us fail, but their actions also aroused the suspicions of the clan members. On top of that, that scoundrel began to blackmail them over my mother's affair, demanding money from them from time to time. The two of them had to temporarily stop targeting us, and focused all their attention on dealing with that scoundrel. My sister and I were finally able to catch our breath. They fought with that scoundrel for 2 years, during which time Shi Heng learned to gamble and frequent brothels from him. In the end, although they managed to get rid of the scoundrel, the once vast family fortune had already been completely squandered by Shi Heng.
A glint flashed in Jiang Minghong's eyes. A 2648. His uncle and aunt actually fought with him for 2 years. There must have been some involvement from the Shi Yuan siblings in all this.
It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go back from extravagance to frugality. Having grown used to a life of wealth, they naturally didn't want to live in poverty again, so they set their sights on my sister once more. They sold my sister off again. They told others they were taking my sister and me to the capital for a visit, but in reality, they intended to sell my sister at a high price to the largest brothel in the capital, Baihua House. Fortunately, we realized their plan in time. At that time, the palace was recruiting palace maids. In order to escape their control and to support my studies, my sister acted behind their backs. With my help covering for her, she secretly signed up and was accepted. I used my sister's disappearance to temporarily keep those two in check. In the following 3 years, although they repeatedly tried to stop me from studying, they didn't dare lay a hand on me again. It wasn't until they found out I was preparing to take the child scholar exam that they panicked and first tried to drug me and my food. Then they arranged for someone to ambush me on the road. If I hadn't been prepared in advance and traveled with a few companions, I might not have even made it to the exam hall.
Jiang Mingyue, after learning about Ji Yuan's past, felt like crying again. Brother Ji She really couldn't imagine how her brother Ji had managed to endure all those years. Her poor brother Ji. At the theater, watching the person in his arms, his eyes once again filled with tears. He gently patted her back to comfort her.
It's all in the past now. It's all over now.
Clearly, the one who needed comforting was him, but now it had turned into herself.
From now on we'll only have one child now, we'll only have one son. We can have a few more daughters.
Jiang Minghong and Shi Yuan were suddenly left speechless. Zhao Mingyue looked at the man, expressionless.
You don't even want a single child?
This topic changed a bit too quickly. How did it suddenly turn into me not wanting kids?
Aji, as a girl you should be a bit more reserved. Aren't you embarrassed?
Brother Shi and I are already engaged. How far off can having kids be after we get married? You know your sister isn't very capable, so don't spend your private savings. Save them for your future nieces.
Eighth sister, I'm your own brother, and you two aren't even married yet.
There's not even a sign of this so-called bad Saintess yet, and you're already thinking about her private savings. Is that really appropriate? It'll happen soon.
You talk as if our parents are definitely going to agree.
Seeing Jiang Mingyue looking to him for help, Shi Yuan curled his lips, looking quite confident.
I will definitely make sure father-in-law and mother-in-law agree.
Did you hear that?
What if they still don't agree?
Then we'll elope.
Jiang Mingyue, have you been reading too many romance novels lately?
Listen to yourself, is that something a young lady should say?
Call me sister.
No respect for your elders.
Exactly.
Watching the two siblings bicker, Shi Yuan couldn't help but show a clear smile on his face. After their playful squabble, the heavy sadness in his heart also dissipated.
I will definitely persuade father and mother-in-law to agree to this marriage. I couldn't bear to let you ruin your reputation just to elope with me. Remember what you said today?
Shi Yuan softly responded, then rested his head on Zhao Mi's shoulder and closed his eyes.
Let me lean on you too.
Now that Shi Yuan had relaxed, he just felt extremely sleepy. Xiao Mingye didn't dare to move at all, obediently letting him lean on her. Her enemy was dead, and she was actually very happy. But in front of everyone, she had to pretend to be very sad, and even attend the funeral for her enemy. He thought that he must have been physically and mentally exhausted these past 2 days, feeling terribly stifled. He didn't know if this way of comforting her had made her feel any better. Looking at Shi Yuan, who had fallen asleep, his heart was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. First, he was indeed quite happy that Shi Yuan was willing to share her dark life experiences with them, which showed that she already trusted them enough. Second, he glanced at his gentle older sister after what happened today. The two of them and Xian were now completely bound together. His sister no longer had any possibility of leaving the theater. Time passed by, minute by minute. Why did voices suddenly come from outside?
I'll go out and take a look.
All right. Zheng Minghong had just taken a couple of steps outside when Shi Yuan's hoarse voice came.
What time is it? It's not quite the end yet. Do you want to sleep a little longer? No, I won't sleep anymore.
Even if it was just for a brief moment in each other's arms, Xian was already starting to crave this feeling, but his rational mind told him that he had to go out. Hearing this, Jiang Minyu hurriedly got off him, straightening himself as his legs felt a bit numb. Shi Yuan paused for a moment, then got up and walked a few steps outside. Suddenly, he remembered something very important, turned his head to look at Jiang Mingye and said,
Don't forget to eat.
Jiang Mingyue obediently responded with an im. After the siblings finished eating and stayed for a while longer, it was already getting late. At this moment, Jie Yan walked over.
I'll walk you out of the village.
Hearing this, Mingyue grabbed the man's sleeve, her voice soft and sweet.
I want to stay, to keep.
You company. Shi Yuan felt a gentle warmth in his heart. He raised his hand and gently patted her head. I really
can't bear to let you stay here. I'll be back in 2 days, don't worry.
But I just want to stay, can't I? Xiang Mingye tiptoed and whispered something in the man's ear. A certain light flickered in Shi Yuan's eyes, and he felt a bit moved.
No, our old Jiang family can't let that person down.
Jiang Minghong looked at his sister with a blank expression, and Qi Yuan glanced indifferently at his brother-in-law. If he really dared to let Mingyue stay, his brother-in-law would definitely flip the table.
Be good, go back. I'll take good care of myself.
Xi Yuan coaxed him gently. Jiang Mingyue looked at the two of them. Both were very determined, so she could only respond with an O. To avoid her sister changing her mind, Jiang Minghong pulled her sister and headed out, with Xi Yuan following closely behind. A while later, at the entrance of the village, Jiang Mingwei looked at the man with some reluctance to leave. I'm leaving.
Take it slow on the road.
You're really not going to try to keep me here?
Jiang Minghong's face darkened. She raised her hand, pressed her own sister's head down, and made her sit in the carriage, then lowered the curtain and cracked the whip on the horse's back. Shi Yuan could still faintly hear Jiang Mingyue complaining.
Hey, slow down. My back is already pressed up against the carriage.
The corners of Shi Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. Jiang Mingyue's visit this time had allowed her to finally let go of the past, as if she had been reborn.
Sigh. I miss Brother Shi. I want to drink that cold and tangy plum juice. I want fruit tea, and I want herbal tea too. When will he come back?
Jiang Minghong looked at her sister, who seemed ready to put on a dramatic performance, and tried to comfort her.
Don't worry. I think Mr. Shi should be back in the next couple of days.
I see you've been in a good mood these past few days. Is there something to celebrate?
No, nothing to celebrate. I just made a good friend.
Oh, if you have time later, you can invite him over to our house as a guest, Jiang Minghong responded softly. Just as the brother and sister were walking one after the other toward the main hall, the Mr. Shi they were talking about was, at that moment, invited to the home of the old clan leader.
The dead cannot come back to life. You need to pull yourself together as soon as possible.
I've made Third Master worry these past few days as well. I've also finished handling Uncle and Aunt's funeral arrangements, and tomorrow I'll go to express my thanks.
It's that time of year again to pay the land tax. Yesterday, Woozy and the others left before dawn to line up at the county office, but after waiting all day, it still wasn't our Shi family village's turn.
Hearing this, Shi Yuan also understood why the old clan leader had called him over.
Leave the matter of paying the tax to me. In previous years, did we pay with grain or with money?
Grain. How do you think we should pay this year, whichever is more convenient for you?
Let's pay with money.
Ever since he became a successful candidate in the imperial examination, the clan members have registered most of their land under his name to avoid paying taxes. Now, the village only has just over 20 mu of land that actually needs to be taxed. Given the current situation of the clan, they can easily come up with the money.
Alright, I'll pass on the message in a bit. Tomorrow morning, I'll have Woozy bring the money to you.
That day, Si Yuan left the old clan leader's house after coming to discuss some matters. Maybe it was because he had been drinking. Or maybe it was the beautiful moonlight that naturally made him think of Jiang Mingyue. He had promised her he would return in 2 days, but now it had been 4. He must be getting anxious. Thinking that he would see him tomorrow, Shi Yuan suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to return home.
You haven't come for 7 or 8 days, have you?
What have you been busy with? Handling the funeral arrangements for Shiheng and the other 2.
Upon hearing this, the person in the wheelchair was startled and looked at Ji Yuan. He didn't understand why he had suddenly taken action.
Xiaoma woke up early.
Luan Yi frowned. Why so soon? That hallucinogenic drug was developed by him and Shi Yuan together, so both of them were very familiar with its properties. At the time, they estimated it would take 4 or 5 years. But unexpectedly, Shi Ma woke up after only 3.5.
Ye Heng and the others wanted to kill me to eliminate future trouble.
You didn't give anything away, did you?
Xi Yun shook his head.
The dead are gone, like a snuffed-out lamp. It's been so many years, you should let it go.
Now that I have people I truly want to protect, I absolutely won't let the past affect my path anymore.
Alright, let's get together another day.
Alright.
Looking warmly at the person leaving, she couldn't help but think of that frail figure from the past. That little boy. Fortunately, he wasn't blinded by hatred. The current agreement suddenly made her think of a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon.
Mingyue?
Jiang Mingyue's body stiffened slightly as she turned around gracefully. Shi Yuan walked up to the young girl and stopped, looking at the woman whose beautiful eyes were wide with surprise and lips slightly parted. He leaned in close to her and asked softly,
Don't you recognize me?
Brother Ji.
The moment that cheerful voice rang out, Jiang Mingyue enthusiastically gave him a big hug. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Xue Yuan froze for a moment in the gentle warmth, then immediately wrapped his arms around that slender waist, wishing he could pull her even closer. His heart melted completely.
Brother Ji.
Did you miss me?
Shi Yuan asked, already knowing the answer.
Wasn't it obvious enough from how I acted?
The girl's sincerity and joy were evident. When they arrived at the theater, she tapped the corner of her lips and, as she raised her hand, ruffled her own hair.
I missed you too.
When did you come back?
Early this morning. I saw you were busy, so I didn't disturb you.
So he had already come to Jingxiu Fang at that time.
Oh, have you finished taking care of everything at home?
Yes.
Let's go back.
He glanced sideways at the girl's flushed ears and softly replied, All right.
I brought you some medicinal tea. Make sure to drink it.
Jiang Mingye nodded repeatedly. These past few days, she couldn't help but think about it. She missed the tea she made too.
It seems a little different from what I drank before.
Since it's hot in the summer, I added some prunella, wild chrysanthemum, and mulberry leaves. They help clear heat, dispel wind, relieve internal heat, and are good for the liver and eyes.
Oh, it actually tastes pretty good.
A fiancé who has meetings, that's what he is.
Alright, thank you, big brother. Let's have dinner together tonight. I've noticed you've lost quite a bit of weight these past few days. You really need to eat well and nourish yourself.
Shi Yuan held his small hand and agreed softly.
Has anything happened these past few days? Have you been doing well?
Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue immediately thought of what happened with Zhou Xing.
Did something really happen?
Jiang Mingyue immediately told the man about what happened with Zhou Xing. Seeing his calm expression without a trace of surprise, Jiang Mingyue was now certain that he was indeed involved in this matter.
Did Wu Meiko give you any trouble?
Jiang Mingyue hurriedly shook her head.
Big brother Xie, thank you for everything you've done for me.
How could I possibly let anyone bully my fiancé at will?
Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue felt as if she had just eaten a piece of candy. She couldn't help but smile, her heart filled with sweetness. Xi Yuan personally escorted Jiang Mingyue home. At that moment, Jiang Minghong was about to start writing an article when she saw the two of them walk in together. She first glanced at their tightly clasped hands. Then, seeing her elder sister's face blooming with a radiant smile, she lowered her gaze. Just holding hands isn't too much, after all.
I wanted to give this to you right after our engagement, but it ended up being delayed until today. See if you like it.
Kiyoon opened the brocade box and looked at the jade hairpin inside. Of course she liked it, but just by looking at it, she could tell it must have cost quite a bit. Now that his family has so many members and their daily expenses are high, she wondered if he still had enough money left.
Do you still have enough money to get by?
Jiang Mingyue looked up at the man, not understanding why she would suddenly ask such a question.
This jade hairpin must have cost quite a bit, right? When we go home together in a bit, I'll get some money and give it to you.
Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue felt a sweetness in her heart and looked at the man with a bright, sweet smile.
So, right after we get together, you're already planning to support me?
Facing the little woman's sparkling almond-shaped eyes, the man in the theater gently responded with a soft,
How much money have you managed to save up over the years, Brother Shi?
The woman's warm breath brushed against his ear, making Xian feel a little ticklish. That tickle quickly spread from his ear to his heart. He turned his head, his slightly cool and thin lips brushing against the earlobe of the person in his arms, and whispered softly.
More than 30,000.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue's eyes instantly widened. Then, how much is Brother Shi planning to give me?
You can have all of mine. I'm willing.
Jiang Mingyue covered her mouth and started laughing happily. Sai, you know I usually spend money recklessly. Aren't you afraid I'll spend it all?
Money is just something external if it's gone. I can always earn more.
Juan raised her hand and tucked a strand of his hair behind his ear.
I don't want you to suffer any grievances when it comes to food, and I can't bear to see you wronged.
Jiang Mingyue's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. The man's words made her blush from ear to ear, her heart blooming with joy. Thank you, Brother Shi. You're so kind.
I'm only kind to you.
Seeing him so happy, her own mood improved a lot as well. Brother Shi, how did you manage to earn so much money? Seeing that he was interested, Shi Yuan began to explain everything to him in detail.
Ever since I gained official rank, I no longer spent more than I earned. I made some money from writing memorials in blood, earned a bit more during my time as an advisor at the Yamen, and then there's the income from the pharmacy. Of course, these only make up a small portion, the bulk of it comes from Jianghuai.
Jianghuai.
Well, when I was traveling, I passed by Jianghuai and saved a few people. One of them was very good at business but had no capital. I gave him some money as a share. Over the past 2 years, as his business has grown, the dividends I've received have also increased. So altogether it adds up to just over 30,000.
Oh, what kind of book did Brother Shi write? Can you still buy it in bookstores now?
No, you can't buy it anymore.
Shi Yuan's eyes flickered for a moment, and she immediately changed the subject.
Do you like the engagement gift I gave you?
I do. I've already put the bracelet on my wrist. Does it look good?
It looks great. It really suits you.
Chiwei still remembers that this bracelet was a reward from Consort Ruby to her sister. Back then, her sister was just an ordinary girl. In order to support her studies, whenever she had anything good, she would send it out of the palace at the first opportunity for her sister to sell, so she could cover her daily expenses. This bracelet is one of the few things he left behind. At the time, the plan was to return it to her sister once she left the palace, but things didn't turn out that way.
That gold hairpin is beautiful too, but I don't dare wear it. I'm afraid I'll lose it or damage it. Were the gold hairpin and that piece of fabric both gifts from my sister?
You figured it out.
It was Aunt Sue who told me. She said that wasn't Gongbu. When Shiwei heard this, her eyes flickered for a moment. So, my sister is still inside the palace now.
4 years ago, she left the palace with the 5th prince. Now, she is the 5th prince's concubine, and we even have a niece named Song Lan, who is a year and a half old.
Xiao Miyou is a little surprised, but even more so she felt admiration for this sister she had never met. In that palace, a place where people are devoured to the bone, she was able to preserve her life. And when the 5th prince established his own residence, she was able to leave the palace with him and even bore him a daughter. That alone proves that my sister is a clever person. I've made a note of it. Since her origins have already been mentioned, I just said a bit more about her.
You've been to Shi family village. Although everyone in the village is part of my clan, our closest relatives now are only my sister and my niece. Still, I can't just completely ignore the affairs of the rest of the clan.
I understand when one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. Before our shop became successful this new year, it was the Jiang clan members who contributed the most in terms of people and effort. Later, after our father became successful, he built private schools and repaired roads and bridges for the clan. In those years, half of the money he earned was spent on the clan members. At that time, many people said our father was a fool. They said he'd already done more than enough for the clan, and that he was just a rich man with nowhere else to spend his money, going out of his way to help the clan. People talked about him in a really unpleasant way. But then, one year, there was continuous heavy rain in our area. Because of the bad weather, all the boats and barges in the region stopped operating, and a shipment of our father's porcelain was stranded on the road. To make matters worse, the customer wasn't even in a hurry, so our father was already prepared to take the loss. But it was the clan members who risked their lives, braving the rapids on wooden rafts, to help. They transported the goods all the way to Yuanjiang Prefecture. You can't imagine how magnificent and moving the scene was at that time.
Listening to Jiang Mingyue's story in the theater, he became somewhat curious about this father-in-law he had never met. He must have been a truly wise man who appeared simple on the surface.
Seeing the light in the young girl's eyes gradually fade, he realized she was in his plans.
Don't worry, I will definitely work with Xiaohong to rescue your father and mother as soon as possible.
I believe in you both. Thank you, big brother. I bought some chicken wing pattern cloth a while ago, enough to make a pair of pants. Get up, let me take your measurements.
Hearing Jiang Mingyue say she wanted to make clothes for her to clear her name, she was happy, but thinking about how busy she was now, she reminded her again.
There's no rush with the doctor's matters. You can take your time. Don't work under the lamp at night, be careful not to strain your eyes.
Shi Yuan lowered her head and saw that delicate, charming young girl, her brows and eyes like a painting, her chest heaving with waves. Shi Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed as she forced herself to look away. Raising her hand, Song Mingyue moved behind her, and the two inevitably brushed against each other. For the students, this was both a blessing and a torment. All right. Shi Yuan let out a slow breath and finally relaxed. The man's unusual behavior was immediately noticed by Mingye, but she pretended not to know.
Brother Xi, come here.
He reached out and hung the sachet on the man's waist.
Does it look good?
It looks great.
There's another one that will be finished in a couple of days. Then you can switch them out and wear them.
Shui Yan responded with a hum, took his small hand, and led him outside.
Where are we going?
Going home to get some money.
Oh, the man is willing to give her money to spend. Jiang Mingyue was overjoyed. She didn't refuse. Jiang Minghong watched the two of them leave and instinctively wanted to follow and take a look. After taking a couple of steps, he stopped again. Sister Shi Yuan probably wouldn't do anything inappropriate.
Archie, why did you take out the money?
This money was given to me by Brother Xi.
Xiao Minghu was instantly shocked when he heard this.
30,000.
Yes, all of Brother Xi's savings are here.
He was surprised that Shi Yuan's family fortune was actually this substantial. Of course, what shocked him most was that, in his previous life, that notorious penny pincher wouldn't part with a single cent. Shi Yuan, who used to treat money as his lifeblood, was now so generous as to give all his assets to his sister. At this moment, Jiang Minghong clearly realized one thing. Shi Yuan truly likes his sister, even more than he had imagined. Looking at her sister, she suddenly felt a bit emotional. Although her sister was pretty, she wasn't exactly breathtakingly beautiful. Though gentle, her personality was too soft. Someone like her sister wasn't really suited to be the mistress of the household. To be honest, she wasn't really an ideal choice for a wife. But Ji Yuan just happened to fall for her sister. That truly is a stroke of good fortune.
Should I return this money to Brother Xi?
Why did Mr. suddenly give you money, sister?
Didn't I give him a jade hairpin in return? He was worried I might not have enough money on hand. Have we really been pretending so well all this time? Do we really look like we're that poor?
It's not that our act is that convincing, it's just that Brother Xi is worried you might not have enough money, and would be wronged.
Hearing her brother's words, Jiang Mingyue felt so happy she could burst with joy. So what should I do with this money?
Since Brother Xi gave it to you, sis, just keep it. That way, he'll feel at ease too.
All right, I'll listen to you. Whenever she's unsure what to do, she knows she can always trust her brother's advice. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan, who had already been lying in bed for a long time, still couldn't fall asleep. Everyone who knows him says he values talent above all else. He used to think so too, but now, with 30,000 taels of silver, he gave it away without the slightest hesitation or reluctance. Nor did he regret it. In the past, if he didn't have money in his hands, he would feel empty inside. But now, even after giving all his fortune to Jiang Mingyue, he still felt at ease, even a little bit happy. Someone was managing his money for him now. He never expected that after entrusting his wishes to someone, he would feel such joy.
There wasn't enough medicinal tea to drink today.
Yes, the medicinal tea Brother Xi made was just too popular. Auntie and Uncle Wang each asked for a cup, so there wasn't quite enough to go around.
Then next time, bring a bit more.
Jiang Min responded with a sound of agreement.
I just killed a chicken earlier. Tonight, you and Xiaohong come over for dinner. Let's all have something nourishing.
Sure. As the two of them walked home, in the Jingxiu room, Han Lanlan saw that Mrs. He and Wang Shan had both left, and said to Cheng Shanshan,
Let's go. We'll have dinner at Auntie's place tonight.
Okay, sounds good.
So, you've gotten to know Jingxi Workshop now?
Yes, thanks to Aunt Lan for letting me.
Jiang Mingye showed me around. She knows every step inside out, and I spent the whole day following her.
I really learned a lot from her. After spending a day together, Zhang Shanshan had a very good impression of Jiang Mingyu. She was gentle and kind, and extremely patient whether she was working or dealing with people.
Jiang Mingyo is the most outstanding staff member in the shop. She has deep knowledge of all kinds of fabrics and has her own set of principles for dealing with people and situations. You should learn well from her in the future.
Your mind seems unsettled. Is there something on your mind? Yes, I want to ask for a day off tomorrow. As for the reason, have you told your sister about this? I don't intend to tell her.
Jiang Minghong paused for a moment, then answered honestly.
I need to go save someone. Who? Someone from the martial world, a highly skilled martial artist. Only by saving him can I get in touch with my parents. He can avoid the surveillance of my father-in-law and mother-in-law spies.
Jiang Minghong nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Yuan looked at Jiang Minghong.
This martial artist is so highly skilled, yet he needs a bookish scholar like you who can't even trust a chicken to save him. That means his enemies must be formidable, and he's in serious trouble. Are you sure you won't get yourself involved and drag Mingyu into it because of trying to save him?
My brother-in-law is doing something extremely dangerous. One wrong move could drag all of them in. Xiuan felt it was necessary to get a clear answer. His words deeply wounded Jiang Minghong. Her chest heaved violently, but she forced down all her emotions and spoke in the calmest voice possible.
In this life, I will never give anyone the chance to hurt my sister Evan if that person is me.
Although Jiang Minghong's voice didn't fluctuate much, Xiuan could tell that, at this moment, there was a heavy strength about her. This involuntarily reminded him of his former self.
How do you plan to save him? Rescuing him is easy. According to the latest information, he has escaped his pursuers and is hiding in a dry well. I just need to get him out of the well. The real difficulty lies in finding a place to settle him. He was badly injured while fleeing, and needs someone to treat him. If the enemy can't find him, they will definitely keep watch on all the pharmacies. So I need your help. Tell me your detailed plan.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Minghong began to explain without holding anything back. Of course, she was mainly worried that she might have overlooked something or not thought things through thoroughly enough. By telling Xi Yuan, he could also help her come up with some ideas.
If the plan needs to be revised, could you help me? I'll go and think it over.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Minghong immediately felt a bit anxious, but she didn't show it on her face at all.
The reason I was so eager to get in touch with father and mother was to tell them about you and my sister. Once I have their approval, you two can get married this year. Otherwise...
Xi Yuan put down his teacup and immediately became serious. After all, this concerns his entire future. I have to admit, this brother-in-law really knows how to handle him. Jiang Minghong saw that Xi Yuan was deep in thought and pressed his advantage.
Brother-in-law, please help me.
Ji Yue's deep eyes lit up for a moment. This was the first time Jiang Minghong had called him brother-in-law.
What did you just call me? I didn't quite catch that.
Looking at this person who was both pleased and proud, this time Jiang Minghong was willing from the bottom of his heart.
Brother-in-law, please help me, please.
Xi Yuan, in a cheerful mood, became extremely agreeable.
All right, in a bit I'll give you the house key. After you rescue the person, just settle them at my place. Thank you, sir.
Xi Yuan responded with a displeased,
What do you want in return from me? Brother-in-law, remember, I am your brother-in-law. Don't forget it again. I've got it. You absolutely can't let my sister know about this. I'm afraid she'll worry.
The brother and sister really do look out for each other. Whenever something happens, they don't want the other to know.
Are you here to buy fabric?
We're not here to buy fabric. Do you sell wedding dresses here?
Yes, we do. Please follow me. If you see something you like, you can try it on.
How much is the wedding dress on the left?
2 taels and 330 wen.
What about the one on the right?
3 taels.
Wow, that's so expensive.
Xiao Mingye finally spoke up, and Lin Xiushu, feeling embarrassed, was not pleased.
Mother, why are you kneeling? It's not like our family can't afford it. I want this one.
Seeing that her daughter had already made up her mind, her lips trembled slightly, but in the end, she still gave in.
All right then.
Where do I go to try it on? Please come with me.
Jiang Mingye led her to the adjacent side room.
Come over here and help me change. People like you. You really are good at serving others. It's such a pity you're not a maid.
Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue looked up at Lin Shushu.
What are you looking at? Am I wrong?
Although she sounded overbearing, her confidence was clearly lacking. Jiang Mingyue calmly lowered her head and continued helping her put on the wedding dress.
Your parents must really love you, right? What do you mean by that? The clothes your mother is wearing are made from low-grade cotton, and because they have flaws, you can buy 3 feet for just 12 wen. That whole outfit of hers couldn't have cost more than 25 wen. But the clothes you're wearing are made from mid-grade fabric, 9 wen per foot, and just the material alone would cost at least 60 wen.
Lin Shushu was taken aback when she heard this. It was something she had never paid attention to before.
I noticed your skin is delicate, with only a thin layer of calluses on your hands, while your mother's skin is dark, probably from being out in the sun and wind all the time. Also, the calluses on her hands are very thick, which must be from doing hard work every day. Your mother must be someone who is frugal and very hardworking in her daily life. A mother who is so frugal that she can't bear to spend on herself, yet is willing to spend 3 taels of silver to buy a wedding dress for her daughter, just so her daughter can look beautiful on her wedding day. This alone shows how much they love you. A parent's love for their child is the deepest and most enduring. I believe the husband they chose for you was decided only after they carefully selected and inquired about many candidates. In this world, anyone could potentially harm you except for them. I know you like Brother CA, but if I agreed to let him take you as a concubine, have you thought about what your life would be like in the future?
Lin Shushu turned her head in a daze and looked at Jiang Mingyue.
As a concubine, serving the mistress of the house is hardly any different from being a maid. The children you bear would only ever call you aunt. And for your whole life, you would never be addressed as mother with respect if you thought about that. Children born to concubines are called illegitimate. Illegitimate daughters will always be ranked below legitimate ones. Whether it's dividing the family estate or getting married in the future, everything will be dictated by the mistress of the house. If the mistress of the house is kind, then it's not so bad. But if she's the type who appears gentle but is actually cruel, you'll be nothing more than a tool for political marriage, and illegitimate sons are even less likely to survive.
She met Jiang Mingyue's cold, murderous gaze. Even though the weather was hot, Lin Shushu shivered. Jiang Mingyue's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking Lin Shushu up.
You look beautiful in this wedding dress. I'll go bring your aunt in. Now she'll be so happy to see how lovely you look.
Lin Shushu glanced at the person who had just left, then turned her head to look at herself in the mirror. But what lingered in her mind were Jiang Mingyue's words from earlier.
My dear Shushu, you look truly beautiful today.
Lin, thank you. Turning, she looked at her mother, hair streaked with grey, skin tanned, clothes faded from washes, and her eyes instantly filled with tears.
Mother?
I'm sorry. Standing outside the door, Jiang Mingyue overheard their conversation. She quietly walked over to a shady spot and sat down, choosing not to go inside. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the mother and daughter came out holding the wedding dress.
Are you sure you want this one?
Yes.
Number? Let's buy the one that costs a little over 1 tael. Shushu's mother, just listen to me. The wedding dress is only worn for 1 day. On the wedding day, there will be a lot of people and prying eyes. If we buy this one and someone touches it, I'd be heartbroken.
All right, we'll do as you say.
He looked at Jiang Mingyue a bit embarrassed.
Miss, sorry to trouble you. We want the one from earlier.
It's all right. Are you still going to try it on?
Lin Shushu shook her head.
Let me do it.
At the counter, Jiang Mingyue waited. After paying, she took out a red silk flower and handed it to Lin Shushu.
Congratulations.
Lin Shushu accepted the silk flower, her thin lips trembling slightly. She spoke so softly it was almost inaudible. Thank you. Watching the two of them leave, Xiaoming also smiled in a good mood, not because he had dealt with a rival in love, but because of Lin Shushu's attitude. He could let go of Jiang Mingyue, and he believed his life wouldn't be too bad in the future.
Sister Mingyue, come over and help me.
Jiang Mingyue pulled herself together and looked at Jiang Shanshan, who had just cut another yard of fabric, and hurriedly said,
Coming.
Jiang Shanshan learns things quickly and is very smart. She was already able to start serving customers 3 days ago, but there's just one thing she can't get right. She always messes up cutting fabric. Every time, she either ruins the fabric or cuts the wrong piece. Even when Jiang Mingyue and the others took turns teaching her, it was still the same.
Brother-in-law, he's badly hurt. Please take a look at him first. Come with me.
After Shi Yuan finished checking Mao Zijin's pulse, Jiang Minghong and the others waited for his diagnosis. He said,
He not only has 4 fatal wounds, but he's also been poisoned. I can't cure the poison in his body. We'll need to ask Uncle Luan to come over. I'll go get him. Those people probably won't track us down here for the time being. On your way, pick up some more medicine.
A quarter of an hour later, Si Yuan brought the freshly prepared medicine to the door of the east room. He pushed the door open and saw that the bed was empty. His eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that it might be dangerous to go in at this moment, but he still stepped inside.
Don't move.
Shi Yuan, holding the medicine, cooperated and did not make any sudden moves.
Where is this? How did I end up here?
I mean you no harm. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it while you were unconscious. Sit down, we can talk slowly.
Mao Xijun felt that what he said made a lot of sense. And besides, he didn't sense any murderous intent from Shi Yuan.
Be careful, don't pull on your wound. Aside from the injuries on your body, my child used quite a bit of good medicine on you. It would be a shame to waste it. Child? It was my child who saved you. Besides your external injuries, you were also poisoned. I can't cure this poison, so he went out to get my uncle. If you have anything to ask, you can talk to him directly when he returns. Earlier, I was worried that your injuries were so severe you might not make it. But seeing you so lively now, I can finally relax.
It's always fascinating to see someone who, despite being at the end of their strength, still tries to act tough.
Drink the medicine to bring down your fever. This is Wanping, and you should be safe here for now. You dirtied my quilt, and with the cost of the medicine and lodging, it all adds up to 50 taels. Don't forget to pay once you're healed.
50 taels?
If you think that's too little, then make it 100 taels.
Why don't you just go rob someone?
Do you really think your life isn't worth 100 taels? Your enemies must be pretty powerful. By taking you in, I'm risking my own life.
It's not worth it. My life isn't worth a single coin.
Xin Yuan looked at this person who seemed like they could collapse at any moment.
Let's discuss this matter another time.
After watching the person leave, Mao Xijun slowly sat down. 50 taels? Are they crazy? Does he look like someone who could come up with 50 taels? Forcing himself to take the medicine, he collapsed onto the bed and fell unconscious once again.
That person just regained consciousness for a short while. Their vitality is quite tenacious, so they won't die.
Hearing this, Jiang Minghong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Mao Xijun's injuries were so severe that he had truly been worried they wouldn't be able to save him.
What kind of poison is in the patient? It's a mixed poison. I've never seen anything like it before. Dr. Luan, can you cure this poison?
It's just a little trouble. Detoxifying herbs are not cheap.
Dr. Ruan just helped Ji Hong to bear it.
Where are you going?
Go pick up my fiancée.
Don't go yet. I need someone to help me.
Shi Yuan raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Jiang Minghong.
Brother-in-law, you stay here to help. I'll go pick up my sister.
Is this really about who goes to pick her up? He mainly just wants to spend more time alone with Jiang Mingye.
All right then.
In the end, he still compromised. Why are you here? School let out so early today?
The teacher had something to do at home, so he let us out early.
Oh, are you really feeling hurt?
No, why do you ask?
Jiang Minghong kept a straight face, while Jiang Mingyue looked her up and down. Her brother saw that she didn't seem injured, so he said, I just smelled a faint scent of blood. Jiang Minghong was slightly startled.
No, you must be mistaken, sister.
Maybe so. I can't smell it now anyway. The siblings chatted as they walked, and as they entered the alley, they immediately saw Shi Wan standing at their doorstep. Jiang Minghong quickened her pace, walked up to Shi Wan, and asked in a low voice,
How did it all go, Du Yiji?
Hearing this, Jiang Minghong was completely at ease. What are you two talking about?
Uncle Duan came by for a bit. You all come over, let's have dinner together.
About a quarter of an hour later, the siblings arrived at the Xi family home carrying 4 dishes. Jiang Mingye saw Dr. Luan bend down and greet her with a junior's bow. Luan Yi looked at this gentle, delicate young girl with a cheerful smile, just about to speak.
There's no need for such formalities among family. Hurry and get up.
As he spoke, he helped Jiang Mingye up. Luan Yi raised his eyebrows in slight surprise as she was being quite well protected.
Xiao Xie is right. There's no need for so many formalities among family. Let's go inside.
After secretly observing Jiang Mingyue's anxious reaction, he spoke warmly and gently.
If Shi Yuan ever bullies you in the future, just come to me. I'll stand up for you.
Mainly, this young lady looks far too innocent and delicate. How could she possibly be a match for an old fox like the theater owner?
Alright, I understand now.
He paused for a moment, then turned to the man beside him and teased.
I have someone backing me up too.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Jiang played along while putting the peeled shrimp into Jiang Mingyu's bowl. Jiang Mingyu giggled twice, Jiang Xia ate it, and then said in a soft, sweet voice,
Big brother Shi, try this Kung Pao chicken. It's really delicious.
Wen Yi, watching the loving couple, suddenly felt a bit like a third wheel. Glancing at Jiang Minghong, who was eating quickly, he suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. After the meal, for the first time, Luan Yi realized how considerate Xie Yuanyuan could be, how well she could take care of others. Before this, she had worried that the young girl would be completely under her control. Now, she suddenly felt that it was hard to say who was really in control. After seeing off the wheelchair, Jiang Minghong, considering how much Xi Yuan had helped him today, turned and went into the study, not disturbing the two of them any further.
Just now, I heard Adai call you brother-in-law.
Xi Yuan nodded gently.
Did something happen between you two? Cece took the opportunity to hold his hand.
No, he just acknowledged me.
Oh, by the way, the remarkable Miss Lin Xiuxiu came to Jingshu workshop together with his mother.
Did he bully you?
I'm not a piece of dough for anyone to pinch whenever they want.
Just as he finished speaking, the man suddenly pinched his cheek lightly.
Isn't that so?
Of course not. He just came with his mother to buy a wedding dress.
As long as he wasn't bullied, that's all that matters to him. He's not interested in anything else. But as long as Jiang Mingyue speaks, he will always listen attentively.
With my persuasion, he has completely let go. I believe his days ahead will definitely be good.
You did very well.
I think I did a great job too.